something to do with talking while I was there.
Well, I was sort of in the neighborhood when it happened.
I was just a kid then, but Pa took me over to Cloud City to see Parsons Fire and Cannon afterwards. I guess he figured it'd be a good lesson for me. He was right, too. I never forgot it. There's something else I never forgot either. The way Jud Parsons looked. His eyes. His nose. Everything about him. He was born to be a killer. It was red all over him. Well, I do. And now he's back there again.
Well, what are you talking about? Jud talking your tongue. You saw it yourself. You just said so.
Jud had a brother. A few years younger. I don't remember his name. But I saw him at the trial, too.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Well, now to mention, it seems to me there was another talking boy. What about him?
There's a young fella started working for the mercantile in Adobe Junction. And if he ain't... Now, you hold up a minute, Viola. Come over here, Bill. Oh, here's the window.
What?
Oh, you're in that bucket. Now, you take a good look.
No, what?
Now, don't he look just like Jeff?
Well, it's been quite a while, George. I'd sort of forgotten Jud talk.
Well, I ain't forgotten. I couldn't, not ever. I can still see him when they let him up to them gallows. I can still see his eyes, killer's eyes. And that's his brother out there riding away with my sister, ain't it? Well, ain't it?
Well, maybe they sort of resemble Jud in a way, but
more than a resemblance, kid. I've seen him up close. He's just fitting in.
I don't see what difference it makes, George, unless he's causing trouble, and even then.
Good. He's only been around here for a couple of months. Just give him time. He'll cause plenty of trouble.
Maybe so, but now listen, George.
Kid, if a man's got bad blood in him, it's bound to come out sooner or later. It's bound to.
George, it seems to me a fellow ought not to be blamed for what his brother's done.
If he ain't up for something, then why don't he admit who he is?
What do you mean?
Because his name's Hank Wallace. Says he never heard of Jud Parsons.
Well, you ought to know.
He's lying, Jeff. You saw the resemblance yourself.
Yeah, resemblance that you already see that.
You think I want a man like that going around with my own sister? Like she's barely 18. She don't know nothing about the world or about people. I'm all she's got now. Can't let her throw her life away on Jud Parsons' brother. I've got to stop her.
Yeah, I guess she is sort of your responsibility. Hey, George, how about that supper, huh? I'm kind of hungry.
You go ahead, Brett. I ain't got much of it.
Well, all right.
Brett?
Yeah?
Maybe this sounds like I'm butting into Vi's business, but I got no choice. Just before he died, Pa warned me, told me what would happen.
Well?
Said it wasn't 6 weeks after the funeral before she started going around with this fella. I tried to talk sense to her. It don't do no good. Now I gotta put my foot down. You understand how I feel, don't you, Brett?
Yeah, George. Sure, I understand. Well, I went ahead and had some supper. Cold ham, potato salad, bacon, and 2 pieces for dessert. Wasn't anything exceptional, but it was strong enough. And afterwards, since George hadn't eaten anything, I decided maybe I'd go ahead and do the dishes. This pan was hanging right beside the sink, so I pumped some water in it. There was only a couple of plates and cups there. But the handle on that cup just wasn't very substantial, and when it slipped, darn it. Well, looked like it was beyond the gluing stage, so I kind of got the pieces stuck together and put them in the garbage bucket. I wasn't exactly trying to hide them or anything like that, but there were plenty of other cups to cover. Anyhow, I walked back into the parlor and said goodnight to George and went upstairs to bed. I figured he was going to wait up for Viola, and I didn't suppose he'd like the idea, but it wasn't any of my business. He's sort of tired anyway. And Viola sure didn't like it either. At least that's how it sounded to me when I woke up about 1 o'clock and heard her and George going at it, hammer and tongs in the downstairs hallway.
I'm your brother, Viola. Well, you're not my keeper. He's no good. If he was, he wouldn't keep you out until all hours of the night.
So you're not with me. Well, I didn't knock on him because I knew I'd have to sit here and listen to you.
Well, you're gonna listen. I told you who he was, but you wouldn't believe me. Now maybe you'll believe this.
Please, please,
Whit? Whit, are you still awake? Whit?
Yeah? Yeah, what's that all?
The man coming down here?
Well,
Take a minute, Whit.
well, all right, George. I'm going to try to put my pants on. I sure didn't like the idea of mixing into a family argument, but I didn't like I was going to get in the state for George to simmer down, so I pulled on the trousers and got the cold water in the face. Headed out in the hall. I could see Viola standing at the bottom of the stairs, and her face was real white, and her eyes were kind of wide open and determined. George was holding onto her arm, and there his jaw was set while he just between the two. Good evening, Viola.
I'm awful sorry that you have to get involved in this. I'm ashamed. Not for my
For me. He's going on with her outlaw and taking my family. Tell her who he is.
Now, George, I never saw the man before in the whole lot.
You noticed the resemblance right off. Did he just do a month out? That man's dead top and center.
Is that what you got me for time to come here to tell me?
Well, ain't that reason enough?
No, it's not enough.
He's been lying to you, pretending to be somebody else. Don't you care?
He hasn't lied to me, George. I know who he is. I've known him since they first met. He told me he was Hunter.
He told you?
He was afraid folks around here would hold it against him. That's why he came to me. Now, looks to me like he was right.
You knew who he was and you went right on seeing him?
Understand that you're not to blame for something your brother did. That's two different people.
The same blood's in him that was in Judge Tucker. And he'll turn mean and pull the same kind of stuff his brother did, and he'll end up the same way.
Oh, that's crazy that he doesn't even carry a gun. You've seen him often enough. You know he
He
doesn't.
can get a gun easy enough that he will. The very first time he figures he needs one.
It's the consequences, Dr. Jordan. Maybe you can make him see that I'm not a child, that I know my own mind.
Well, it seems to me we've all done enough talking for one night. Anyway, I sure could use a little more sleep. You know, things may look different in the morning. Don't you think so? You know,
Mr. Thompson's right. We'd better go to bed, too.
Things won't be any different tomorrow, Vi, not as far as I'm concerned. I'm telling you here and now, you're not to see young Coffin again, ever.
I'm going to marry him, George.
What?
I wasn't intending to tell you yet. I thought maybe later you'd come around. But I guess you never will. I promised him tonight.
Promised him. You don't know what you're saying, Vi.
Oh, he's just doing this to fight the answer. But I think you in love with a man like that.
Hey, George, I'll get all of yourself. You're going to be singing a different tune today. Who out of this court? I don't care who thinks it's here now. Let go.
all right now, George, come on. Let's go upstairs.
For your own good, look what I've done.
Guess you must have thought it was.
Someday she'll realize it was for her own good. She can't marry him, but she just can't.
Well, treating her the way you did, it's got to make her more set on it than ever.
She'll get over that idea fast enough now that she knows I mean business. Someday she'll thank me for slapping her.
Yeah. All right, let's get some sleep there. Come on.
You are listening to The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart as Dick Thompson, the Texas plainsman whose name has become legend throughout the West. Now, Act 2 of the story called Blood Relations.
it took me a little while to get back to sleep, but I didn't hear anything more out of George or Viola during the night, so maybe something. When I finally woke up again, I just didn't feel like I'd had any rest at all. And it was late, too, nearly 6 o'clock. I got dressed and I went downstairs. Viola was fixing breakfast. Her eyes were sort of red, and there was little spots on her cheek where George had slapped her. But she didn't say anything about it, and I sure didn't see any point in opening up the subject. A couple of minutes later, George came in from doing his chores, and we all sat down at the table. He didn't eat much, just some coffee, and as soon as he was finished, he said he was riding out to high grass to see if the roundup was on its way down. I offered to go along with him, and so we got on our horses and started off.
See, Britt, what'd I tell you? He's all right now. You got that nonsense about young Coffin out of her head.
Well, that's all. That's all.
She didn't mention him again, did she?
No.
I reckon if she was still thinking about him serious, she'd have said so. He's a Wilcox, Britt. We don't go around making fools of ourselves. Not for long, anyway.
We kept on riding for a couple of hours until we got to the high ground. But we didn't see any signs of roundup, so finally we turned around and headed back to the ranch house.
I don't know what's taking so long. They should have been down a couple of days ago.
Oh?
If they don't show up by morning, we'll have to start looking for them.
Well, whatever you say, George.
Here we are. Whoa, thank you. Whoa, boy. Whoa. Hey, you know something, Britt? I've got kind of a appetite.
Oh, I don't doubt it, the way you've been eating lately. Easy, sir.
Easy. Yeah, I'll still make up for it this noon. I wonder what she's fixed for. Bye? We're back, bye. That's the out in the kitchen. That's funny. Bye. She's upstairs, that's why she didn't hear me. How about some food, bye?
I didn't know you'd be here. You didn't say anything when you left.
I'm usually here for dinner, ain't I?
Yeah. Well, it'll take a couple of minutes to get something ready. I just got back from town.
You what?
Right, well, I guess I'll go wash out then.
What are you doing in town, Vi?
I wanted to see him.
Oh. Well, I suppose you did have to explain things to him. I guess he was retarded about that. How'd he take it? And you told him you couldn't marry.
I didn't tell him that, George. We're going to get married as soon as we can. He's coming to get me tonight.
Well, I sure didn't feel like sticking around for another one of their arguments, so I sort of sneaked out the front door and climbed into the saddle. Let's go back. I figured I'd ride in town and get me something to eat while I was at it. Maybe while I was gone, George and Viola had come to some sort of an understanding. At least I hoped they would. It took me about 30 minutes to reach Adobe Junction. Looks like there was only one cafe. Molly's Home Cooked Meals. Right next door to the mercantile. Go. Tossed the reins over a hitching rail and started into the restaurant.
Mr. Ponset? You're Dick Ponset, ain't you?
That's right.
Viola told me what you look like, but I'd recognize you anyway.
Oh?
You're a six-shooter. I've heard a lot about that gun. How fast you are with it. My brother, well, he found out firsthand.
Your brother?
Judd Coffin.
I see.
My name is Hunt Coffin, Mr. Ponset.
Yeah, I sort of figured that.
I just wanted you to know I sure do appreciate what you did last night, taking Viola's part with George.
While George is pretty upset, I don't think he meant to carry on that way. He's real fond of his sister when you get right down to it.
If we ever hit there again, I'll kill him.
Well, I guess you and Viola won't have to worry much about George any longer.
What do you mean?
Well, she says you're going to get married right away with someone married after tonight, is that right?
He told you that?
Well, sure. That's true, isn't it?
I didn't want him to know. You gotta stop it. I told him not to say anything. We could have been gone before he ever found out.
Now, Viola is not the kind of a person to do a thing behind anybody's back.
No. Well, maybe there's something else you ought to know. I bought me a gun this morning, Miss Francis.
Is that so?
I'll be out at the Wilcox place as soon as I get off work tonight. And I'll have the gun with me.
Mm-hmm. Well, George said you'd get a gun the first time you figured you needed one.
Well, he was right.
Yeah? It sure looks like it was. Well, so long, Coffin.
What's going to happen to you, Brett?
Oh, I thought maybe you and Viola ought to have a chance to talk this out in private, so I rode in town.
The needless father.
Hmm?
Tried to talk to her, but she just wouldn't listen.
You wouldn't, huh?
I don't know what to do, Brett. I just don't. After last night, I thought she'd see things my way. I guess you were right. She's more set in marrying him now than ever. If Paul was still alive, he'd find some way of stopping her. I guess I'm letting him down.
And where's Vi now?
Upstairs, packing. I thought about locking her in her room, but that just wouldn't do no good. Besides, she isn't playing that real.
That's right, George. The person just can't help it.
Everything that's happened. And someone's going to take care of it.
As a matter of fact, I ran into Hunt Coffin while I was in town.
You saw?
Yeah, we had a little chat. He's kind of upset about what happened last night.
He's upset. He'll have something to get upset about if he comes around here tonight.
Well, maybe you ought to know, George. He's got himself a gun.
There. What I tell you. Just like his brother. Why? Why your friend's coming out here with a gun? He needs to kill me. The man who'll pick up a gun once, he won't stop, not as long as he lives. Now what do you think of it?
Viola didn't answer George. She just stayed upstairs and went on with whatever she was doing. George walked into the hall. I heard him rummaging around in the closet. And he was gone for a minute or so, and then he came back into the parlor. He was carrying his paws old Winchester rifle. He jammed some cartridges into the magazine and stared out of the window. The sun was just beginning to drop behind the hills to the west, and the shadows on the slopes were turning orange. George pulled up a chair and sat down. The rifle was lying on his lap, the barrel pointing toward the open window beside him. George?
Yeah?
You use that gun, you'll be doing the very thing you accuse him of.
Now, there's a difference, Brett. This is my property. Carl left it to me outright.
Sure.
If Hunt Coffin sets foot on it, he's trespassing. You got a right to shoot a trespasser, ain't I?
No, you haven't. Not under these circumstances.
You gonna understand? You gonna take his side?
I'm not taking anybody's side. I'm riding into town and I won't be back. You have to hire somebody else to handle the cattle drive.
It's me. I'll be able to handle the cattle myself now. I won't have to stay here after tonight.
You know, George, he might kill you. Leastwise, if he takes after his brother, there's a good chance of it.
And it looks like you're gonna be around for it, whatever happens.
Huh?
There he is now, pulling into the yard.
Coffin! Get out of here, Coffin! I don't want no trouble with that. Well, then start moving. I'm taking Viola with me. You're not taking anybody!
I could see Hunt Coffin through the window over George's shoulder. He was climbing down from his buggy. Looked like he was carrying a 44 in his holster. George Wilcox stood up. His back shut off my view of Hunt. He shoved the stock of his rifle against his shoulder, and his finger curled around the trigger. He shifted his weight on the one foot, and I got a glimpse of Hunt again. His right hand was inching toward that 44, but he hadn't pulled it out yet.
I'm coming in and kill you, Doc. Go on and draw. I know you got a gun. Go on, use it. I don't think I'll need it.
Give him a chance. You heard me, Freddy.
There wasn't much time to answer. His finger was already squeezing back. There wasn't even time to get over to him. I grabbed for my gun. The bullet hit him right in the arm, spun him half around. For a second, I didn't know what had happened. I hadn't fired at him. I hadn't even had a chance to finish drawing. And then I saw a little spiral of smoke on the hall stairs behind him.
Viola,
Put down that rifle, George.
you're crazy, Bob.
Wow. Are you all right?
Stay there, and I'll be right up. Put it down, George. Now, I'm going away with you. And if you come after me, it won't be Humphrey. Kind of funny, isn't it? He always said Humph would turn out bad because his brother was that way. And they both had the same blood in them. What about it, George? Would you be willing to shoot me?
What are you talking about, Vi? You know I'd never do a thing like that.
Why not? I was willing to shoot you. We've got the same blood, haven't we? Goodbye, George. Goodbye, Mr. Thompson.
So long, guy. Good luck.
She wasn't making any sense, Fred, asking if I'd shoot her. Oh, that's just plain foolishness.
Yeah, well, I'll take you into town, George, and try to keep the dark off that arm.
My own sister. My own flesh and blood. Sure had her figured right.
Yeah, maybe you had young Carter figured wrong, too. Come on, let's go. Well, next morning the boys brought in George's herd, and what with that arm of his and all, I agreed to drive him north. It was nearly 3 months before I got back to Goby Junction again. Viola and Hunt there were married and had a little house in town. But George, he hadn't been there. He hadn't said a word to Vi since that night she left the ranch. Vi was kind of upset about it, but she kept telling herself that sooner or later George would see where he'd been wrong and he'd come around. I don't know. Maybe he will. Maybe he will.
The Six Shooter is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is written by Frank Brooks and is based on a character created by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were Barbara Eiler, Cade Ellis, and Sam Edwards. Special music for this program is by Basil Adlin, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Oh, by the way, you'll be interested in knowing that the Six Shooter has been chosen for broadcast to our men overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Services. This is John Wall speaking. MacDonald Carey stars in Jason and the Golden Fleece tonight on the NBC Radio Network. In a moment, James Stewart as the Six Shooter. Tomorrow night here on NBC, there's a complete lineup of both music and laughter for you. On the musical side, there's the Bonus Shore Show, followed by Songs with Sinatra. For humor, the Bob Hope Show, followed by the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Then comes Can You Pop This? And your nightly visit with Fiddler McGee and Molly. A great Friday night lineup of programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-seater. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother-of-pearl. It's Andrew and Mark. People call them both the six-seater. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-seater, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Dick Thompson, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territory, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends.
We'll be turning in here, Michael. Huh? As long as we're going into town anyway, we can be seeing whether there might be anything home at Dunfield's needing.
We've got enough to do projects, getting the things we need for ourselves.
Oh, now, what kind of a neighbor are you, Michael O'Hara? We'll turn in, ourselves.
Okay.
That's one thing that we'll have to be learning. A man can't live for himself. And there's many a time Mr. Dunfield's done us a favor. Mr. Dunfield! It's John O'Hara, Mr. Dunfield.
I ain't seen no sign of him. Maybe he's gone into town himself.
But don't be in such a hurry now. The least you can do is... Michael, you listen now.
Huh?
Them cows. There's something the matter with Mr. Dunfield's cows.
I reckon you're hungry, Paul. That's what sounds right to me.
Yeah, that's more than hunger that's troubling them animals. Come on, boy. Have a look.
Oh, now, Paul.
Michael.
Well, if it's not, Mr. Danfield ain't going to appreciate us getting into his affairs. He's always been able to run this farm without
Look
any...
there, would you look? Aha. Yeah, there's not been milk, that's what it is. The sun's in the middle of it, saying there's not been milk.
Yeah.
I knew there was something wrong here. It's first at the minute we pulled up in the yard, so I did.
Maybe Mr. Danfield's sick. Maybe that's it, huh?
Okay, and I hope that's all it is. But when I get one of these foreboding feelings, well, Mr. Dunfield.
He's quiet, Paul. See the block.
Oh, no, I don't know. It doesn't seem right to enter another man's house when he's not
For his own safety and his will. If he ain't home, we'll leave him a note explaining it. Oh,
So what is Mike?
over there. Across the window, I think.
Michael, that's Mr. Dunfield. Oh, it's been so bad, real bad. But there's just fast of life left into him. If you get the doctor, Michael, as fast as you can, and I'll stay here till you come back. Sure, and the sheriff, too, the sheriff. You best bring the sheriff. That's poor Mr. Dunfield.
I'd expected to reach Paul steady before nightfall, but it looked like I'd been a mite optimistic. The guide already lost most of its color, and I still had a good 15 miles to go, so I slowed Star down to a walk as usual. Ooh, that's really... I started looking around for a place to make camp. It didn't really much matter when I got to town. The spring roundup was sure to be over in a day or two, one way or the other, wouldn't make any difference but my finding the summer grass. Besides being out in the rain for another night, I'd probably get a lot more sleep than I would in any of those hotel beds. Well, about a mile further on, I saw a little flicker of light behind a couple of gray-green boulders, and when I rode up closer, I heard somebody singing and playing a guitar. It looked like I wasn't the only one in the range that night. Howdy. Sounds real pleasant. Mind if I use your fire for spare?
You're more than welcome to it, mister. I'm dancing your house, make yourself at home.
Oh. Thanks very much.
I'm heating up some beans. Plenty for both of us.
Well, that's mighty considerate of you, but I've got some grub of my own.
No point in wasting it, is there? Like I said, I got more than enough here. That is, if you don't mind eating beans.
No, I reckon that's what I'm trying too. My name's Ponset, Dick Ponset.
Well, I'll be fine.
Yeah?
I still heard about you, Mr. Thompson. And that gun of yours. I'm Toby Yeager.
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you, Yeager.
Yeah, just let me get my guitar out of your way so you can sit down.
Oh, I hope I didn't interrupt your singing. It sounded real pretty.
Well, I just sort of help pass the time, especially when I'm alone.
Mm-hmm.
Get a side tune, Mr. Thompson?
Oh, no, I'm afraid I'm not much of a singer. You just go right ahead.
Well, when anybody's going to hear it, except a few coyotes, and they're not likely to be very critical. What do you say? We give our vocal cords a little exercise while we're waiting for them beans to heat up?
Well, as I said,
I like that third verse. Oh, bees began slowly and slowly by the lady. Come on, Mr. Thompson.
lay the dead my child will carry me along. Take me through the green valley where the follow me. For I'm a young cowboy and know I can roll. It sounds like you're mistaken about those coyotes, you hear? One of those things.
How about you providing some music now?
Me?
What a good guy.
No, I'm sorry, I just don't play it all.
Oh, come on, you're jocking me, Francis.
No, I'm afraid I don't know the first thing about it.
Well, most any cowboy can get a tune out of a guitar.
Maybe so, but it just seems like I never had much of an ear for music.
You don't need no ear. Here, come on, let me show you.
Huh?
Now, you just watch my fingers.
Yeah.
You see there's nothing to it. Yeah. That's simple enough, ain't it?
Well,
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make the chords, and you do the strumming. You go ahead. You go ahead and strum. Yeah, you're doing fine.
Wow.
You're fine.
So the strumming part's a little easier than the chord.
Well, it's all easy once you get the hang of it. Now, give me your left hand.
Okay.
Your left hand, I'll put the fingers where they belong to the first chord. Yeah. Okay, strum.
Well, let's see.
All right. Here's the next chord. Here's the third one. There.
I'll be done. Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Yes, it is. Now you do them yourself.
Huh?
Those three chords I just taught you.
Oh, you mean you do them all alone? Well, no, this contraption just isn't for me.
Oh, you must give up yet. A little more practice. You'd be a first-rate guitar player.
No, I was mighty fat on Yeager, but I think I'd better stick to my humming. You go right ahead now. Play some more. And that tune you were trying to teach me, that sounds real pretty.
You in this one?
I don't think I've ever heard that before, have I?
Well, it's brand new. Folks back east you all sing it, but it ain't got this far west yet.
Oh, okay. Are you from these?
No. Utah's my home. I spent a couple of months in Chicago last winter. Yeah, I picked up this tune.
I see.
Oh, it sure didn't cotton to city life, Mr. Thompson. I headed back this way first chance I got. The main fact that it's not a place.
That's so.
Line reaches Perry City now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. But they had to stop there first car and kind of some legal ruffles about the other way. So I took my pay, got myself up there over yonder and moseyed on. I don't know what it is about this town. Once you hear it, it's just ready for city. There's this regiment of gold. That's the title. Darling, I am growing old. River close.
Oh, that's real nice, Jagger. Uh-oh. Yeah, there they are again.
Get some more verses. That's the only one I can remember. You said it, Johnny?
No, I think I bothered the coyotes enough for one each.
Well, it looks like them beans are getting hot. Maybe we can interrupt our concert until after supper. Probably sound better on the first stomach anyhow.
No, I don't know, Yoga. In my case, I reckon it wouldn't make much difference. Well, we had a fill of beans, and then Yoga picked up his guitar again, did some more singing. What with the music and all, I got kind of sleepy, so I spread out in the bedroll. And last thing I remember is hearing that guitar and dropped off. Next morning after we had breakfast, Yoga headed on south and I swung north towards Pearl City. A couple hours later, I was riding past the farms just this side of town. I noticed a buggy and 4 or 5 horses pulled up in Homer Downfield's front yard. Homer had always lived alone ever since I could remember. Never had been much of a man for company either, so I turned off the road into the lane leading to the house. John O'Hara was sitting on the steps whittling. And as far as the pile of savings at his feet, figured he'd been doing for quite a spell. Whoa, sir, whoa. Oh, John? Huh? Ah, that's another me? Get Plunkett.
Oh, for goodness sake, Mr. Plunkett. I never had no idea you was in these parts. Lordy, see if they know where you're from.
What are you talking about, John?
Oh, it's a terrible thing that happened to Homer Donkey.
What?
Him lying in there right now, hovering between life and death for you.
No, well, I'm sorry to hear about it. He's pretty short, huh?
That's Mr. Plunkett. A big hole right off his chest, is that?
Yeah.
It was along about noontime yesterday when we found him, Lieutenant Michael and myself. Poor man.
Well, just what happened, John?
Well, if you ask me, it was a thief done it. Then, from the look of his house, somebody turned things every which way searching for valuables. And besides, anybody who knew Homer Downfield, anybody from around Pearl City, that is, they had no cause to try to kill him. He was a well-liked man, Mr. Plunkett.
Well, he sure was.
Yeah, and the doctor's staying with him almost 24 hours now. And Sheriff Denty, too. But, you know, the poor Homer is not breathed a conscious breath during the whole day and the night they followed. Yeah, and like as not, he'll never be able to tell us just exactly what it...
Oh, hello, Charles.
Oh, howdy, Brooke. Where'd you come from?
Well, just passed here on the way to town. And John's been telling me about Homer.
Yeah, has there been any improvement, Sheriff?
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it an improvement. He did come to for a couple of minutes.
Oh?
You don't see.
Yeah, if you tell me what he said. But I'm afraid it won't do much good. The fellow broke in night before last, along about midnight. He was a stranger, one they'd never seen before. And he didn't get a very good look at him either.
Oh, he was trying to rob Mr. Downfield. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's where it was.
Uh-huh.
Homer heard him prowling around in the parlor and come downstairs. The fellow let fly with a slug, caught Homer right under the shoulder. And he's lost a lot of blood. The doc thinks maybe one of his lungs is missed too.
Yeah, that sure is too bad.
Yeah. Well, not much I can do without a description. Evidence.
Sure, no one couldn't he tell you anything at all about the man?
No, as far as Homer can recollect, he was medium height, medium build, just about all. Except for the song, you see.
The song?
Yeah. Homer didn't pass out right after the shot, entirely. He remembers hearing the fellow searching around and humming and singing to himself while he was at it. Talking about silver and gold and getting old. Homer wasn't too clear in his own mind, and as far as I can tell, it's a song I never heard before. You ever hear it, Sam?
No, it don't sound familiar to me, Sheriff.
What about you, Bud? Bud?
I've heard it, John.
Huh?
At least I've heard something mighty similar. Mighty similar.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Our country was founded by men who had faith in God and who were willing to endure hardship and sacrifice for the sake of that faith. In these troubled times, there is need to support a way of life based on the enduring principles of religion, which knit the family together, makes for good citizenship, and build the character of the children. The religious institutions in your community need your interest and support, so take an active part in religious affairs. Your pastor, rabbi, or priest will give you invaluable family counsel and aid if you're a newcomer to the community. To face the problems of the future, America must be morally strong, and that moral strength comes through worship and faith. Go to church this week and take someone with you. Now, Act 2 of The Six Shooters, starring James Stewart as Dick Thompson.
Well, I told Sheriff General about running into Toby Yeager and his guitar, about the tune Toby tried to teach me. Of course, that didn't prove that Yeager had anything to do with shooting Homer Banfield, even though it was a new song. Like Toby said, it was popular back east, and there might be other folks who knew it out west, too. But Yeager had been around Pearl City lately. He told me so himself. He was a medium-sized man and a stranger. So I gave the girl all the details.
Well, it sure ain't much to go on, but it's something. I reckon we gotta get started.
Tell you the truth, Dick, back then figure him will last more than another day or two. If you don't get this Yeager fella back before he... Well, you're saying that he sang a certain song. That ain't gonna convict him of murder.
No, of course not.
Now, let's go.
Well, you don't need me,
I
Sheriff.
need somebody to pick up this fella's trail and point him out to me, don't I?
Well, I could tell you
Oh,
about
they're
it.
just wasting time, Dick. If we're going after this man, let's get started.
All right, Sheriff, all right. It took us a couple hours to ride back to the place where Yeager and I camped for the night. When we split up, he said he was heading south, so the sheriff and I looked around for his trail that way. We didn't have too much trouble finding it. There was only one thing: he hadn't gone south. It was not very long. As soon as he hit Little Creek, a mile or so from the camp, he turned west toward Saddle Mountain. We were able to make pretty good time the rest of the day, and that trail didn't look like he was in too much of a hurry, so I figured maybe we can gain on him. We didn't stop for supper, we just kept right on going, and even after nightfall, there was enough moon so we could still make out his tracks. Well, about 9 o'clock, we were moving through the pass between Saddle Mountain and Porcupine Creek. We're getting pretty high up, too, and I'm in a tree, just a dead pine once in a while. Easy, sir. Wait. Hold up a minute, Jack. I thought I heard something. I guess it was wrong. Maybe the wind changed it. Yeah. There it is again, good? Let's get there. Right around that bend.
Think we better move in, Dick.
I rode up on him last night and he seemed torn out.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, Yeager? Yeah, I said it changed my mind. No, not exactly. Yeager, this is Pete Jenner from Pearl City. Howdy, Mr. Jenner. You two never met up before while you were working in Pearl City. Oh?
Well, recollect why?
Mr. Jenner's the sheriff.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I'm thinking in time for a few days, and I always said that my good behavior. These guys, I never had no run-in with the law.
Yeah.
There's something I can do for you, Jim?
Yeager, a fellow was shot the other day. Shot and robbed. Farmer just outside of town.
Oh?
He didn't recognize the man who did it. He remembers one thing about him, though. The song he was singing.
Well, I I reckon I ain't the only man that gives out with his phone once in a while, am I?
No, but this particular song, well, it's the one you played for me last night.
I played a lot of songs for you last night, Mr. Francis.
Silver Threads Among the Gold. That was the name of it.
Yeah.
You said it was a new tune, as I recall. Picked it up by you.
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, ain't you kind of dropping to conclusions, Mr. Francis? Nobody's accusing you of anything, will you? Well, then just what is it you want? I want you to come back to Pearl City with me. Let Hannah Danfield take a good look at you, see if he can identify you. Danfield?
Well, that's the man that was shot.
He's still alive, huh? Do you think he was dead, River? I didn't think nothing about it, one way or the other. How much money you got with you? $50. And showing it to me? Might look all the same, don't it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. 45, 48. $48. Oh, that's what it said, about $50. That's what Mr. Danfield had stolen from his Santa cabinet. About $50. The money's mine. I was working for the Santa Fe that just paid me off the other day. Where on the gun, please? So you, so Francis. I'll take it. Sure. All right, River. Let's go. You want to get started right now? As soon as you're ready. It'll take me a couple of minutes to get my house together and the house started.
Yeah, I'll give you a hand.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Francis. Well, here. Do you mind fastening this onto the back of my saddle? Didn't want to go up and leave my guitar behind.
Yeah. I'll take care of it, sir. Well, we rode all night, the three of us. Nobody did much talking, but every once in a while, Jaeger would let loose with some humming and singing. He sure didn't seem very worried about what had happened when he came face to face with Danfield. I couldn't make up my mind. Maybe it was just that he had a clear conscience, or maybe he was putting up a good front for our benefit. Anyway, around about 6 o'clock in the morning, we were riding past the O'Hara farm. That meant we were almost there, down to his place for the night. Donald came running out of the barn carrying a pail of milk. When he saw us, he set the milk down and gave a holler.
Very nice. Very nice.
Go stop.
Morning, Sam.
So you found the fellow you were looking for, Peter? Yeah, we found him. Well, it's so too bad you into all this trouble.
What do you mean?
That's true, Mr. Danfield. He is no longer with us. No, he passed away a little before midnight last night. God rest his soul.
Tell me, Sam, did he say anything more before he died?
No, sir, it's not a word.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, looks like you don't have no more use for me, sir. You ain't going to prefer charges of murder just on account of the sign. I can send you time for that. Well,
I guess he's right, sir.
yeah. All right, River. Here's your money and it's done. Thank you. Well, so long, Jim.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I don't know whether you had anything to do with this or not. I guess nobody will ever know for certain. Except you.
I guess that's it.
But you know, Jerry. And if you did it all the rest of your life, you'll know it.
That all you want to tell me, Frank?
That's right.
Well, go on. What do you think, Bud? Did he do it?
Well, I just don't know.
There's some coffee in the kitchen if you'd be liking a cup.
Thanks, John, but I'd better get in town.
Well, how about you, Mr. Conklin?
I could use a cup of coffee.
Well, I'll be seeing you.
Take it easy.
Yeah. Sorry you had that ride for nothing, Bud.
Well, that's all right. I guess I brought on the car. Go on.
The kitchen doors around this way, Mr. Conklin. No, there was a film about Homer Danfield. Oh, now it's about time you got up, young man. You remember Mr. Conklin, don't you?
Yes, sure.
Hi, Dick.
I'm just fine, Mike.
Hey, what are you doing with Toby Yeager? Is he still here?
No, not exactly. But you know him, Mike?
Well, he was working over on the railroad. We met a couple of times. Played poker over at Red Tip up there.
Oh, Michael, I told you, you can't afford to be losing your money.
Oh, I never lost, pal. Not when Toby was in the game. Why, he's got the worst luck any man I ever played with. Played the other night. Railroad paid him off, and he lost every cent of it.
What night was that, Mike? Was that the night Homer Banfield was shot?
Come to think of it, I guess it was.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think maybe I'll skip that coffee for the time being, John. Thanks anyway. What you and me doing at home, huh?
What's that? Easy.
That's $48 you're calling. That isn't kind of fair, man.
What do you mean?
You lost your pay the other night on a poker game.
Oh?
Where'd you get the $48, man?
That might be kind of hard to explain, Thompson.
It sure is.
It's like you was wrong, don't it?
Huh?
Well, you said if I was the fellow who shot him, nobody'd know it, except me.
You shot him, huh?
Sure.
Yeah. Maybe we'd better go back to first, get it.
Yeah.
The Six-Shooter is a transcribed NBC radio network production in association with Review Production. It is based on a character created by Frank Bush and is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture The Glenn Miller Show. Others in the cast were Ben Wright, Bert Collins, Will Wright, and Barney Phillips, who played Peggy. The guitarist was Bob Bain. Special music for this program, made by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnson. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Oh, by the way, you'll be interested in knowing that the Six-Shooter has been chosen for broadcast to our men overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is John Ward speaking. Donald Terry stars in Jason and the Golden Fleece tonight on the NBC Radio Network. In a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. But first, Friday evening on NBC, hear the Dinah Shore Show and Songs with Sinatra. The laughter starts tomorrow with the Bob Hope Show and continues with that wonderful Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. But that's not all. You'll also hear Can You Top This and Fibber McGee and Molly. It's a great Friday night lineup of programs. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. The saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call him both the Six-Shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. A transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Whit Pontiff, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends.
first, I didn't know what I was getting into. The town of Virtue City had never looked like this before. Banner over the main street, posters stuck in the store windows, bunting draped across most of the buildings. It was the wrong time of year for the county fair. I pulled up the Mansion Hotel and headed into the lobby.
Yes, sir?
I'd like a room for the night.
I guess we can fix you up, mister, if you'll just sign the book.
Sure. Oh, by golly.
Never mind. I'll blot it up. You just stand back out of the way. I put a new point in that pen this morning, but I guess some people, well...
I'm sure I'm sorry about it.
Yeah. Well, that'll be 50 cents in advance, Mr. Pansett?
That's right. There you go.
You're really a Brit, Pansett?
Well, if he ain't, he's sure been fooling a lot of folks for quite a spell. How are you, Brit?
Yeah, Doc Cross. Where'd you come from?
I've been sitting there behind that uranium plant. I thought I recognized you when you come in.
I'll be darned.
Here's your key, Mr. Pansett, number 12.
Oh, thanks.
About that ink blot, I know it wasn't your fault. They just don't make 10 points the way they used to. Inferior workmanship.
Sure.
You in a hurry to go upstairs, Brit?
No, not especially.
Well, come on over to your window and sit for a spell. We can sort of keep our eye on the street and see what's going on.
All right, Doc.
Well, what have you been up to, Brit?
Oh, same as usual. I was riding herd over Smoke Falls for the last 6-7 weeks. Probably go back there in the spring.
Uh-huh. Here, just let me get my instrument bag out of the way. Yeah. There's a place for you.
Oh, you treating somebody in the hotel?
No, not exactly. I sort of make my headquarters here in the hotel nowadays.
Well, what happened to your regular office?
Oh, I still got it. But, hotel's handy. What with all this fighting and shooting going on so much of the time.
Shooting?
You ain't heard the news, huh, Bill?
No, I guess I haven't.
Yeah. You see, Gus Cotton moved into Virtue City a couple of months ago.
Gus Cotton?
You know who Gus is, Bert, that gunfighter. He used to be part of the McGinnis gang over at Willowfork.
Oh, sure, yeah, I've heard of him.
Well, it seems Gus and Teresa McGinnis had sort of a falling out. Gus decided it would be healthier for him and his kid brother Roy to change residence, so they come over here. And by now, they're just about taking over the whole town.
Well, I just can't believe that Sheriff Davenport would let a thing like that happen, Doc.
And George Davenport was killed last August, Bert.
He was...
No. I reckon it was an accident. At least that's what the inquest said.
Well, who's taking his place?
Well, there ain't been nobody so far. New sheriff will be elected tomorrow, along with the mayor, usually town officers.
Oh, I see. So that's why the place all fixed up, huh? Election day. Yeah. I was kind of wondering about that.
Yeah, it's been a real hot campaign, too. Sheriff part of it, that is. I ain't had so much medical business since the Apaches has moved on to the reservation.
Who's running?
Ernie Needle, he's one of the candidates. You remember Ernie Brett, the blacksmith?
Oh, sure. And he's a good man, too. He makes a good sheriff, I know.
Yeah, if he wins. Roy Cotton's running against him, Gus's brother.
I see.
Of course, in the fair election, Ernie's been hands down, but Gus Cotton's doing his best to see it won't be fair.
Yes, huh?
Yeah. Half the voters in town have been bought off. The ones who won't be bought, they've been threatened. Why, if anybody even... Here, maybe you can give us a hand. I'm sort of chairman of the group that's backing Ernie Needy. The Citizens Committee to Keep Virtue in Virtue City. That's what we call ourselves.
I see.
Now, Britt, if you could join up with us...
Now, hold on, Doc. I'm not a voter in this town. I'm not even a resident.
I know, but you've got influence. Lots of influence. And if you...
Well, Doc,
well, you have lots of influence, Britt. And look, if you was to come to our rally at the schoolhouse tonight and sort of sit up there on the platform next to Ernie Needy, well, that might win some of Roy Cotton's votes.
No, I'm sorry, Doc. No, this isn't none of my business. Now, you know that as well as I do.
Now, Britt...
No, so long, Doc. Well, I went upstairs in the room. Number 12 was on the north side, facing Ernie Needle's blacksmith shop. It looked like Ernie had closed up for the day. He was probably out politicking somewhere. wind seemed kind of stuffy, so I opened up the window. It feels warm. Sounds like some more business is heading back. I leaned out, but I couldn't see anything. The student must have been around in front. Yeah. Yeah, come on in.
Howdy.
Yeah, howdy.
Good work, Francis.
What's that?
I'm Roy Cotton.
Uh-huh.
Understand you were having a little chat with Doc Cross just now.
Uh-huh.
Doc, a friend of yours?
Yeah, I guess you could say so,
You know, it's funny, ain't it, how friends sometimes get a man into trouble?
Yeah, that's so.
Yeah. Yeah. You plan to stay around town for long, Francis?
I hadn't made up my mind yet. Why?
I was just wondering if you were going to be here for the election tomorrow. You heard about the election.
I heard about it.
I wasn't anxious to run for sheriff, you understand, but many folks seem to think it was their duty, so I had to oblige.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it, Roy. You might not be elected.
I'll be elected.
Why do you got the votes counted already, huh?
I'll be elected. But there ain't no outside interference.
I see.
So maybe it'd be best if you just moseyed on out without sticking around for the vote.
Well, the doc mentioned something about a rally tonight. Asked me to attend.
You're not going to attend no rally, Francis.
That's exactly what I told the doc.
You attending that?
That's all.
Yeah, all right. I guess I'm needing to bother you.
But now that you mention it, Cotton, I'm sort of reconsidering my decision.
What do you mean?
Well, your barging in here and ordering me around might make me sort of consider changing my mind.
Now, you listen here, Ponce. If you ain't going to that rally tonight, you ain't even going to be in Virtue City after sundown.
You're not, huh?
Well, if you are, you're just asking for me and Gus to do something about it.
Maybe I am, Cotton. Maybe I am.
Okay, Ponce. You had your warning.
You're right. I'm not leaving town, so if you want to do something about it, this is as good a time as any other. That gun you're wearing's loaded, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, sure, but...
Well, then why don't you go ahead and draw?
You ain't got the 6-shooter.
It's right here on the dresser.
I'd be taking advantage.
It might not work out that way. Huh?
Well, I don't want to shoot up no hotel room, Ponce.
The rent's paid in advance. All right, Cotton.
Now, look here, Ponce. Now, coming up here to see you, well, it was my brother's idea. Gus thought, now, what I mean is, he said that you was to have till sundown to get out of town, and he wouldn't like it if I was to jump the gun.
Well, I guess nobody exactly welcomes the idea of being told what he can do and what he can't do. And I suppose when it comes right down to it, I'm as stubborn as the next man. So, instead of leaving town, I had supper in the hotel dining room, and afterwards, I sort of moseyed over in the direction of the schoolhouse. There were only 3 or 4 horses out in front, a couple of buggies. Didn't look like the Citizens Committee to keep Virtue and Virtue City had drawn much of a crowd. Well, I hadn't really planned on attending the rally. I was going to walk right by and head back to the hotel. But just as I started to move past the school, I spotted Roy Cotton waiting behind a big elm tree across the street. There was another fellow with him, bigger, older. Good reason he was Roy's brother, Gus. And it's good reason that if I left without going inside, they'd figure they'd bluff me into keeping away. So, the meeting was in the combination 4th, 5th, sixth grade classroom, and Doc Cross was introducing the various candidates when I opened the door.
And the candidate for mayor, our good friend Cecil Alcott. You all know Bob Spitzer, who's running for Clarence. And last but far from least, the man who will be responsible for maintaining law and order. Ernie Needle, candidate for sheriff. Now, folks, I guess that's about all, so let's just... Wait a minute, looks like we got a producer. Yeah, sure, step right up here, Britt, step right up here.
Now, hold on, Doc. I didn't mean to interrupt the meeting here. I was just scrolling by.
You ain't interrupting, Britt, you're a godsend. Don't, listen to me now. Now, quiet down, will you? Now, listen. Mr. Ponce's arrival here puts a whole new complexion on things.
Why? Well, I sure don't see how.
I know there ain't very many of us here tonight, and from the size of this meeting, looks like we're fighting a hopeless battle. But we ain't. Not now. Not anymore. There's enough of us here to spread the word. We've got to see to it that by the time the polls open tomorrow, every voting citizen in Great Sioux City knows that the six-shooter is on our side.
Now, whoa, Doc. Now, hold on here.
You take the folks who live west of Cedar Street. You take the section over by the creek. I'll cover the area along Fulton Avenue. And another thing, you tell everybody that we're to be right there at the polls to see that the voting's done on the up and up.
Doc, now you listen to me, Doc. Now see here, Doc. Now you just see here, Doc.
Was there something you wanted to say, Dick?
Well, Doc, you know doggone well there's something I want to say. I'm not going to have folks running all over town claiming that I'm interfering in this election. Now, you just go and call them off, Doc, and you just stop them before it's too late.
I'm afraid it's too late now, Dick. It looks to me like they're on the way. And I better get started myself. I'm going to make it over to my section before everybody's asleep.
Okay, Doc, okay. You just go right ahead, but you're going to be pretty foolish looking in the morning.
What do you mean, Dick?
I mean that I'm not taking part in your election tomorrow, no matter what you tell people.
You won't do your duty, huh?
My duty is to mind my own business.
Dick, the law says there's supposed to be one man at the polls who's unbiased, who's neutral, so to speak.
Huh?
Well, of course, here, since there's no sort of lie with Ernie Needle in our committee, but technically, you're nonpartisan. Seeing how you can't even vote yourself, I mean.
Oh, yeah?
Now, look, Dick. All that I'm trying to do is to see that this election's carried out strictly according to the law. The law says we've got to have us a nonpartisan president at the polls. Well, I'm not even certain if the election would be legal if you wasn't sure.
Well, I wouldn't want to stand in the way of the election being written. I mean, if you're certain that... well, if it's really necessary, but honestly, Doc, I just can't believe that...
Well, it's up to you, Dick. Entirely up to you. So,
Now, Doc, wait a minute.
We're set up in the hotel lobby, Dick. Polls open at 7 a.m. Just let your conscience be your guide, Dick. Let your conscience be your guide. Right.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Meantime, I'd like to pass on a word of thanks for the many gratifying letters we receive each week from you, our audience. And this word of thanks comes not only from Jimmy Stewart, but from our director, Jack Johnstone, our writer, Frank Burke, our skilled technicians, in fact, all of us who are involved in the production of the program. We appreciate your letters far more than you may think, even though we may not be able to answer all of them. That is why we take this way of saying thank you.
Well, I just didn't seem to get to sleep that night, and along about 5 a.m. I gave up trying. And it was just as well a bit because that was when Doc Cross showed up to take me down to breakfast. He kept saying that he wasn't trying to influence me one way or the other about being an election official, but as soon as we finished eating, he sure steered me straight toward that voting booth in the lobby. And the next thing I knew, somebody handed me a sheet of paper with a list of names on it, and people started filing up to get their ballots, and, well, the voting went off real smooth. There was just one shooting, and that turned out to be just a place one. And when it finally came time to shut down the polls, just about everybody who was eligible had cast a ballot. There'd been a real good turnout, too. I didn't stick around for the counting. I figured I'd done my share, so I had some supper and I went upstairs to the room. I sure was tired. Not having any sleep the night before, and I didn't sit around indoors all day. I took my boots off. I sort of stretched out flat on the bed for a couple minutes. I didn't intend to doze off. I was just trying to build up my strength to go on with my undressing, but I don't know. Yeah? What the sound, fellas? Yeah. Is that you, Doc? Come in. What can I do for you?
We just finished counting the votes. Jeff Perkins and me. Leaving Miss Ponset.
Howdy, Jack. Well, how'd the election turn out?
Well, it's kind of hard to say, Bill.
Well, now, come on, Doc. Did Ernie win, or didn't he?
No, Bill, no, he didn't win.
Oh.
But it could have been worse. It could have been less worse.
I see. It'd be close, huh?
Oh, I wouldn't exactly call it close, Mr. Ponset.
Well, suppose you just give me the figures, huh, Doc?
Well, in the race for sheriff, we figured that was the most important contest.
Yeah?
Ernie Meter got 7 votes.
7 votes, huh? Is that all?
Yeah, that was his total. He made certain. And Roy Coughlin, he got 33.
33. Well, I'm sorry, Doc, but I guess the people want Roy for their sheriff. They're entitled to have him.
Yes. I'd say folks are entitled to whoever they want.
Well, I have to admit, I'm kind of surprised, though. I thought Ernie would do better than that. By the way, folks were voting. I just thought that it... Now, just hold on a minute here, Doc. Now, there's something funny here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you said Ernie got 7 and Roy talking 33.
That's right.
Oh, that's 33 and 7. That only makes 40 votes. Why, there must have been twice that many votes cast.
101, you know.
101. Well, that means there are about 60 ballots you haven't accounted for.
61 to be exact.
Yeah?
That's how many you got.
That's how many I got. That's how many who got?
It gives me a great pleasure to announce that you've just been elected sheriff of Virtue City by a landslide. Congratulations.
Now, hold on here, Doc. What do you mean?
It's the greatest write-in campaign in the history of this here town. Yes, sir, Bill.
What? Well, I can't believe this couldn't be true. It's just plain foolishness.
The people have spoken.
Doc Francis, you had something to do
It
with
was
this.
a spontaneous movement. Purely spontaneous.
Well, whatever it is, you know doggone well I won't take the job of sheriff. I don't even live here.
Well, you just took the Virtue City Incorporation papers. It must have been an oversight, but they don't say a word about town officials having to be residents.
Well, if you've got the idea I'm accepting this office, you're just mistaken. Even if this election is legal.
Oh, it was legal, all right. It was legal. And as of right now, you are the legally elected sheriff.
All right. Then I resign.
Well, I sort of thought you might feel that way, so I did a little more checking. According to town law, you've got to submit your resignation in writing to the mayor, and he's got to prove it. But we don't have a new mayor yet. Not until you get sworn in.
Now, hold on a minute, Doc. It was the office of sheriff that I got elected to, remember? You told me.
Mr. Ponset, the voters kind of got in the habit of writing in your name and
You don't mean they're electing mayor, too?
we had a 2-to-1 majority.
You don't mean... What?
Yep.
You didn't do so good for touring, though.
Both spikes should reach out by 4 votes. They don't feel too bad about it, Dick. Both real popular men.
Well, I just don't accept. This is the most outlandish thing I've ever heard of.
It is mighty unusual. I agree with you there.
Unusual. It's ridiculous. Well, I can tell you I've got no more intention of being mayor than I have of being sheriff.
I don't blame you, Dick. I don't blame you about the mayor part, that is. As a matter of fact, you couldn't hold both jobs if you wanted to. There's a town ordinance against it.
I don't care if what'd you say?
Yes, sir. One man can't hold both jobs.
Well, that's something.
But like I said, you're resigning the sheriff's position is kind of complicated, you see. Not only have we got the problem of who's going to accept the resignation.
I'm the mayor. I'll accept it myself.
Well, even so, according to our statutes, when the sheriff resigns or retires, the job goes to the man who got the second highest number of votes.
So you mean Roy Coffin would take over my place?
The gist of it, Mr. Fawcett.
Uh-huh.
So you see the spots we'd be putting us into. Besides, Mr. Fawcett, the people elected you, and they're entitled to have you. You said so yourself.
When I said that, I didn't have any idea that this... Now, look here. There's got to be some way out of this situation. Ernie Needle's the man this town needs for sheriff, and he ought to have the job. Isn't that what you wanted?
Well, maybe so, but... Well, I just don't see how we can work it out till he gets it. Well, it's getting late. I guess we need to sleep. Probably have a big day tomorrow, what with all swearing in ceremony.
Now, don't run off, Doc. Now, let's get it settled yet.
Oh, I did not things will settle themselves. They usually do. Good night, Miss Fawcett. Oh, by the way, Dick, I'll just leave you a star here on the dresser. There's a little rust on the point where the curtains ward off, but you can call us and they'll take care of it.
Well, that was the second night in a row I didn't get much sleep. And first thing in the morning, as soon as I figured it was time for the town hall to open, I headed down there and I did a little hunting through the legal code myself. And it was all true what Doc Carson told me. If I gave up the job of sheriff, Roy Cotton would be next in line for it. So, about 9 o'clock, a delegation headed by Doc Frost came in to make the preparations for the swearing-in ceremony. I told them that the ceremonies just had to be postponed until I had a talk with the Cotton brothers. They were living in the old Peterson place.
Coming out here, Ponset. If you figure on making a name for yourself as sheriff by arresting us, you better do some more figuring.
Arresting you? You mean you boys have done something illegal?
No, he never said that.
Well, putting you under arrest is the farthest thing from my mind. Of course, if you think I should.
And just what is it you do want, Ponset?
Well, the fact of the matter is, it's my understanding that Roy here would inherit the sheriff's job if anything happened that I wasn't able to go on.
That's right, Ponset. And like as not, something will happen, too.
Uh-huh. Well, I was just thinking that under those circumstances, it might be a good idea for Roy to get all the experience he can while I'm around showing the ropes.
You want me to work with you?
I don't see why not. Come to think of it, I could use you both as deputies.
Deputy?
Yeah, that'll save me getting the whole big party together. I think the three of us ought to be able to handle the McGinnis gang.
McGinnis?
Jason McGinnis. You heard about him, haven't you? Oh, that's right. You all used to be sort of friendly, didn't you, before you had that falling out looking at her,
Yeah, you don't mean Jason McGinnis is heading this way.
Well, it's probably just another false rumor. There's probably not a way to prove it.
Yeah, but why'd he be coming in here, Jack? Unless he's after us,
Yeah. Well, now, if you fellows would just hold up your hands, I'll give you the oath.
No, wait a minute, Ponset. Maybe it'd be better if you were to take out more of a posse.
Oh, no, gosh, no. Like as not, Tracer won't be bringing his whole gang, maybe only 10 or 12 of them. All right, now, boys, you hold up your hands.
I ain't gonna mix it up with Jason McGinnis, Ponset. I have nothing in my head.
But, boy,
You're right for once.
Well, I'm afraid you fellows don't quite understand. Now, according to the ordinance passed 2 years ago from November, if any man refuses to take part in the duly constituted posse, he forfeits all rights to hold office in the town of Virtue City from that time on. That would mean that you couldn't be sheriff, right?
Yeah, I don't figure that's going to make much difference, Possett. You see, we don't aim to stay around Virtue City anyhow.
Yeah, that's right. We were sort of kind of lead time there today, weren't we, Doc?
Yeah, we were just doing our packing when you come in.
Well, maybe we ought not to waste the pack, Doc. Then we'll get us boys out fast when they're on the move.
They sure do. Come on.
Oh, I wouldn't hurry myself too much, boys. If you ask me, I think you'll have plenty of time to finish packing before they get here. Plenty of time. Well, as things worked out, they needn't have heard it all. As far as I know, Trace and McGinnis never did show up in Virtue City. Of course, Ernie Needle became sheriff that very same day, right after I resigned. And I guess he hasn't had too much trouble keeping folks alive. You see, the Clinton brothers haven't been heard of since they beat it out of town. It's a bit different story. A person really shouldn't believe in rumors. It's funny the way they get started, isn't it?
The Six-Shooter is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is written by Frank Burke and is based on a character created by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were Carlton Young, Val McKinnon, Paul Richards, Frank Driscoll, and Junius Matthews. Special music for this program is by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is John Wall speaking. Tonight we're in address by President Eisenhower on the NBC Radio Network. You'll hear James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. There's music for you for all evening with two of your favorite song styles. First, it's the Dinosaur Show, and then songs with Sinatra. There's lots to do in your Friday lineup with three comedy favorites. The Bob Hope Show with Bob, Jeff, Jerry Colonna, the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show, and Can You Top This? It's a great Friday night program lineup, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dried brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. It's handle and nut. People call them both the Six-Shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Thompson, the Texas plainsman who wandered to the Western Territory, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends.
It was about 7 o'clock on a Saturday evening, and I was riding down the east trail that led from Kansas City over to Crown Ranch. It's been a real warm day. A little breeze is coming up now, and there's a cool north and a nice comfortable twilight. I haven't seen any signs of habitation for the last few miles. The soil was pretty thin and sandy, probably wouldn't grow much. But a little further on, the ground turned down, rich looking. I noticed a plain house sitting back there 50 yards back from the trail. When I was almost even with the house, the front door opened and somebody came running out toward me. Young boy, looked like about 15, 16, wearing blue jeans and a checkered shirt and with a peaked cap pulled down over his ears. Wolf.
Howdy, son. What can I do for you?
You come from town, mister?
That's right.
You didn't want to cross Friendly DeWitt on the trail, did you?
Friendly DeWitt.
You know him, don't you, mister? He runs the cabin listen to you.
How's that?
Oh, sure, we're too far out to get into town very much, so he brings around a wagon load of goods every once in a while. I just don't know what we do without him. Well, just find out how all my job. Just find out about Sunday, like I told you. The gentleman ain't seen him, ma'am. Oh, but the best thing I do
What was that she called you?
Cindy Lou?
But that's a girl's name. Hey, it's light here, the way you were dressed. I sort of thought maybe you were...
It don't matter. Thanks again, mister.
So long. Cindy Lou. Well, I just saw them cutting the wheel. Okay, come on. I figured I'd had about 8 miles to go before I reached Pine Ranch. I haven't been through this part of the country. It's hard to spell. But it's pretty certain Floyd Prince would remember me from the old days. He'd sign me on for the summer if he hadn't heard me. It was about 15 minutes later, I came to the fork in the trail. I saw a wagon rolling along from the south. It was some wagon, too. Almost twice the size of anything I'd ever run into before. And the way the canvas bells out, it looked like it was loaded to the brim. Well, it stood to reason. This was the traveling mercantile that Cindy Lou had mentioned. Whoa, baby, whoa, easy now. Howdy, friend. Amen. You're, Mr. DeWitt, I tell you.
You take it right there, good for that Mr. Brown. Just call me friendly, like the rest of us. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Something you need in this one?
No.
Relations, feel about the flour, salt, kitchen utensils, ammunition, yardage, sewing equipment, anything at all. Just you name it, I got it. Here in my wagon.
You sound like something to short with that.
Oh, that's only a part of it. I didn't even touch on my medical supplies. Old Doc Box's painkiller, for simple all-purpose salve, Miss Jenner's bunion classes and corn removers. You got any corns that's covering you, mister? They're just the thing.
No, I don't do too much walking.
Oh. Some liniment then.
No, it sounds just the same. I'm in pretty good health. So
Yeah, what about wearing apparel? I got a full-on Levi's shirt, bandanas, cotton and wool socks.
No, I'm just not in the market for anything, Sandy. The only reason I stopped is to tell you that those folks down the trail are getting kind of anxious about you.
Folks down the trail?
You know, the farmhouse a couple miles south.
I just can't imagine who you're talking about, mister. I ain't even heard of that yet. I'm making a delivery over to Davis Ranch near Evergreen. As Davis girls get married tomorrow morning, I'm bringing all the paraphernalia for the wedding. You sure somebody in this neighborhood looking for me?
They seem to be. I don't know the family's name exactly. The girl I bumped into is called Cindy Lou.
Well, must be some Leonians. But where with great yellow country? Typerwriter. That says the orders will have daughter soon. What time you make it out to be, mister? I ain't on tight my shipment of alarm clocks yet.
Oh, it must be 7:30.
Maybe I can get there before they leave. If I don't have in, he'll skin me alive. Giddy up with it. Come on now, Francis. Come on. I knew there was something else. And I was working on that just only this morning, too. Salt in the hand. Go on, mister. Hope you enjoy the good,
Dan, what do you... Come on. Dan, what are you talking about?
Well, that's where you head me, isn't it? Down.
Yeah, as a matter of fact it is, but I didn't know about any dance or anything. I was going to ask Floyd Prince for job.
You mean tell me you ain't heard about the celebration, you mean?
No, I was.
Well, it's the son of Floyd Prince's son. He just come home from school back east.
Well, you mean Monty Prince?
Yeah, that's the boy's name. You know him, mister?
Yeah, used to. He was just a little silver then. He's all grown up, huh?
Well, he must be 20 or so, somewhere along in there. I guess he'll be taking over town one of these days.
Well, I reckon better put off my job hunting for some other time. I wouldn't want to bother Floyd and give him a party. I'll ride along with you this fall, Sammy.
Well, if you're in the case of the Floyd Princes, I know you'd be more than welcome in the party. Like everybody in the neighborhood's been invited.
Maybe so. But fact is, I'm not too good at square dancing. I don't know, but there's just something about my legs. A little too much of it.
Well, I just hope you're the only absentee.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, how did daughter find? She's come to wear this to address her ma orders from me.
Oh,
Well, I guess she's on the telephone right now. She sure takes after her.
she does. Huh?
Yes, sir. And now not delivering the right bit on time, well, there'll be a real catastrophe. You see, Hattie's aiming to marry her son off to this young Monty Prince. And she'll probably manage it too. Hattie usually gets her own way. Uh-oh. Look over there, mister. Buggy coming up the trail. That'll be Hattie and Paul on the way to town.
Well, I wouldn't be but surprised.
Yeah, she looks the engine back at just now. They started off. Yeah, the best thing for me to do is to stay out of sight. I'll get my wagon over under these trees here. Here's the country using that.
But what is it? They're bound to see you.
You don't know how to use like I do.
They know.
Well, she's as near sighted as a buffalo. Can't see a hand in front of the face unless she's wearing her bifocals. Yeah, and she won't be wearing them either. Not if she's headed so soon, dude.
Well, what about the daughter?
Well, I suppose the son takes after her mother. She's as blind as a bat without her supposed to be. Get up on.
They never even danced over there.
Well, I guess I might as well mosey over to Davis now. Nice meeting you, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sally. I meant to introduce myself. My name's Pompey. Dick Pompey.
Oh, well, Mr. Pompey, I didn't recognize you.
No reason why you should, friendly. No reason you should.
Well, I heard so much about you. And I'm going. Here, Miss Pompey, here. I got me some samples of the new hair tonic. Smells real elegant, too. And maybe like try it. They say the girl says that. Not that there's anything matter with your hair, you understand?
Well, my supply is kind of decreasing. A little tonic might be very handy.
Just a bit. Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, thanks, friendly.
My pleasure, Miss Pompey. My pleasure. Well,
Say, I just happened to think, what happened to the other daughter? Well, that buggy that just went by, there were only 2 women on it. Now, the girl I met back at the farm, she wasn't there.
Oh, you mean Cindy Lou? Well, she wouldn't be going to Princess down.
She wouldn't.
Oh, no. You see, Hattie ain't got much use for her. Cindy ain't had to see it since she just stepped there.
Oh.
Yeah, Hattie and Son, well, they just seem to be out of their way to make things miserable for her. Well, like you two dance, Princess, everybody knows that Monty Prince and Cindy Lou used to be real friendly when they were kids. Well, she probably give her right piece to do that Friday night. She's in again, but... Yeah.
That's too bad she can't.
Yeah, but there's nothing anybody can do about it. Why, she don't even have a dress to her name. You know, I've got a hunch she'd be real pretty if Hattie ever allowed her to fix herself up.
Well, she seemed a mighty nice looking girl.
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
What's the matter?
Why shouldn't Cindy Lou go to that dance tonight? With all the stuff in your closet, I could fix her up so she'd be the prettiest girl there.
Maybe you can, Sonny. Maybe you can.
It should be a good display on Hattie and Son. Why, if they couldn't come my wagon at 50 feet, they'd never know Cindy Lou when I got done with her. Come on, Mr. Pompey.
Huh?
Yeah, girl can't go to square dance all by herself. She's got to have an escort.
Oh, I suppose so. But, now, hold on, Sonny. What, you don't mean me?
You're a friend of the princess. You take care of yourself.
Why, I'm old enough to be here.
If you don't have a country square dance, it'll be always fun. Get down to there, princess. Come on now, baby. Let's go, Carolyn. Come on, Mr. Pompey.
You want to loan me a dress?
And all the trimming, Cindy Lou. Before I get done with you, you'll be so beated up that your own stepmother won't recognize you.
And you want to take me to the dance, Mr. Pompey?
Sure. That is, you want to go?
That's right kindly of you both, but the fact is, I don't have no interest in attending the dance at the time.
Oh, you don't? Well, that's good.
I don't know where you ever got such a notion, Mr. DeWitt. As if I cared anything about seeing Monty Prince again. I haven't even thought of him since he went away to school. Not once.
Yeah. I reckon your stepsister Sam's done some thinking about him.
What a good it'll do. If Monty wouldn't look at... Not my business, but none of the others.
No, that's it. I'm sorry to bother you. Let's go, Sonny.
Okay, Miss Francis. Night, I believe. Was there something you wanted from me?
Maybe I know some kind of ungrateful. I mean, well, you both did put yourself out for me, and it was real generous of you to do it. I don't suppose it would do me no harm to go with that program. For a little while longer. If you really want me.
Well, now, that's more like it. Let's see now. The first thing you got to do is find the dog. You come on out to my wagon. We'll put something that'll make you look like a princess. Yes, sir, a real princess.
Well, I want to tell you, Friendly wasn't very far wrong. That's just exactly how Cindy Lou looked when she came out of her bedroom about half an hour later. And for a minute, we just stood there, just not saying a word, just staring at her.
When I look good enough to go with you?
Goodness. Now, Cindy Lou, yes, there's a picture. Think of it.
Sure. If you're all ready, Cindy.
Yes, that sounds strange. I forgot the shoes.
Shoes?
I don't have any party slippers of my own.
Oh. Well, if you can believe that's the only item I don't stock in my wagon. Well, I guess you can make do with a few of your own, can't you?
I don't see how. Well, look at them yourself.
I am carrying one pair of fancy slippers. They're part of the Davis girl's written outfit.
Yeah?
No, I couldn't learn to sing today. I got to leave for the Davis ranch as soon as he two start off for the dance. I promised I'd be there first thing in the morning, and it's a good 8 hours drive in that wagon, man.
Oh, I see.
I feel nice with you both anyhow. I never forget what you tried to do for me. And I felt what I put on this one.
Now, hold on. Just let me do some figuring. It's usually about midnight. I could do the big space lines out. Well, that's really enough. There ain't no reason why you both couldn't be back here before 12 o'clock.
No reason at all.
Well, I guess the next thing to do is to find out whether them slippers will fit or not. I'll be right in.
I just don't know what to say, Mr. Pond. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. It all seems like something out of a story.
You know, Cindy, I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, Cindy. Come on.
Gee, they sure do look small, don't they?
You think you can make them?
He's kind of tight, but
Well, try the other one. If you can get one on, the other ought to go too. Now, you going to be able to walk on?
I'll be able to walk all right, Mr. Dear. Well, I feel like I could almost fly.
Well, you better get started. You ain't have too long to dance. Don't forget that you got to have her back here by midnight.
Don't worry, Friendly, I won't forget.
You are listening to James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, the story of Dick Thompson, the Texas plainsman whose name has become legend throughout the Great Southwest. Now, Act 2 of the story called When the Shoe Doesn't Fit.
I see Cindy Lou up on Star. She managed to see herself in front of the saddle. I kind of held on to her so she could fall off. We started off with a town ramp. It took us about 45 minutes to get there, and that party was in full swing when we walked into the parlor.
What's your time? Bend your cat.
Floyd Prince came over to the bar when he saw us and told me we're more than welcome. He was real nice considering I'd invited myself. I sort of managed to avoid mentioning Cindy Lou's name, and what with all the hobgoblin, Floyd didn't seem to notice that I hadn't introduced her properly. But Floyd's son, Marty, well, he didn't wait for any introduction. He just took one look at Cindy, and that was the last I saw of her. As far as I could tell, the other girls at the party were just completely out of the picture from then on. I waited until there was an intermission and a dancing, and then I moseyed over to the punch bowl. Yes, ma'am, thank you.
I'm Mrs. Aaron. How are you?
Oh, how do you, Miss Aaron?
Oh, sir, over here, dear. I want you to meet somebody. This is my daughter, Karen, Miss Francis.
I'm pleased to meet you, Karen.
Speak up. Same satisfied.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, that young lady that you brought to the party, she doesn't seem to be spending much time with you, does she? That's the trouble when a man brings a pretty girl to a dance. He's apt to find himself all alone. Of course, now, some girls have character, as well as love. I say that. Oh, my goodness, let's start another dance. Now, Mr. Francis, don't think that you have to ask my permission to dance with Fern. You just go right ahead.
Yes. Fern? Like I said, I'm not much of a square dancer, but there just didn't seem to be any way of turning Fern down. Well, I guess I should say there wasn't any way of turning her mother down. So, we did her best. Whoop! Sorry, Fern. As the evening wore on, it didn't look like she had any other parts lined up. Well, I figured it was up to me to sort of fill in. Whoop! I sure didn't mean to kick you, Fern. There's one thing about her, though. She sure didn't talk a man to death. And somehow the time passed. The next thing I knew, it was after 11 o'clock. Now, that meant Cindy and I had to be sent home, so I looked around for her, but she wasn't in sight. I excused myself to Fern and headed out the front porch. Well, Cindy was there all right. The thing that surprised me was she was all alone. Looked like she'd been crying. Cindy.
I'm Francis.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Where's Marty?
I don't know.
Well, maybe you'd better find him and say goodnight.
I never want to see him. Not as long as I live.
Oh. Well, what happened? I thought you two were hitting off real good then.
I thought so too. How we were inside dancing everything was just wrong. And then all of a sudden we started acting like he didn't care about me. But he couldn't be spending all his time with one girl. Had to dance with somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Well, after all, the party is in his honor.
Not at all, Mr. Constance. He didn't even know who I was.
Well, didn't you tell him?
I thought sure he'd know. I never figured he'd forget me, not in just a few years.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've changed, Cindy, and the way you're all fixed up tonight.
Oh, that wouldn't matter. Not if Marty really liked me. I'd never forget him. I'd know him no matter how much he's changed.
Well, all you have to do is just tell him who you were.
Couldn't. I knew nothing telling me that. You've got to promise me you won't. Now, please, Mr. Thomas.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what you want. Well, I think maybe you'd better leave. You got everything?
I guess so. Sure.
I don't know. I just thought maybe you'd lost one of your clippers.
Clippers? Whatever gave you that idea?
I don't know. I just got across my mind for nothing. Come on, I'll get started. Well, it just goes to show you that stories in real life don't work out the same way. Instead of falling in love, Cindy and Monty Prince were just far away together, even farther. And they didn't seem to anywhere getting them together either. He wasn't going to be able to do it by finding one of her slippers at the dance, that's for sure. As a matter of fact, she couldn't have lost the shoe at the dance if she wanted to. When we got her home, we found out she couldn't even get them off.
Darn it, Cindy, you must not be playing. You didn't have this much trouble getting them on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. DeWitt. I'm doing my best. My feet must have swelled up from the dancing or something.
Here, let me do it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. They just plain stuck fast.
Oh, no. Maybe in the morning my feet will go back to normal.
Yeah.
Hey, look out the window there, Friendly. Isn't that a buggy out there?
Holy smoke. Clean and heavy. So long, Cindy, by this.
Well, wait a minute, Friendly. I don't want them catching me here either.
But what about the slippers and the wedding and all?
There's a bride wearing a long dress. She's clear down to the floor. She can get married in a bare feet if she has to.
Well, thanks for everything.
Good night, Cindy. I'm sorry things didn't work out better for you, but good night. Well, along about noontime the next day, I was in the hotel room watching up to come to dinner. They were planning to roast fried chicken, corn fritters, and appetite. The Castle Hotel always put the food on family style, so I figured I'd better be real prompt or there wouldn't be anything. Yeah? Yeah, come in. Oh, Marty. Oh, how you doing in town?
I came to see you, Francis.
No, that's all.
It's about that girl you brought out to the queen last night.
Well, I sort of had the impression you weren't too interested in her.
Oh, I'm interested, all right. I wish I wasn't, but I am.
I don't.
You see, Mr. Francis, before I went back east, I was, I was real fond of another girl. Cindy Lou Ann's her name is. And we sort of promised that we'd wait for each other. But last night, that girl with you, oh, she sort of made me forget Cindy.
She did.
For a while, anyway. And then I remembered, and I felt real bad because it didn't seem like I was being fair to Cindy. So I went inside and I left the other girl to herself. But doggone, all night long I kept thinking about both girls, and they sort of got mixed up in my mind. I couldn't even keep them straight.
You've got quite a problem there, haven't you?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Good morning, Mr. Francis. I finally managed to get... Oh,
Cindy Lou.
hello, Mandy.
Golly, it's good to see you. I was hoping you'd be at the dance last night.
Really?
You know, you haven't changed a bit.
No, I guess I haven't. So, in this paper bag, Mr. Francis, those things I borrowed last night. I thought maybe you could return them to Mr. DeWitt.
Well, I'm not sure I'll be running into him again, Cindy.
Here, Mr. Francis. Now be careful, don't you...
Just slip out of my fingers, huh? Well, here, I'll put these party shoes back in the sock.
Okay. Goodbye. I'm sorry. Goodbye, Mandy.
Cindy, wait a minute. Where did you get those shoes?
I don't know what you mean.
They're the same ones. They're exactly the same. Cindy Lou, you like the girl downstairs, you know. You and that other girl. Well, there wasn't any other girl. It was you. No wonder I couldn't get you straightened out in my...
What are you talking about?
Tell her, Mr. Plunkett, what I told you just before she came in.
Well, I think maybe you'd better tell her yourself, Molly. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of anxious to get downstairs while there's still some fried chicken left there.
Now, you listen to me, Elizabeth. I've been in love with you ever since I can remember.
I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. And it doesn't matter what kind of a dress you wear or how your hair cuts or...
Well, there wasn't much point in my hanging around to see if Cindy and We're just bound to live happily ever after.
The Sixth Shooter is a transcribed NBC radio network production in association with Review Productions. It is written by Frank Bush and is based on a character created by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were Barbara Eiler as Cindy Lou, and Eleanor Audley, Sandra Gould, Bill Johnstone, and Sam Edwards. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is John Wall speaking. Hear MacDonald Terry in Jason and the Golden Fleece tonight on the NBC Radio Network. In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the Sixth Shooter. There's music for you tomorrow with two of your favorite song stylists, Donnie Shore and Frank Sinatra. And tomorrow, you'll also hear a special RCA 35th anniversary program starring another of your vocal favorites, Terry Como. Friday also means comedy on NBC, and the laugh matrons include Fibber McGee and Molly and the experts on Can You Top This. It's a big Friday evening on NBC. James Stewart as the Sixth Shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, with handle unmarked. People call them both the Sixth Shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Sixth Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Dick Hunt, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends.
You was going to keep late this morning.
Oh, I just can't seem to get used to a hotel bed. The way you sink down in them, you feel like you're lying in a pile of quicksand. Where's Star? Star? Hey, my horse. I thought maybe I'd take a ride out towards Stalker Mountain. Put Star in, huh?
You know, Whit, I don't want you to fly off the handle.
What? What are you talking about?
The fact is, Star ain't in no stall at the moment.
Well, what's happened to him?
Now, but you know I wouldn't let anything happen to a horse that was left in my livery stable. You know that, don't you?
Lamb, where's Star? Just tell me where he is.
Well, he's out. You remember Jeff Alden, who runs the Willow Fork Gazette?
Sure.
Well, Jeff and his wife Joey has got a young lady that's from Smiley Backer. Her name is, she's Joey's niece.
Well, what in the thunder does all this have to do with my horse?
Well, there's no need to get the cut up, Whit. I'm explaining to you about Star.
So you're telling me about some woman named Myra Barker.
Well, that's where Star is out. Myra took him out for a little candy.
What?
Well, now, you see, she's from back east somewhere, since she ain't got no horse of her own, so every once in a while she runs one of mine.
Yeah, all right, go on, man.
Well, she come into the stable this morning about an hour ago, just when I was opening them up, and
She said she felt like taking a little gallop to work up an appetite for breakfast, and so she is a first-class rider, Dick.
I don't care if she... What got into you, Lamb? The idea of letting some woman ride out of here with straw.
No, I tried to argue with her, but Miss Barker is a real forceful young lady. She said she was sure you wouldn't mind since she was only going for a raise, and she told me I should give you the remedy, and here it is, at 25.
I don't want any money, Lamb. I want my horse.
They ought to be back, but now Miss Barker usually never stays out more than 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Don't start talking about Paul. She'll bring him in all right.
I'm not worried about him. He'll come in of his own accord.
Of his own accord? What are you talking about?
Listen, I've had that horse since he was a colt. I built him myself.
You sure did, sir.
And he won't let anybody else ride him but me. Well, the last time anybody tried to mount that horse, he spooked and he threw the fellow a good 20 feet right straight up in the air.
Oh, you don't say that. Well, I noticed he actually kind of skittered since he started getting on, but I figured that was because he wasn't used to being rode with a side saddle.
Oh, of course he's side saddle. You mean she's riding Scar's side saddle?
Well, she's a real lady, dear.
Yeah, well, she's a lady. She won't be much of a lady lying out in a bed of cactus somewhere. Come on, lad, we better start looking.
I guess so. Well, I'll take that girl, and you can take my... Look, you there. Through the door. See her coming down the street?
Well, I'll be done.
Say, I never knew Star was a trick horse.
Neither do I.
Well, then where'd he learn that fancy stuff she's got him doing?
Not really.
You had me all worried, saying he wouldn't let nobody else ride him. I ought to know better than to take you serious, Dick.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Barker, this is Mr. Comfort. Remember I told you Star belongs to him?
Oh, yes, of course. How are you, Mr. Comfort?
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you, ma'am.
Well, if you don't mind my darling Star. Mr. Pete didn't want me to take him, but I just couldn't resist the way he looked at me. It's almost like he was asking me to go for a shot.
Yes, ma'am.
You take good care of him, Mr. Comfort. You wouldn't want anything to happen to a wonderful animal like that.
Oh, no. No, sure wouldn't. Miss Barker.
Yes?
If you'd like to ride him again sometime, why, I'll be staying in Willow Fork for a few days.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mr. Comfort.
Lamb here, he'll fix you up when I'm not using Star.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
Yeah. I just don't understand you, Dick Comfort. Here you was raising him because I let her borrow Star, and now you're volunteering to let her ride him anytime she pleases. I just don't understand it.
Well, I stopped seeing his house Star kind of took a fancy to her, and what I mean is he's a pretty good judge of human nature, and he does seem to be first-rate rider. I mean, you know something, I don't understand it either. She was a nice-looking young lady. There's no doubt about that. And I liked the way she spoke right out. She didn't beat around the bush like a lot of girls mandarins into her. There was something about her eyes. Yeah. Anyway, I put my saddle on Star, and we headed out towards South Mountain. A couple of miles east of town, we came into a little hollow where nobody got to see it. Whoa. Slow down. I thought maybe I'd get Star to do that fancy side step he was doing with Miss Barker. All right, now, come on. No. Come on now. Now, Star, come on now. You were willing to do it for her. Now, come on. Take that. What? No. You just wouldn't do a thing. Like he thought I was taking leave in the tent or something. Oh, quit. Went back under the trail, let him travel with Charlie's vacation tours. Must have been about noon by the time we got back to town. I pulled up in front of the cafe. Whoa, boy. Whoa, Scott. Whoa. That's on you.
Hey, Mr. Townsend.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
I was hoping I'd run into you again.
You were home. Oh, you want to borrow a star?
Well, it's about Star. But I won't be borrowing him anymore.
Oh.
You see, I found out I was wrong to take him this morning. Uncle Jeff told me when I left a man choice is something he doesn't want me to do. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to be so inconsiderate.
Oh, you weren't being inconsiderate, Mr. Arthur. Back east, they probably had different customs, that's all.
Can I forgive him?
Oh, sure, man.
You're very generous, Mr. Thompson. Maybe you have dinner with us some evening.
Yeah,
So that I can prove to Uncle Jeff that I haven't completely disgraced the family name. Aunt Jane's a very good cook.
Yes, I've always heard about Miss Orland. Yeah. I never had the opportunity to try her food, though.
Any evening at all. I'm sure you'd be most welcome.
Well, since I don't know just how long I'm going to be stopping here in town, maybe I happen to put it off too long. I'm going to be free tonight. I'm going to tell you, Miss Darling, I've been hearing folks brag about your cooking ever since I can remember, but they haven't done you justice. Well, they just didn't even come close.
Well, here, I might have skipped it.
Oh, no, thanks. I just couldn't eat another mouth. You should. Oh, absolutely, Paul. Thanks for saying that.
Then after certain. And I'll have another slice, right? I guess you've had none yourself. Besides, if you have another piece, it won't be enough for tomorrow. So cake ought to do for 2 meals.
We're just off and good.
That's a good one-piece company. Come on, Jesse. Help me with the dishes.
Yes, the dishes. But I thought Myra used
Myra, I guess. We might like to be alone for a few minutes. Now come on, Jeff. You kept the boat swing up this morning, Dick. It's quite early for it, I know, but there's a good in the summer in the air.
Right now. Yeah. Could you, set about the porch this morning?
We don't have to unless you really want to. I mean, just because Aunt Jane suggested it.
No, I think I might enjoy it.
Oh, okay. I'm afraid she isn't very subtle, is she?
Hold on.
And they're perfectly well, Aunt Mary was throwing me at her. I knew she would when I invited her.
Yeah?
The fact is, I'm sort of a disappointment to Aunt Jane. She's done everything in her power to marry me off. But so far, she hasn't had any luck. The young men she's introduced me to are all very nice and pleasant. Well, the truth is, I don't want to get married. I'm not the least bit interested in settling down and cooking meals. I like to change the scenery. I like to meet new people. From what Uncle Jeff tells me about you, you feel the same way.
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
So I thought that having you to dinner, well, it pleased Aunt Zoe, and as far as we were concerned, we might get to be friends. There would be no danger of going beyond that time. Well, now that that's all settled, shall we go inside?
There's no hurry, is there? I mean, as long as there's no danger, since we had this understanding, it's a nice evening, isn't it?
Whatever you say.
You know, Miss Barker, I was just thinking, every once in a while, somebody tries to get me married off, too. Friends of mine. Oh, their intentions are good, but... What I was getting at is this. I haven't any idea how long I'll be here in Norfolk, and, well, as long as I'm here, I was wondering if we couldn't see each other once in a while. That might take some of this marriage pressure off both of us, you see what I mean?
Please say.
And we wouldn't be running any risk, and how we had the understanding, you know. And your aunt would be pleased, my friends would be pleased, and you know, you're awful good company, Miss Barbara.
Oh, thank you.
Well, how about it?
Well, I think it's a very practical idea, Miss Francis. I'd be delighted to see you again.
Good. That's fine. Well, I'll get in touch with you when next time there is a doing. It probably won't be right away, but I'll get in touch with you.
You are listening to the last program in our series called The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Thompson, the Texas plainsman whose name is legend in the West Coast. Now Act 2 of a story called Myra Barker.
Well, as it turned out, there was a doing the very next night. Box supper over the church. I think I'd sort of promised Myra that the next time there was anything going on, well, anyway, we went to supper together, and the time seemed to pass by real pleasant. The next night, she was invited to a party at the Peterson house, and, well, now that I look back on it, there still was a lot of social activity in Willow Fork during the next couple of weeks. We were going one place or another almost every night, and I was enjoying myself, too. I really was. And I was enjoying being with Myra. I didn't realize how much until that evening when I was walking her home from the hay.
Roger,
Huh?
you haven't said a word since you left the wagon.
Well, there doesn't seem to be much to talk about.
Oh. Well, here we are. Pretty late, I won't ask you in.
Sure, you know,
Here. What's wrong? Yourself is an old girl.
Well, I just don't see why you had to spend the whole doggone evening with Dave Parsons.
Oh?
Now, what were you two giggling all the time about?
No, Dave's very amusing.
Well, I just don't happen to agree with you on that. Anyway, I brought you to the hayride, didn't I? And if he can't find himself a girlfriend, we ought to stay home.
Now, just a minute, Dick.
Well,
Aren't you taking a little too much for granted? We have an understanding. Remember, we're not interested in each other. Romantically.
how do you know we're not interested? Please, how do you know I'm not?
Roger?
Well, I guess this is as good a time to tell you as any other. I don't know how it happened. I never thought it could. I don't see that is Maya. Will you marry me? I know you don't care for the idea, but I'm probably the last man in the world you'd ever... But even so, I've got to ask you.
You've got to be careful, Dick. I might say yes.
I wish you wouldn't. I'd give anything in the world if you would.
Don't be serious, aren't you?
I'm just as serious as I can be.
But we both said that we didn't want to settle down. That we weren't interested in love and marriage.
A man can change his mind, can he? Huh?
It's just a man can change his mind. A woman can too. Yes, Uncle Jeff. I'll be right along.
I know I haven't got much to offer you, Mara, but I saved up a little money enough to get started. I thought maybe I could buy us a ranch. That is, if you'd like ranch, right?
I haven't settled down yet.
But I thought, well, you said you felt the same way I did, didn't you?
I know what you said. I admit it.
Well,
But we're not children. We're just living our own lives, and we've never put down roots. Either one of us.
so it's high time we did.
Okay, think it is. Just let me sleep on it. Tomorrow night, I'll tell you where.
Well, you'll say yes now. You just got
I
to.
don't know, Dick. I don't know.
Well, I put in some long days in my life, but that makes me everything. Yeah. Every once in a while, I'd start thinking that it just couldn't be. That I hadn't really asked the girl to marry me. But then I'd remember now, and it seemed like asking her to be my wife was the most sensible thing I'd ever done. Well, I'd barely supper, what I could eat everything. Headed over to the Oldies. Mom sitting on the porch swing. She looked even prettier than she had before. Hello, Mom.
Where is it?
Yeah, well, good morning.
Thought maybe you'd be lazy. Maybe you wouldn't come down. Then she'd have to think things over.
It wasn't me who had the thinking to do. Well,
I couldn't turn you down even if I thought it was best. Even if I knew it was.
this is your dad.
Are you sure the day won't come when you're sorry you're tied down and you're sorry you can't go off or paddle down to Kansas or you can't head over to a new mining camp in Nevada or you can't just be by yourself and hear it?
Now, I've had my share of cattle guys and mining camps, more than my share, and I don't want to be alone anymore now. And besides, settling down would be just as hard for you as it is for me, Your life will be changed, too.
It won't be a woman has roots even if she doesn't realize. They're there all the time, waiting to take hold. And then she has a family. She's doing everything else is easy. She doesn't traveling and dreaming and her loving future. No get excited for me.
But I'm not.
And the day won't come when they want to get in the saddle and ride up the clouds of snow on the mountain. The day won't come when somebody asks you for help, you and your six-shooter, a friend, maybe a friend that needs you.
It'll just have to do with that.
Or maybe someone else running to the flag, somewhere else.
What makes you mention Sam Jennings? You don't even know him, do you?
A man came into the gazette office this morning while I was there. He was me this house. He said that the had some trouble there over a month ago. A shooting.
Wait, if it was a month ago...
The sheriff was wounded and the man who did the shooting has a grudge against you. He was looking for him. That's why he came to the flag. I think that was the man mentioned.
Bad Prescott?
Yes, that was it. Does he have a grudge against you?
He did have.
If the sheriff's wounded and wants you to come over to Eagle's house to help him...
Does Sheriff Jennings want me?
No, he said he did. There's nobody else. The Prescott issue.
I don't know.
You'd ask him, wouldn't you?
No.
Before you say it, don't you?
But Prescott isn't here. Eagle Falls is over 100 miles away.
You haven't answered me yet. Do you feel you ought to go after him?
Well, if what you say is so, if Sheriff Jennings got wounded on my account, if there's nobody else...
I heard that. Go on. People say,
You want me to go?
yes. Better?
But it shouldn't take long. I'd come back.
No.
What?
Don't you let see.
But I don't understand.
You'll always be a bad person. You'll always be someone or something calling to you, taking you away from you. Or you'd turn them down, you'd shut your ears, but you'd still hear it. And inside you'd feel it was me that was calling you, and it would be me.
No, Maya, I wouldn't blame you.
I'd blame myself. And I wouldn't like myself very much for doing it to you. Don't you see that we're lucky this happened tonight that we found out in prison?
No, Maya,
Let's go someday. No! Let's go!
Hmm? Oh, good morning, Jack. Whoa, sir. Whoa.
Would you mind stepping into the office a minute? I'd like to catch it.
Well, okay, Brian. Well, I guess. Easy boy.
Sit down, Dick.
Well, I'm kind of restless today, Jack. I'm kind of saying.
You sure have a fitter foot, don't you?
Yeah, okay.
And you're on your way out of town, huh?
Yeah.
What about mine?
She's a fine girl, Jack. She's a fine girl.
Dick, you're leaving on account of Sheriff Jennings over the Eagle Falls Central. Ain't that the reason?
You might say so, in a way.
Well, now, I don't want you to think that I meant to eavesdrop last night when you were talking to Maya, but somehow his Zoe forgot to shut the parlor window, and he just couldn't help hearing a certain murmur at the thing.
Sure.
Well, it ain't true what Maya told you. Leastways, the part about Sheriff Jennings coming for you. And the fellow from Eagle Falls didn't even mention your name. Jennings ain't asked for your help, but...
Yeah, I know, Jack.
Huh?
Well, you see, I ran into a bad test shop 3-4 weeks ago, and, well, there's no reason for anybody to be going after him now.
Well, if you knew that, if you knew you didn't have to leave Willowfork, why in the name of common sense didn't you say so to me?
I figured she had a reason for making up that story about Sheriff Jennings. I figured she was trying to turn me down without hurting my feelings.
She didn't want to turn you down. She was just trying to make sure you wouldn't feel you'd made a mistake with your man.
No, she couldn't really care for me very much, Jack.
And why did she spend all night crying Liza? And why was Zoe up till all hours commiserating with her?
Well, thanks for telling me that, Jack.
Then you ain't leaving.
No, I'm leaving. And I'm real proud to know that Maya is somewhat fine.
Yeah, but you like her, she loves you.
Well, it's enough that she's proud over me for her nice, Jack. You know, I remember when I was a kid, Paul was like me in a lot of ways. Always on the move, always out somewhere, getting a new start, taking a new job, hunting a new frontier. He loved my mom, she loved him, but she spent a lot of nights crying. A lot of nights. I just wouldn't want that to happen to Mom.
There's no reason to quit.
Yeah? Yes. Yes, there is. When she was telling me that story about Sheriff Jennings wanting me to come over to Eagle Falls, I looked at myself real hard, and I knew that if it had been true, if Sheriff Jennings really had sent for me, well, it would have been pretty hard for me to turn him down. Even for Maya's sake, it would have been pretty hard. And someday I reckon I wouldn't be able to turn him down, or anybody else like him. Maya would spend another night crying, you see.
One of these days you can.
Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
Can I tell Maya that you might come back to Willowfork?
No, Jack, I don't think you better. Of course, if I do come back and she still... Well, maybe we just better wait to see what happens.
So long, Dick. Good luck.
Thanks, Jack. I'll probably be seeing you again before too long. Let's go, sir.
This is the last program in the current series of the six-shooter, a transcribed NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Production. It is written by Frank Bush and is based on a character created by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture The Glenn Miller Show. Others in the cast were Virginia Gregg, who played Maya, E.J. Thompson, Howard McNear, and Carly Day. Special music for this program is by Basil Adlin, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Ramstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. It's been good to be with you with the 6-shooter each week, and I hope that sometime, somehow, we can do it again. This is John Wall speaking. Hear McDonald Terry and Jason and the Golden Fleece tonight on the NBC Green Spirit as the 6-shooter.
The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, candle and moss. People call them both the 6-shooter. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company presents James Stewart as the 6-shooter, a transcribed series of dramas based on the life of Dick Humphrey, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act 1 of The 6-Shooter. In a few years, our public schools will be as behind the times as the Little Red School. And it's estimated that by 1956, there will be some 7 million more children in elementary schools than there are now. More equipment will be needed, and above all, more elementary school teachers. To help assure your child a proper education, join and work with local groups and school boards. And for free information about how people in other communities are improving their schools, write to this address. National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, 2 West 46th Street, New York, 19, New York. Now, Act 1 of The 6-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
It was hot that afternoon, and a low, crawling kind of heat that seemed to be following us as we rode on. The sun hadn't come out in the morning, but about noon it pushed through the clouds. Yeah, by 4 o'clock, when it should have been cooling out, it seemed hot on the air. We still had about 15 miles to go before we'd hit Lead Creek. That was where I figured on getting a job having laid track on that new spur line to Salt Lake City. I met the guy on the bank and we headed down a little gully. His ears picked up and he shook his head. I wasn't sure whether he'd heard something or just sensed it. You know, with a horse it's pretty hard to tell where hearing leads off and sensing begins. Oh, what's the matter, boy? And then I heard it too, and I peeled the car off the trail. About 20 yards before I saw him. He was on the shade of a yellow boulder and something from that street. A young fellow, just lying there, and looked comfortable and relaxed like he was taking a siesta. But he couldn't have been enjoying himself too much, not with a big red stain like that across the front of his shirt. Yeah, what's the trouble? Yeah, it looks like you are. What happened?
My horse screamed.
What the hell is it, though?
That's what had it on the stand.
Sure. Lucky you came back. I'm just passing through. Yeah, I'm not much of a doc. Maybe I can fix a bandage for you for the time being.
doing it.
Well, here, let me see if I can type it. Hold on. Think you can ride?
You know what that horseman on his side?
No, I think they have. And I just don't worry about it. And my horse will get us into lead quick.
Lead? Yeah.
Yeah, it's take your time, huh?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Oh, all right, Maggie. Let me give you a hand.
I don't know you, man.
No, now you gotta try. Just lean your weight on me.
I will make it.
Okay.
There's a problem. I'm not going to do it.
Oh, that'll be better than here. Now, I'm gonna lift your feet up now. That'll hurt coming. That's that, and you'll be all right. There you go. Take it real slow. I'll walk alongside. That's a little sweat, you think.
Yeah. I feel good appreciate this, mister. I feel
You feel over in the side. And keep them sliding out and blow it off. About 15 minutes later, I saw a cabin we've been talking about. And it wasn't much more than a shack, only 2-3 rooms and a couple of acres of fencing and pasture and a barn. I led Star to the front stoop and lifted the young fellow off. He was still unconscious, which was already good because carried him up to the front door and gave it a couple of kicks. Kicked the ground and he was flung open. Anybody home? Hello? Now you just lay there and try and get some rest. I'll look around. Outside again. Covered him with a blanket around across the foot of the cot. Supper was on the kitchen stove. Beef stew. Not too good. Opened the back door. I saw somebody cutting up a pile of kindling over near the barn. The other boy still knew how to handle it out.
where'd you come from?
No, I'm sorry, I was frightened, Mom. I knocked on the front door, but you couldn't hear me, huh?
I ain't got my hand out. Go on, get out.
I'm not exactly a parent, Mom. Although I'm not blaming you for thinking it. I've been riding for quite a while.
Well, what do you want?
I ran across a fellow a little while ago in a gully just east of here. He'd been shot up.
What?
He put his gun went off accidentally. He hurt pretty bad, and since this place is the closest,
Where is it?
I took the liberty of putting him in the cot inside there, so I hope you don't much hurt. She didn't wait even for me to finish. She just was passing like I didn't even know him. I watched her for a second, and I followed her into the house. I've never run into a woman exactly like her before. At first I thought she was a man, the pants, the checkered skirt she was wearing, and the way she chopped up kindling, they fooled me. She walked like a man, too, stiff, very shouldered. Woman guys, the rest of the thing, pretty as her eyes, she's just fine looking good.
Take that ride off me while I put some of the ganja.
That's not. It seems to have a fancy petticoat like that.
Got no need for petticoat, people. And you turn him on his side? It's better. If I can just get the bleeding to stop.
You know him, man?
No. How should I?
I just thought since he doesn't live in the neighborhood.
Well, that's the first class guy here. That don't mean I know him. I don't know you neither.
Sorry, my name's Concord. Dick Concord.
I've heard of you something, haven't I?
No, not like him. This is the first time I've been around Red Sector.
Got a pocket knife?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good, you're doing a real good job on it, huh? Your husband off somewhere today?
Not now.
Oh. It must get kind of lonely out there by yourself, isn't it?
I like being alone. Not a lot of people around me.
Mm-hmm. No, I can't say that. I've never been much on congregating myself. I always been like a... Oh, yeah, bleeding let them up again. All right, I guess I'll be getting off now. When I get into town, I'll send the doctor out here.
No, you can't. What I mean is there is no doctor in Midroll.
No?
He moved away a couple of years ago.
Well, there must be a doctor somewhere, I guess.
No, not within 100 miles. I have to take care of him myself.
Well, maybe I can find somebody to help you. Since I brought him in here,
I'd rather do it alone. I'll manage all right.
Well, it's kind of decent idea, but I shouldn't be a stranger. All right, let's keep going.
Mr. Thomas,
Yes, ma'am?
you won't call the folks in town is here.
Hmm?
Well, he's a stranger, like you said. He don't concern them, and I don't want him laughing at me. They'd say, Jimmy Garbage finally got herself a man. If he wasn't unconscious, he'd never managed it. So, you won't tell him, will you?
Well, I'm glad I suppose anybody else. Easy, easy.
What are you looking at?
I was just noticing those horses over in the pasture there. Is they yours?
Yes, they are. Paul.
No reason. No. Tinker looks like a good animal. What do you call him?
Name's Moon, because of the marking on his front. It's like a half moon.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, I hope the station doesn't give you so much trouble. All right. The sun went down, but it didn't cool off much. Maybe when the moon came out, there'd be a little breeze. I've been riding for a couple hours since I left the cabin. Still had 5 or 6 miles to go before I hit Led Creek. We were coming through a narrow canyon when I heard a little rustling sound. First I thought maybe it was that breeze I'd been waiting for. The next thing I knew, I was behind a rock. I wasn't quite sure how I got there. I guess my legs sort of took over without me having to tell them what to do.
I'm out from behind those rocks and keep your hands up. I'll be glad to oblige, but I ain't not. Whoever he is.
Like you made a little mistake, boy. You all right, mister?
No serious damage, I guess.
Trying to find us. What are you doing out here anyway?
I was heading for town. I heard there might be some work on the new railroad, so I might sign up this stuff.
I guess I can always use another man. My name's York. Jim York.
Please meet you, guys. I'm Dick Thompson.
Thompson? That what they call Dick Peter? I didn't know you were in these parts. Boys meet Dick Thompson. Dick, this is Sam Nordell. Tom Jackson. Harry Potter. Dick's the man who bought him a few trips. Should have a drop on him, too, but he never got a chance to pull a trigger. At least, that's the way folks tell it.
Well, between the doing and the telling, you know, there's not the same exaggeration.
Well, anyway, I'm so glad to run into you now. After 6, 20 years, when I come in handy.
Oh?
Yeah, we're looking for Ned Land. I think we thought you was at first.
I figured something like that. Now, what's this land about there?
Trouble. For the last 3 months. Pulled up a couple of decent trees. Broke into Harry's bank last night. Still very better.
Sure.
I've taken a posse after him before, but they always seem to lose him in these hills. He didn't get him tonight, though. Picked up his trail this morning. He even spotted him for a minute or two on the far side of Douglas Canyon over in the trees. I got off a shot. Said I'd hit him for sure. Well, I guess the steam was off. Anyway, he gave us a tip again.
Well, what's he look like?
Oh, he's young, about 23, I'd say. Short, wide, black hair, white potato.
Okay, huh?
You ain't seen him.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I have.
Yeah? Where was he?
I left him at a cabin about 9 miles back. And, your aim was all right this morning, Sheriff. He was throwing a bullet in his front. Of course, he said he'd so and so by accident.
The only cabin out this way is Jimmy Garbage.
That's That's the woman. That's the woman who lived there.
Well, come on, boys, let's go. Ain't you coming too, Dick?
Oh, no, you won't need any help, Sheriff. I think Land is not likely to last long enough for you to get him into town.
We'll get him in all right. I'll see to that.
The doc, but I understood the woman.
And here's the doctor. That's what he's been training for the past 20 years.
Yes, huh? Just wait a minute, Sheriff. Just hold on. You know, I've changed my mind. I think maybe I will ride up there with you.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in a moment. First, a word from Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment. You'll be glad this winter you bought a Coleman heater this fall. Yes, if you sit back in your easy chair, snug and comfortable, you'll be glad you bought a Coleman heater. You'll enjoy floor-to-ceiling warmth in those rooms you could never heat before. Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. Here's what you get. First bonus, a new low price. Yes, now you can get a dependable Coleman automatic heater at a new low price. Second bonus, a new low operating cost. Coleman saves you up to 25% on heating bills because Coleman gives you maximum heat from your fuel. Third bonus, a 32-piece set of Libby Safe glassware worth $14. It's free with your new Coleman heater. Get free big bonuses. Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. This sale is for limited time only. So see your Coleman dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name and address in your telephone directory. Now, Act 2 of the six-shooter starring James Stewart.
About an hour and a half after I met up with the sheriff, we came to a little stream trickling down the hill just off the trail. I'd missed it when I passed by before. I remember we went to water around, and the guy hadn't smiled at either. They had been so quiet. I was pulled up and gave the horses a chance to get a drink.
Well, this ain't no wife. Much bad apple to tell you.
Something funny, Sheriff?
I was just thinking about women drivers.
Oh?
Yep, she finally got herself in there. He's going to be real temporary, though. Yeah, and if he didn't have a bullet in him, I bet he'd take off the first time he got a look at her. That's it. Just on a bullet to keep me there. Me too, Joe.
And is there something wrong with Jenna?
You see her, ain't you?
Yeah.
Well?
I guess she's no beauty.
Now, that's giving her the benefit of the doubt. Now, if you ask me, my horse is better looking.
Sheriff, now a lot of plain women seem to get along all right. That ain't kind of pretty one.
Well, it ain't just that Jenny's ugly, but she's so darn awkward and silly. Why, even when she was little girl living in town, she was always a head calling any boy to race. And stronger, too. Well, I guess it wasn't much. Well, the thing was, her folks was curious about Jenny. It was admit to her Jenny was different from the other girls. And you remember how they used to dress her? All those fancy clothes with frills and ribbons. Well, maybe it looked nicer to you than you would have otherwise. Her father used to take her to parties and she was a good except he was the only one who ever danced with her. No, sir, I don't think a single boy in town caught her. Not one. Oh, you're forgetting Willie Thompson. Oh, sure.
Will Thompson?
Yes, sir. He's quite a setter. Made a bet one night with some of the fellas. Said he'd get Jenny to agree to marry. He took her out in his wagon and the boat. Of course, he said, yeah. But he didn't know that Willie's guns was all hidden in the back of the wagon. Leastwise, he didn't know it until he all buckled out laughing. And right after that, it was bad, wasn't it? Yeah. That's when she bought this stuff. About 5 years ago, come to think of it. Well, Jenny can't be more than 25 or 6. Looked a whole lot older, though. Wouldn't you say so, Dick?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not good at judging age, especially a woman. this race up ahead.
Line's still on, I see it.
Sure, she's up all right. First time she ever had a man within touching distance, ain't it? What's wrong? Oh, that'll leave the horses here and take the rest of the way on foot. Oh, no. Randy's not out to give you any trouble. Oh, you never can tell. He's feeling better about now. No, not about it. He wasn't sick as he thought, though. Well, he made a mighty fast recovery. You had to get him from down here. What do you suppose happened to Jenny? I don't know. Forgotten about her. Probably got her head scared to death. Well, that's the record. It ain't gonna be easy, Sheriff. With this moon, you're sure to spot us. That's all we can do. Sam, you and Harry see if you can make it up to the bench. You okay? How far outside? That'll be the signal to close in. Hold on a minute, Jack. Just hold up. If we go flying up front of that cabin, somebody's going to get hurt. What's the matter, Pocket? You've been shot at before. Well, that doesn't mean exactly I like the idea. And besides, there's another way of getting in there, Bill, around back. And a couple of trees back there. Oh, no, you'll be watching that door. That's no deal. I know, but it's worth the try, yeah? All right, I'll go with you. Now, wait a minute. Let me go along. One man when we got to be seen, or you just keep flying. And if I ain't back in 5 minutes, we'll take him your way, huh? I don't. Well, it's no longer. He's down low, and I started circling toward the rear of the cabin. There wasn't much cover, just rocks and a couple of step pines. Anyway, nobody was shooting at me yet. So if I know what it's seen me. I came up along the side of the barn. That way, just ahead now. I still had about 20 yards to go. I ran forward and my foot caught. Put over some of the kindlings and back up on the cabin. It sounded to me like I'd been much noise there at the place could have done left foot. Keeping moving in my direction. So I got up on my knees and I raced to the cabin. I opened up the door, kept on going, and I got into the living room and I figured right. Nothing on the cot, just where I'd left him. Hadn't moved. It was Jenny who was doing the fine. She swung around, she pointed the revolver at me. My eyes weren't soft, not anymore.
You told it. You brought him here.
I had to say.
I would have taken him away as soon as he was going up. Why couldn't you let us alone?
I killed a man last night.
I don't care what he does. As long as he needs me, I'll stand by him and help him.
I needed a house, didn't I? I must have been staying here for some time, or Tony wouldn't have had enough sense to come back here with his own accord. That's taking it down.
You're not going to take him away from me. I won't let you. He not likes me. He told me he likes me. And he's the first person he ever did.
Give me a gun.
Even if it isn't true. Even if he didn't really mean it. He doesn't laugh at me like the others. He doesn't mind my look. He said I was an old maid. Even my mother said it. But I won't. Not now. Never face me with it. You know me. I know you will.
Listen to me.
Don't you understand? I can't let you take him away. No matter what. Not even if I hurt him.
Telling me won't help now.
It's the only way I can keep you. Try to stop me somehow. You and the others out there.
There's no way you can keep him, Jenny. He's dead. Now, turn around. Turn around, look at him. Now, I'm not trying to put you off there. Turn around. He hasn't been breathing. That's the first thing.
He loves me.
Well, go on, Ambient. I'm not alone with this, Gordon. It wasn't me, Sheriff. It was you. Huh? Your bullet from this afternoon. I'll be done. I told you I was sure I'd hit him.
Remember, Tom, I told you. And how come he was able to hold us off just now? Well, he was a tough one to kill. He didn't give up. The flame of shooting at us must have finally finished him. Is that the way you figured, Britt?
Yeah, something like that.
What's the matter with her? There's some play body, Jimmy? All over now. Very funny how women is scared of anything. Everyone. Well, yes, this is scary, but underneath, they're all smart.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you are. Yeah. That was bad the next day, and there was one bunch of flowers at the funeral, wild babies. Folks just couldn't figure out his son. And, but they told me that it was right about then that Jenny Driver started acting different. Oh, I don't mean she got pretty or anything like that, but she did seem more confident. Seemed more skilled, People said if they didn't know better, they'd swear that a man had something to do with racist things, but of course they all knew that.
I'd like to take a minute here to remind you about some of the great entertainment in store for you later in the week on NBC Radio. Next Friday night marks the fall return to the air of both the Bob Hope Show and the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Both these great comedy programs, formerly heard on different days, now join forces to make Friday night a top listening night on NBC Radio. The new Bob Hope Friday night show will feature well-known guest artists, the music of Les Brown and his band of renown, and the vocal talents of lovely Margaret White. And of course, Bob will be in there delivering his rapid-fire topical humor. You'll find that the Bob Hope Show is most enjoyable listening each Friday night on NBC Radio. And immediately following Bob Hope, listen to the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. And Alice has her brother William to keep her informed of Phil's hilarious exploits. Also in the Phil cast, you'll hear Julius Abruzio and little Alice and Phil. You'll hear wonderful comedy every Friday night beginning this Friday night on NBC Radio. Yes, for the best in Friday night radio entertainment, remember the tune where you hear the familiar three chimes for the Bob Hope Show and the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Two great programs returning this Friday to NBC Radio. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company has presented James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. The Six-Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burke, and today's transcribed story was written by him. Special music was by Basil Adlin, and heard in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Jeff Fitzpatrick, George Reese, and Harry Barstow. The entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gitner speaking.
James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is spun by bronze. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow metal tips, with handle and nut. People call them Burke, the Six-Shooter. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment and the National Broadcasting Company, presents James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, a transcribed series of dramas based on the life of Britt Thompson, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the western territory, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act 1 of the six-seater. Last year, thousands of Americans who tried to get away with carelessness on the highways were killed or permanently injured in traffic accidents. And remember, accidents don't always happen to the other side. Unless you are meticulous in your observance of the rules of highway safety, you and your loved ones are vulnerable to the menace of traffic accidents. Every motorist should take an active role in supporting the safety movement in his or her community. Encourage driver training in your high school. Teach your children the rules of safety on the highway. Remember, the life you save may be your own. Now, Act 1 of The Six-Seater, starring James Stewart.
Grandstand seat, a rocking chair on the front porch of the Temple City Hotel. Not that there was much to watch. A couple of women looking at the bonnets from the windows of Bradley's Mercantile, and some kids from Mummy Pig over in the island next to Bank, and the checkered van in the shot of a big elm across the street. But it was a couple of days before I was due to pick up some cattle and Atterbury from Mrs. Pritchard, and Temple City seemed as good a place as any to stop over. I was considering taking a little nap when I saw Will. At least that's who I thought it was. He was coming out of the general store carrying a box of groceries. I couldn't be sure, though, because just as he started to climb into a wagon, another man rode up alongside and shut off my view.
Oh, look who's in town. You doing the marketing, Will? Well, the women usually did that. But I guess in your case, it wouldn't take a bad idea to switch things around. Look, I'm not going into your temper. Two of my cows have been killed this week. You mean your wife's cows, don't you, Will? Yes, two. Three. The boys found another one grazing my side of the cliff this morning. You're going to have to do something about that, don't you? Or you didn't have no stop. What's the fence was all right yesterday. Hey, this is today. Now, you know what's going to be? I think it's about time you've done the listening, Will. I want your wife gone. There's no bones about it. She was willing to sell until you came along. She ain't willing now. I'll give you $2 an acre. That's more than a fair price. Anybody tell you that?
We're not going to be shoved off that land. That's for $2 an acre or 20.
Maybe I'd better talk to Sarah. See how it's her property.
No! Now, I'm warning you. You stay away from our ranch and our cattle or else...
All right. Well, go on. Tell me what to do, Will. I'd be real interested to find out.
Come on, Dad.
Little Sarah giving him a warning. I might take it seriously. Even if I see there's a fence come up on the road.
The wagon moved in closer where I was sitting. I got a good look at him now. He'd changed a lot since last time we met up. He was older, and there were a couple of those squint wrinkles between his eyes. Even so, he still could have been about 23 or 4, seeing as I was only about 20 when we worked on the West Star Roundup together.
Hey, Will! Yeah! Hey, Will!
I thought he recognized me, but I guess I'd changed some too. I wasn't getting paid good in my job, but I lightened up a little more. Anyway, Will kind of glanced my way and then drove on. And from the way he was holding those reins, I had a pretty good idea what he was thinking. This Temple fella, he was pushing too far. And if I knew Will, he was getting ready to do something about it. Well, there was no point in trying to run down now. We'd probably meet each other. So I went into the hotel and looked around for place to run. The clerk behind the desk was trying to bring a calling for me.
Hi, there's Congress. Something I can do for you?
No, it wasn't so.
You all right?
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Real pleasure having you stand with us. Giving you advice.
It was black queen, right? It plays on the king of diamonds.
Okay. Like the little guns of paper, just came in on stage.
No, fine, it's just fine. I was sort of figuring on a little smooth. There's too much rap on my side.
You know what you mean.
No, Temple's got a voice that carries all right. I could hear him and Will arguing for him.
Yeah.
Turn him off enough now, Francis. They've been squaring off like that ever since Will moved to town. Now it's all break.
Oh?
It's like I'm not playing the game anymore. I'll be all 50 bucks. If you know it's got the idea of buying cars, well, you don't stop me from that.
Does he need her long, honey?
I think he does. I can just get my roots and stay. 40 years ago, Noah Jones had a started this thing, and all the acres between the foothills and the pit outside. Oh, Temple City was new to us now.
What's that?
But the old man's son said, well, he wasn't as good. Baker, you know, he'd sold off nearly everything his dad had left him. And Noah took over, he swore he'd get all the Temple property back again. Yes, he started stuck in his heart that Temple's wasn't the biggest outfit in the valley anymore.
How's no Temple from doing?
Well, first folks didn't take him serious. They thought he was just a talker all the time. But he's still serious. He's got more acres than his granddaddy ever had. And when one piece of the original Temple setup, he went able to buy back. It was surprising Will wouldn't let us sell it. Nobody ever figured he'd stand up from there. Oh, well, you see, it's kind of weird. You see these yellow things. You don't ever really again. If there's a party being formed, you don't believe it. And if there's a fight, there he's lost. You can call him names, you can call him the way Noah Temple, and he just takes it.
Sure don't sound like him to me.
You know Will?
Used to. A couple years ago, we worked around it together.
Oh, that must have been before he moved to Temple City.
Yeah, in Texas. That's why Willie Texman wasn't afraid of nobody or nothing. And for youngsters, not as fancy as a gun.
Texas?
That's right.
But the guy owns his name, Mr. Temple. Will's name is Texas. Yeah, real trouble. And no wonder you were surprised about him being yellow. You got the wrong name.
Okay.
But they must look alike. Just send you all and real tough.
Yeah, I guess I do. I went upstairs to my room, tried to pull my boots off, you know, I hadn't been doing anything, but shit, all day, my feet hurt worse and I've been walking 20 miles. Look out the window, the sun is just about even for 6 feet, it's being 2 o'clock, surprised they shut this in. Yeah. Well, come on in, come on. Oh, excuse me, I didn't know it was a lady.
I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Price.
Oh, not bad. I wasn't exactly what you call a baby. It's fine. Well, wait, I'll get those boots out of the way.
Miss Price, I'm Will's wife.
Oh, I'm Steve Nixon, huh?
Will told me you were in town today. You saw you. You saw him, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. At least I thought I did.
Oh, you can't tell anyone he's here, Mr. Price.
Oh?
You didn't come to Temple City looking for Will, did you? Will thought maybe that was the reason. We knew about what happened in Prescott last night when you come across all three.
Oh, well, you heard wrong. I didn't come across Peter. He came across me. And I said, yeah.
He's made a new life here. A good life. And if he has to go back to prison,
Prison? Yeah.
you knew about the bank robbery in Austin and about him breaking out before... You knew, didn't you?
Oh, no. No, I haven't been back that way since...
You wouldn't have told him anything? But he thought... It's really true. It's really true.
Just take it easy, man.
If I hadn't told you true, nobody would have known it was Will's Christmas.
Seems like a way of coming out sooner or later. How much longer was Will first dead?
2 weeks.
it's not too long when we're young.
We're going to have a baby next time. But I almost wouldn't want to have him if he was going to grow up knowing his father from the children. Why should Will have to go back? Why?
I guess maybe you'd better ask the judge who sent him, huh?
What I mean is that they say it's so a man will live a decent, respectable life when it comes out. And Will's already living a decent, respectable life. He works hard. He never makes trouble for anybody. He doesn't even wear a gun, and he promised me he never will.
Is that your idea, Miss Lincoln?
Before we were married, he told me about the trouble in Austin. And how it goes on the prison. Should have been like that. But I was so much in love, I couldn't. So I asked him to give me his word he'd never use a gun again. Never even fired him.
It's been kind of hard on a fellow like Will to keep holding him back.
I've heard your pen like Noah Temple. But Will takes it. He kept his word.
It's just our temper. The way he and Will were going at it today, it sounded like they were heading for trouble.
That's the only thing, sir. Will just doesn't want us to be pissed off at the ranch. You can't hold that against us.
I can't.
And you won't tell the marshal over and out about it? Or anybody?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of like me listening to his business. This is his district, and I guess this is his family. So they have so far. But no, look here.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Let's consider this serious. If something read about the prison, might be more harm than good, but maybe it's me to take the judgment. I was going to be leaving town today, so anyway, if anything happened after that, wouldn't be my concern. Of course, a man does have certain duties, even if he's not wearing a badge. Man is such a wanted criminal, he's supposed to report it. And I always have before. Just kind of mud off my boots and wash my face, put on a clean shirt, and went downstairs in the lobby. Coach still playing solitaire.
Just beat myself again, Mr. Thompson. I was playing the gun, and now I'll be ahead about $140. Pretty good for one afternoon, huh?
Yeah, real good. That time for supper?
I'll go right on in, Molly. Will hook you up. That bakes me.
Fine.
Okay, Mr. Thompson.
Yeah?
You know talking about Will's father and him being afraid to carry a gun? Honestly, Will's father wasn't in the morning. 15 minutes ago, I guess everybody's talking about him and the Bradley's missing. He and the bad and public car.
No?
That was the same bluff, no simple. Hope to give him 10 to 1, Will don't even know how to load the rifle. Hey, that, Mr. Thompson.
I don't have hungry yet. So, go about as well as you want. I think maybe I'll take a little while. Maybe wake up an hour.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in a moment. First, a word from Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment. When winter comes, does your house shrink like this?
Well, I guess it's time to close off that back room. There's just no way to heat it.
Don't deprive yourself of valuable living space. Get a Coleman automatic heater and enjoy new warmth in the hardest to heat rooms. Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. You'll get 3 bonuses. A new low price. Yes, now you can get a dependable Coleman oil or gas heater at a new low price. A new low operating cost. Coleman saves you up to 25% on heating bills because Coleman gives you maximum heat from your fuel. And a 32-piece set of Libby Safe Edge glassware worth $14. It's free with your new Coleman heater. Get 3 big bonuses during Coleman's big bonus sale. The sale is for a limited time only, so see your Coleman dealer tomorrow. Look for his name in your telephone directory. Remember, comfort costs so little with a Coleman.
Now, Act 2.
Ambience is about 2 miles south of town. And from the outside, look neat and comfortable. All kept up. The ground stretching out behind it is good grazing land. There's at least $5 an acre, maybe more. I tied Scott a cottonwood in the yard and walked up to the door. Evening, man. Will's in here? Where's the temple lot? The temple's lonesome, isn't it? Will was in town this evening. He bought a rifle. Maybe. The whole temple's got 12 miles straight. Where's some of the village? Due east about a quarter of a mile, and I came to the edge of Will's property. I found small covered with ice. Looks like Will had decided to go the rest of the way on foot, so I climbed down the side and looked around. There was a big break in the fence. I could tell I had a motor. That dog had been shot. There were 4 heifers and a couple of steers on just over the temple boundary. They're just question in the top. So I crawled through the opening and went right past a big sign that said temple and trespassers will be stopped. I found some footprints. I figured they were yours. About 30 minutes later, I caught sight of the ranch. It was built halfway up the side of a pretty steep hill, big sprawling building. There was a light inside, but it just barely make out more. I couldn't get it back. There was some paper. Will's rifle and led the way. About 20 minutes later, we passed another one of Temple's guards. He was dozing, didn't notice us. Still had a couple of miles to go before we reached the fence where we left the horses. Will was sort of panting for breath. All right, let's rest now. Hope you promised your wife you'd never taken a jump anyway.
Had to fix it so Sarah wouldn't have the ranch taken away from her.
Didn't take a piece of land would be worth everything getting so small. Big stuff around here, every piece of the kid I can check around here. You know, I had at the Austin Bank. I wasn't the one who... The one who what? Just a married couple. I had to take a lot that other men wouldn't put up with because of her and because he didn't know who I was. And with the people down in the street, I made up my mind to stand up to him. Man's got to take a stand sometime, somewhere. I'm sorry, you know. Hey, what's up? Get out of here. Hey, alone, Jeffrey. Get traffic with me. That's right, Pepper. See one of his boys crying. See them. Under his arm. And his head on his shoulder and legs forward. Remember I feared them now, but they were close. Very scared of the same time. He was waiting for me to make the next move. I passed him the light. He got to his knees and fell across the little stone. He was still all right when he dived behind the boulder. And his area was heading too. More temple had been speaking from behind the temple corner about 50 yards back. A couple of minutes I didn't get a chance to watch him. A couple of feet guards on either side of me now. 8-10 feet away. I saw the banner of his car being around this and behind the stairs. He ended up inside. He couldn't figure out what got into him. He didn't try. And he threw his rifle to one side and let out a yell. Temple turned and got off a shot. And he was surprised he couldn't do much aiming. And Will was on top of him, twisting the gun out of his hand. I saw his rifle landed with that leather piece of hand on the left. Bill took Temple across the face and he went over by him. Kicked him, he lifted Will right off the ground. But before Temple could pick himself up, Will did he right on top of him. Temple tried to reach for his gun and Will brought his feet right down to Temple's hand. Temple quit reaching. And then Will backed away and let Temple up again. And as soon as Temple was steady again, Will drove his ship right to the Temple's stomach. And Temple's hand through a turn, he was wide open, and Will hit him again. And finally, Temple managed to send his fist into Will's face. And Will looked like maybe he was going to get on, but he still had a fight left to land the right, but Temple hit right back. And it was Temple's fight. I knew he wasn't going to get up again. I can tell him. Feel better, Will? You had the chance to kill him. You had a perfect shot. You didn't have to fight him that way. Crazy. Kept remembering that it's on his side. I didn't use the gun again. I couldn't kill it, I just let. I just couldn't. Well, let's see if we can get Temple here to a doctor.
We left more with the dark Temple City and also that Broadway. I made up my mind to tell the marshal about you. All done. Saying, yeah, they're good. I think again, I want to ask you right now. The state of Texas is looking for a James Clayton and bonus number, and you're Texas.
I'd like to take a minute here to remind you about some of the great entertainment that's in store for you on NBC Radio. Now, for most of us, Monday evening is a time to relax, sit back, and take it easy. NBC had exactly that in mind when they designed their Monday night of entertainment. You want to listen to the delightful music of the railroad hours as they resume their fall schedule of popular operettas that have entertained for so many years. Gordon McRae will be your host and star, and during weeks to come you'll have many charming guest stars to add to your listening pleasures with their famous voices. And you'll want to relax to the melodies of the Firestone Orchestra and Chorus under the direction of Howard Barlow on The Voice of Firestone. Another great Monday night favorite is the Telephone Hour, with its wonderful program of music directed by Donald Boyd. Yes, every Monday night hear these three fine musical programs on NBC Radio. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company has presented James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International Picture Sunday Day. Others in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Herb Ellis, Howard McNeil, and Will Ross. The Six-Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions, and it is based on a character created by Frank Brooks. And today's transcribed story was written by him. Special music was by Basil Eisman, and the entire production is under the direction of Jeff Jones. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Carl Gifford speaking. In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage, Sir Laurence Olivier on Theatre Royal, Lawrence Tibbett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Frederick March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, with handle and mount. People call them Bush, the Six-Shooter. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company presents James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, a transcribed series of dramas based on the life of Britt Conser, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of skill and indignation. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act 1 of The Six-Shooter. Have you heard about the Joneses? They're going to Europe for 6 weeks. They'll start in England, then visit Holland, Belgium, France, and Italy. It'll be a wonderful trip, a lifelong dream come true. And someday, it can be your turn to do just as they did. Put your money where it will earn $4 for every $3 you invest in United States savings bonds. Start planning today. United States savings bonds can take you to Europe, too. Now, Act 1 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
was 400 head in the cattle code. 400 white-faced Texas cattle, and only 3 of us were sitting along the trail of our building. But the McCallum's boys had promised me a tent or whatever to head back, so I signed on for the drive. And it looked like I was going to win the money, too. There'd been a cloud burst the second night out. It sounded like we might be heading into some more bad weather. The sky was all black and purple, and the wind began blowing up little balloons of dust. Thunder made the steers restless. They still remember that first storm. They didn't like the idea of going through another one. I can see the rain now. I haven't hit us yet. Still a couple of miles ahead, but I can see it real plain. Sweeping down across the sky like little silver lines on a great blackboard. In the canyon where we were, the sun was still shining. Then this sort of funny feeling, rain and sunshine all at once, sort of like doing 2 places at the same time. Bryce McAdams, he came pounding up from behind and reined up alongside of me and said, "Hey, what do you think, Chris?" "If that wind don't change, we'll be getting water inside of 15 minutes. Don't look like it'll change. Not say now. Then I guess we might as well keep on going. It'll be easier to handle if we're out of this canyon and it's going to hit. Yeah. All right, up and turn right. Okay. Hey. Let's go up. Keep moving. Geez, that's making stuff. I'm going back to see if there's no treasure. Want me getting on, huh? No, I can handle it, Fred. That's time to went out. All right, you're the boss. Just keep an eye on this. Sure. That lightning had hit a pine tree about 50 yards up the side of the canyon. And when it toppled over, it started a couple of boulders rolling down the side of the ravine toward it. The door was cattle knew, they just set them off. One of the longhorns took a look at the rock and let out a bawl that told the other animals to get out of his way. I circled around and galloped over toward his brother. But Norm wasn't waiting for him. No. I saw him head up the slope of the canyon, and it looked to me like he didn't intend to stop anything. All he cared about was getting out of the way. So I dug my heels in the far flank and rode right into the middle of the herd. But I could split him in half, only part of him was tear loose, even in a stampede. Rice was in front of the herd now. The lead steer turned off. A couple more shots, and I left him following. Oh, yeah. I knew there wasn't going to be any stampede. Not now, anyway. I could stop him just in time. It's my turn, right? Somebody up there. Yeah. What happened to you? Oh, Curtis. I'm a drink. Yeah. What you said? That's what I said. Well, we don't do anything. Looks like there's the tail end of it, though. Sorry it was one side. We better keep moving anyhow. We'll take over up here, Rip. You ain't no riding back with me. Sure. Hold on right now. I guess so. Okay, let's go. Half an hour later, the rain let up. It was nearly sundown, and green, yellow rainbow arched up over the hills to the east, and Rice decided to make camp for him. Neither of the McAdams brothers said much during supper, and afterwards, Norm sort of moved off a couple of yards from the campfire and started staring his mouth open. What's the score like that? Good.
I don't know what you mean.
You've been watching me ever since this afternoon, my horse bolted. You've been looking at me the way you used to look when I was a kid and done something you thought was wrong.
We almost let a stampede today, man.
Almost.
We was riding Sentinel, and you was the one to stop it.
I suppose you've never been on a horse that ran away with you.
We was always able to handle that Palomino before.
How do you have to keep married? I'm no cattle man. I didn't want to come in this drive in the first place.
It's our herd.
It's your herd. It's up to me to have sold the land years ago.
That's really right. Maybe we ought to say that. We'll talk about it when we get back.
Hold up a minute. But it was my turn to look after fire now.
It's been a pretty hard day. You've got me tired. I'll wait till...
I'm no more tired than you are.
Okay, man.
I'm blowing that hill over once. Well, you're not serious, guys, about selling out.
There's something in what man says. He's no stopping me.
Well, maybe not, but you are.
I can always get rich somewhere.
Say, it'd probably be hotter in town anyway.
Huh?
My wife.
Oh, I didn't know you weren't married.
Yep, last winter. She's staying with her folks in Bradley where they took the cattle now.
Is that so?
Carrie's a fine girl, just younger than I am, about Nan's age. Young and pretty. Well, out there, everybody does. Well, even more. First time in our life, him and me have ever agreed on anything or anybody. He told me not to take him with us on this drive, said he'd never make it. I should have listened to him.
Well, he's pretty young, right? This is his first cattle drive. For all we know, his horse maybe did run away with him, you know?
None did they run him out his horse. He's no good boy. I guess it's not fair to get the same up on him, but he's no.
You're not his father. You're not to blame for how he turned out.
I'm the only father he ever had. Old man died, and I'm just a baby. Now I just lasted a couple of years after that. I was 13. Practically full good as he passed on, but the lamb was only 4. He made me promise I'd look after him. See, he got his schooling and chanced him out for something. Fires on me, son.
Oh, here, I'll take it.
I sent him to school, bought him books, but he wouldn't stick it out. It was too much like work. Don't you hear? He's trouble, he's lazy, he's selfish. Expect everything to be handed to him all tied up in a fancy ribbon. Like this afternoon, he wasn't afraid of the cattle. He just couldn't be bothered shouting him. He didn't care that much.
Well, maybe he's had it too easy, right? Maybe if it kept you down and surprised you.
I do. No, I'm not making the same mistake again. I'm not putting my own kid.
With you, huh?
Yeah. Sorry, but he might be here tonight for all I know.
Yeah, well, congratulations.
Thank you. I'll buy you a cigar, not
Yeah. That's fine. Well, I guess maybe time turning, I think.
I ain't very sleepy. I think I'll go up and well, I'll see if mine's oh, doggone it, Betty is my kid, brother.
I know, right? Yeah. You know. I banked the fire for the night and set up a W. The moon came up, full moon. Kind of a moon right out there. Got a couple of rocks out in the corner. Thought about as comfortable as man has right to do. Right?
Me.
Oh. I thought you were looking after the head.
Try some nosing around, if you don't trust it. So if you don't stay up all night, that's physical. You got nothing but heroes on this ride.
Yeah. How do you figure that?
Well, you're the 6th seater, aren't you? Supposed to be the fastest man with a gun west of Kansas City. East of Susan was so killer.
No, you shouldn't believe everything you hear, man.
I don't. I don't believe you're any faster with a gun in the next one.
You tell me wrong.
I don't believe you're any faster than me. See that white rock over there? Yeah?
Good. You're good.
Go ahead. Yes, man.
Well, I'm afraid I'm quite out of practice with shooting at rocks. I used to do it, but I haven't tried it recently.
What do you mean by that? I'm still a kid?
I didn't mean anything. You're a good shot. Now, good night.
Maybe you think it was an accident. Hit it. I hit it. I can do it again. Oh. See that?
No. Balance the cold all night. Didn't keep me from sleeping. When I finally woke up, the sun was just starting to sideways, move my head. A couple of seconds, I couldn't quite decide whether to open my eyes or not, but the smell of coffee made me make up my mind.
Want some grabber?
Oh, thanks. Thanks. Where's Mom?
Taking a bath?
Taking a bath?
Yeah. Found a water hole on the side of the hill. We'll be back in a minute. Just knowing to keep himself booted up. It wouldn't surprise me if he showed up wearing a clean shirt.
Yeah. No, you can't blame politics. Here. Yeah, what's this?
Hmm?
Yeah. Let me take a letter. Oh, here, here.
Mine?
That says left tire. Is that your watching it?
Yeah.
Yeah, here.
Read it to me, Britt.
Huh?
That's right. Read me what it says.
Well, I'm not interested in somebody else's mail, Ralph. I especially love letters.
Is that what it is?
But you ought to know it's yours, you know?
Yeah. No, Britt, it ain't. Carrie ain't never written me. She knows I can't read. It's knowing you had the schooling. Remember, Britt, I told you last night.
Yeah, I remember.
Read me what it says. Read it.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in a moment. First, a word from Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment.
You'll be glad this winter you bought a Coleman heater this fall. Yes, as you sit back in your easy chair, snug and comfortable, you'll be glad you bought a Coleman heater. You'll enjoy floor-to-ceiling warmth in those rooms you could never heat before. Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. Here's what you get. First bonus, a new low price. Yes, now you can get a dependable Coleman automatic heater at a new low price. Second bonus, a new low operating cost. Coleman saves you up to 25% on heating bills because Coleman gives you maximum heat from your fuel. Third bonus, a 32-piece set of Libby Safe Edge glassware worth $15. It's free with your new Coleman heater. Get 3 big bonuses. Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. This sale is for limited time only. So see your Coleman dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name and address in your telephone directory.
Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Dick Concert.
The sun was warming the back of my neck as I stood there facing the ice, holding that piece of lavender paper in my hand. I looked down at the letter and then up at Ralph again. He was standing there, waiting, not moving. Not any part of him moving except the vein in his shirt that jumped out in little cloud.
I'm waiting, Britt.
Now, it's not my letter, Ralph, and I guess it isn't yours,
Who
is it?
informs me, don't it? It's from Carrie. It's from my wife.
Well, that's between you and her.
I want to know what it says. What you can let the norm about. Read it.
Or maybe you'd rather I'll tell you what it says now. It says, I love you. It's we always love me, and it goes into detail. Now, put it away, Mom. You know, the sample of my people last night, you put that gun away and you got it. What am I supposed to do? Take you both on? This isn't my argument. It'll take 3 of us to get that herd to Abilene. I just want to be sure there'll be 3 of us to do it.
There ain't going to be 3 Britt.
You may not make it, and I'm going to be sure I'm not going to lose that money you promised me. Now, come on. Let's straighten up this. What's the matter with you? Yeah. You both able to ride now? Yeah. All right. Norm, what about you? Yeah. All right, now, come on, let's get started. I jumped out the car and covered up the fire by Norm got the horses. And saddled up and got the herd underway. Norm moved out to the front, and I stayed in the middle, and Ralph got out the rear. I figured it'd be just as well if I stayed the swing. I looked back a couple of times. When I stood, I saw Ralph staring at Norm, nothing. But another move he made. But he didn't say a word. All day long, he didn't say a word. Then at supper time, Ralphie sat off one side just pecking at his food. I noticed there's nothing wrong with Norm's appetite there. And that thing, well, it looks like you finished him up, Norm. Well, you're kind of hungry now, huh?
Why not? Just good for doing my growing. At least that's what some people think.
Uh-huh. Well, as long as you're so full of energy, maybe you didn't mind looking after the cattle, huh?
Huh?
Well, you missed your turn last night, didn't you? So you taking over this outfit, Constance? No. Just a suggestion. I guess somebody's got to run things. It looks like my brother's holding a very tight rein. Doing them all. Yeah. Come on, man. Right. How about some shut-eyes? That's good. Come on. No. I waited till I got back and closed my eyes. I didn't sleep for long. But an hour later, something woke me up. At first I thought it was a car accident. Then I saw Rice edging off through the brush. Going somewhere else? Huh? We'll be up here. Yeah. That gun ain't gonna do much good if you're taking on killing it, right? What do you mean? Don't do that. You ain't got no right to interfere. I was just thinking about that 10% of the herd. You can't know nobody. Your brother. No more. What if I do when he gets to know you? I ain't never had anything up to feel it from his own. He wanted something he took it. I never stopped him. The herd is my life. It belongs to me, and this time I'm going to stop it. You better wait and talk it over with her. Hold it too long already. What do you think she didn't want known to go with us in this drive? It doesn't look like she was afraid he'd never make it through one of them there with her. And it's not like this. I'd be one to pick over the baby too or something. No, come on. You got to get some sleep now. You'll feel better in the morning. No. I won't feel better in the morning, but I won't feel no better until you're going to... By noontime the next day, that saddle man was really harder than usual. I decided to keep my eye on Rice. He was still right behind me. But the sun was getting hot, and I was kind of drowsy, so I just jogged along for the next few miles, not paying much attention to anything or anybody. The star hadn't given me a jolt. I'm through the day. I wouldn't have looked around, and I wouldn't have seen that we were coming into a gorge. It was very narrow, barely wide enough for the herd, and the rock walls jutted up at a sharp angle, too steep for a horse to climb. By the time I got my bearings, it was too late. This was just kind of the place Rice was looking for. I couldn't see him now, but I knew he was doing the firing, and I knew why. He was trying to stampede the cattle. And there in the gorge, no one wouldn't be able to get out of the way. There was no chance of getting back to stop Rice. All I could do was just jam right into the middle of the herd. Come on. Past a couple of steers. I tried to keep them under control, but the ones in the rear started pressing forward to the corners, and there just wasn't no holding the rest of them. And he was right in it now, real stampede. This was Rice's way of killing his brother, and I wasn't so sure I was going to fail any better than knowing. A couple of the cows started against us, almost toppled us over. I was pretty certain to lose his footing before we could get much further, and I just got my gun. It's a little fast, but it's kind of plugged up before we get through. All of my shooting was just making things worse. There was nothing to do now but just get started and let him run. I hadn't had time to worry about Norm. I didn't know what had happened to him. I didn't even think about it until it happened. That wasn't Rice firing. That wasn't Rice firing. That was from up ahead. But the herd was not crazy. They just shot out the wall. The one thing they didn't observe it. I rose up and I started to look forward. Norm was holding his ground at the mouth of the gorge. He could have gotten away all right, but he was holding his ground. I just looked at myself up, maybe I would have been able to hang on when the cattle twisted around and started changing direction. As it was, I heard it behind, shot out behind a rock. I went to the neck. I rolled under him. Pass me by. Oh my God. Up on my feet now, what's wrong? I heard you're still out of control. It's charging at the other end of the wood. And then I got to slide to right. Then I heard it too. I went past the fire and all the moved on almost out of sight before I saw right again. He was lying on the ground and the smell of sticky little red dust, and Norm was dead, bent him over and got up to him. You all right? No.
Oh, I started to run. I said he could try to get out of the way, but he didn't run. You stopped him. You stopped him really bit.
Yeah. I didn't lose one, but hang on you right up there.
How is it going to help you now? I thought them said they'd kill you. How is it going to help you?
Brother. More like that than I've ever had.
You hear that, Brett? You don't hurt me.
Listen, about that letter.
I don't tell you.
But you love me, that letter was written a long time ago, before you and her were married, before she even knew you.
A long time?
Yeah, I would never think. I was in love with her, but she was in love with me, not ever. And when you come along, she realized it. She never had anything to do with it. I only kept the letter because I could show it to you, and you got to lie to me the way you did yesterday.
You're telling me the truth.
You know I am, don't you?
That's what I did. I guess I did it all along. You probably told me about our family, but I was so happy and proud of it, and it's still over. I just know you couldn't feel that way if you wasn't sure you was right. It's free.
Take it easy, right? Now, don't start talking too much.
What's the matter, you did? You think I'm sorry for this?
No, of course not.
You said it would take all three of us to get to Albany. That's the way it's going to be. Oh, sure. You and Norm and me. It'll be a while before I can get on my legs, but you just give me a couple of hours rest. Maybe round up the hood. A couple of hours and I'll be round to...
Well, he's dead, man.
He's feeling better. You're hurting.
Well, man don't always know when he's down, man. Sometimes man is lucky. What? Good. Good, yeah. Stanley kid cry. I guess this makes you just kid. Oh, I wouldn't say that, man. I'd say you've done a lot of growing up today. We buried Rice there at the mouth of the gorge and went off around up the palace. We managed to find most of them, and about a week later we hit Ambience. All during that week I kept wanting to ask Norm about that letter from Carl, if it was true what he told you, if it really had been written a couple of years ago. But somehow, I don't know, the subject never came up. At least I never found a good time for doing it, right? Besides, it really wasn't any of my business.
Beginning tomorrow night, Fibber McGee and Molly return to the air in a new series of programs. Yes, beginning tomorrow night, you'll hear those wonderful folks from 79 Wistful Vista, Fibber McGee and Molly, every night, Monday through Friday on NBC. As a matter of fact, this is the week that we see 28 new programs beginning on the NBC radio network. And you'll find that an evening with NBC radio is an evening sure to entertain. So make a date to keep your dial set where you hear the familiar NBC sound.
your invitation to the best in radio programming. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company have presented James Stewart as the six-seater. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Lou Mallow and James McCagan. The Six-Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions and is based on a character created by Frank Bruce, and today's transcribed story was written by him. Special music was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Hal Gibney speaking. Listen to Last Man Out, one of the Magic 28, next on the NBC. In a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you on Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hugh Connon and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage. Sir Laurence Olivier on Theatre Royal, Lawrence Tibbett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Cedric March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the shadow is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, with handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooters. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of dramas based on the life of Britt Thompson, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act 1 of The Six-Shooter. The Red Cross trains millions of Americans each year in first aid, water safety, home nursing, and as volunteer nurses' aides. Volunteer nurses' aides assist professional nurses in hospitals and clinics. This help requires skill. It is through the Red Cross that you and your neighbor can get that skill, can get that training. Through the Red Cross, you can answer the call of your family and your community. Help make this training possible. Give to the American Red Cross Fund. Now, Act 1 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
The trail of Berkeley City was over the crest of Baronet Mountain and then down the northern slope. That's why you couldn't see the town until you were almost there, back in the clouds. There always seemed to be a stack of thick marshmallow clouds along the side of Baronet, and by the time you got through them, the town was right in front of you. Anyway, it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon when I hit the city limits, and at least what had been the city limits 10, 15 years ago. Of course, nowadays, houses on the outskirts look much more than just loose chimneys, big and windy. When I reach the main street, things look more normal. It's not like a real town, of course, but well, the mercantile was open, and the bank, and the post office. 10 or 12 stores, maybe, all still doing business. I spotted what I was looking for, and the sign on the Opera House said Rocky Mountain Western Railroad, Virtue City Office. Wow. Well, guess they might as well use the Opera House for something. Jenny Lynn sure won't be staying there anymore, not like she did for the grand opening. Howdy.
Afternoon, hey, Sugar.
Oh, sure.
Mind handing me that back?
Hmm?
Yeah, that one there on the desk.
Oh, this is, yeah.
I want to put these papers in. Oh, thanks.
You clean that up. Okay. Moving to another place. Well, I guess there's plenty of vacancies in Virtue City, isn't there?
There's going to be one more.
Wait a minute, what, you leaving town?
I'm sure I'm in 3 weeks. That's what I wasted here, 3 weeks. I'm not wasting any more time. Tomorrow night, that's the deadline when I take the stage. Virtue City doesn't deserve a railroad, and they're not getting one. Well, what's on your mind?
Well, under the circumstances, I'm not exactly sure.
That's no surprise. Nobody's sure anything around here.
No, what I mean is I was figuring on signing up with the railroad. I've laid track before, and I think that, I heard the new line was going through Virtue City.
You heard wrong, mister.
Well, I'm scared of trouble,
There's other folks who should be sorry. Give me their word. They did have the right of way free and clear. Out of storm, that's what they ought to do.
Oh, hello, Doc. Oh, well, sure. Doc? I didn't know you were still living in it. What in the thunder are you doing in a wheelchair, Doc?
Oh, I fell off my horse a couple of months ago. It was his fault, not mine.
Oh, his fault. Oh, yeah. Did you break anything?
Well, I ain't positive. I had to send her back Samson over to Watsonville. He says I broke my leg. Oh, but this don't think you'd know a broken leg from a floating kidney. If you ask me, he's keeping me off my feet so he'll get a crack at all my patients.
Oh, well, Doc, to do you good, get a little rest.
Maybe. Oh, sit down, Dick. Sit down.
Right. I was kind of surprised to see the courthouse still open. I thought they'd moved county seat over to Fort Bragg.
All that kissing. Well, those people in Fort, they bribed the legislature. That's what they did. Said we'll get the county seat back again. Just you wait and see. Meantime, we're using the courthouse for City Hall. I guess we got just about the fanciest City Hall west of Denver.
Yeah, you can be strong.
I'm the man out there.
Oh, wow.
What about you? What brought you to Virtue City after all this time? I hope you ain't just passing through.
Well, I'm so, Doc. I was aiming to sign up at the railroad, but since they ain't coming this way.
Not coming this way, but who told you that?
Well, that fellow with the alcohol.
Oh, that's nothing. Bad nothing. Don't pay no attention to him.
So he works for the railroad, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, today. But he ain't never wanted the line to go through Virtue City anyhow. He'd rather went to where Watsonville. If you ask me, Watsonville is paying him off. That's the reason he's been looking for an excuse to get out of our contract. He figures this trouble with Annie will let him off the hook.
Annie?
It's still there, Annie. You remember her, Britt, Annie Huxley.
Annie Huxley. Oh, sure. I thought she'd moved away.
No such luck. She's still stuck on the old Huxley mine like a hen hatching eggs. Only thing is, there ain't no eggs in that mine, not anymore.
Well, what's she got to do with the railroad?
Well, Britt, the last been surveyed to go through her property. Town agreed to secure all the right-of-ways the railroad had used. We're willing to pay for him and a good price.
But Annie's not satisfied with her boss.
We don't know. She won't talk to us. Won't even let anybody near his house. She just sits there day and night, right by the window with her shotgun poking out. Anybody comes on her line, she lets go. That's some people making their still silver in that man, and folks are trying to get it away from her. I'm crazy. That's what she is, you ask me.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Doc. Maybe Annie's living the past a little bit. She's got quite a past to live in, too, you know. I remember about a wedding to Stan Huxley. About how he put down a street of silver dollars all around the church. You remember that?
Yes, well, that's beside the point. I can't decide on that.
Five?
Yeah, he's a relative of Stan's, a distant cousin or something like that, but a relative. He had to pay his fare all the way out from Chicago.
You seen Annie yet?
That's where he is right now, and he is taking out. You see, he's a lawyer, and he's not the kind to put up with any nonsense. So that, Mr. Huxley, I didn't see you ride up, and I've been watching the street. I didn't go to her. Oh, now, don't tell me that horse, and I'm for you, too. I couldn't tell me. Where will I find the chief of police? What? I'm charging that woman with attempted murder.
Well, you don't mean Annie.
Oh, certainly do mean Annie. She ought to be locked up. And if I have anything to do with it, she will be. Oh, then she she wouldn't sign over the right of way. Well, not even for you, her own kid. I didn't get a chance to discuss it. She shot at me point blank.
It don't look like she hit you.
It was a miracle she didn't. I guess she just didn't know who you were, Mr. Huxley. She didn't recognize you. I told her who I was. Right after that, she fired.
Yeah, some folks just don't come to relatives, seems like.
Well, she tried to kill me.
I know, she was just defending her property in a calculation. If she wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be walking around now. I don't know how to handle a gun.
Well, we gotta do something, though. If we don't have that right away by tomorrow, Nelson, he's the railroad man. Nelson will leave town. The railroad goes through Watson. Well, and that'll just about wash up Bakery City once and for all.
Well, there must be some way of explaining things to Annie, Doc. I saw her in jail. That's just have to make her more cussed than ever, you know.
Oh, maybe there is another way. Sure. Somebody who trusted, somebody who didn't have no axe to grind, she'd listen to him.
Now, Doc.
You got those papers all ready for the phone, Mr. Huxley?
Doc.
Then give them the bill.
Doc, now this ain't not fair, Doc. Now, I don't want to get mixed up with this.
I know you did.
No,
You
but
didn't let us down not every
Now, listen,
time like
Doc,
this. Go on, Huxley, give them the papers.
Now, wait a minute.
You will never forget what you're doing, but the whole time will be in your debt. Just get her to sign the first of the month. Good night.
Doc. The next thing I knew, I was riding up to the Huxley mine. Annie's shop was next to the main shaft, about 100 yards off the road. I slid down on the side in, tried the gate. Holy smoke. Padlock big enough to protect the benzene mint which came down the post. Well, and that has to do the corner of the getting on toward dusk. Now, I didn't know whether to sneak up on her and run away or just walk up the front door in plain sight and take my chances. I was making up my mind. I was stopping down behind a pile of wooden boxes. At least one thing was certain, I wasn't going to sneak up on her unawares.
Next time I won't miss.
I'll put that thing down, Annie, or I'll shoot it out of your hand.
Who's that fellow? Who is that?
They're Pocket. That's right.
I know. None of the flea-bitten skunks around here would have nerve enough to touch me that way.
I'm coming in, Annie.
I guess there's no stopping you. Not that I believe you'd ever try to keep this gun out of my hands, Vic, no matter what you do.
Well, that makes it even, man. I don't believe you'd aim it at me either. How are things, Annie?
Anyway, not too bad. Not too bad. To close that door.
Sure.
Fact of the matter is, Vic, I've been working the southern shaft lately. Found a vein that looks really promising. One of these days, the Huxley will be going full force again.
Annie, you don't really believe that.
Well, of course I believe it. Why shouldn't I? We took $250,000 out of this mine, Jim and me, and there's plenty more. Just push me find it. Here, you want some coffee?
Yeah, thanks. Now, these hills have been worked dry. I know there's no shelter in them, not anymore. Well, that's how I came up to talk to you.
Here, drink your coffee. It's about the right away for the railroad, you're just wasting your breath.
No, but Doc Fry said you didn't know anything about the railroad, that nobody's been able to explain it to you.
Oh, nobody's going to explain it. There's nothing goes on in Virtue City that I don't get wind of. I ain't lived here 35 years for nothing.
Doc says the town needs the railroad, needs it bad.
Now, I got no objection to a railroad into Virtue City. Probably need it myself to haul the ore out when I strike a rich vein. But the line don't have to go through my property.
Well, in mountain country like this, railroads don't have much choice. I asked that cost. The only other route would cost a whole lot more money, more than the Rocky Mountain Western is willing to pay.
Well, that ain't my problem. All I care about is the Huxley. And they're not laying any tracks across it.
All right. That's what it's here. Thanks for coffee. Oh, I guess maybe I ought to warn you. Your cousin is talking about putting you in jail.
He is my cousin. He's saying I'm saying that I haven't even found neither.
Well, whoever he is, he's
And if they're putting me in jail, we'll have to find somebody to come out here and arrest me first. From what I've seen of him this afternoon, there isn't a check.
What's going on here? I told you I was going to set out a warrant for arrest. Thanks to you, so you got the service.
Wait a minute. Of all the low-down meat, keeping me occupied for this. Please come here.
Come on, let's go. Listen, I can swear for you.
I'm enough listening to you already. Take your hands off me, Charlie. I ain't going to jail from such a saloon. I'm Silver, I'm a Huxley. And when I go to jail, I go under my own fire.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in a moment. First, a word from Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment.
When winter comes, does your house shrink like this?
Well, I guess it's time to close off the two back rooms, because there's no way to heat them.
Don't deprive yourself of valuable living space. Get a Coleman floor furnace or wall heater and enjoy new warmth and comfort in the hardest to heat rooms. A Coleman floor furnace or wall heater takes up a minimum of space, yet it gives you constant circulation of fresh, warm air, just as a big basement furnace does. You'll be snug and comfortable all winter long. And if you're interested in economy as well as comfort, listen to this. Coleman floor furnaces and wall heaters are low in price, low in operating costs, because Coleman gives you maximum heat from the fuel you use, either gas or LP gas. See your Coleman dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name and address in your telephone directory. Remember, comfort costs so little with a Coleman.
Now, Act 2 of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Fawcett.
Well, they put Annie in a buckboard and started out to town. I rode alongside for half a mile or so and tried to tell her I wasn't there to get me arrested, but she wasn't listening. So I just started her. It was about 9 o'clock when I got back to Virtue City. The place looked even stranger by night than by day. Just a light here and there where folks were living. And whole blocks of darkness in between. Sort of like the candles on a cake when part of them has been blown in. I stopped off at the Mansion Hotel long enough to get me a room, and then I headed over to Dr. Foster's house. We were sitting in the living room eating about the hard candy when I got there.
Come on in, Dick. Come on in. How'd you make out? You get her to sign on the dotted line?
Yep.
Sorry to hear that. Oh, I ought to know better than eat this stuff with my teeth. Sure is good, though. Have a seat?
No, thanks.
Yeah, well, no, you mustn't feel too bad, Dick. I was afraid you wouldn't have much luck with it. There's Mr. Huxley. He went ahead and got that warrant dried up.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Uh-huh.
I was there when the sheriff arrested her. She thinks I was in cahoots with him and Huxley.
No, that's the thing. But don't you worry. I'll see she finds out the truth.
Well, I guess it serves me right to get mixed up in her affairs.
No, you wasn't mixing. Dick, you was just doing us a favor, and we're all much obliged. You know, women for Clyde Huxley is just about the smartest thing I ever heard.
Maybe so, but you haven't got the right of way yet.
We'll get it, Dick. We'll get it.
Well, I don't think jail any of you. Besides, you'll have to turn her loose anyway. Huxley can't make that charge of attempted murder straight.
No, he's not charging her with anything, Dick.
Huh?
It's just a question of whether she's got all her faculties in it. That's what they're hearing about, huh?
You mean he's claiming she's crazy?
Well, you said yourself she was curious.
I said she lived in the past, that's all. Everybody's got something to remember, does that, more or less?
Well, in her case, it's more, not less. Of course, it's up to Judge Drayton to decide.
Well, hasn't there got to be medical testimony and a sanity hearing?
What? That's the subpoenaed me to see.
Now, doggone it, Doc. Now, this just decision's right.
Touch his hair only right, but he looked up our state line. If there's a nearest relative can demand a sign of his own with a sufficient cause.
You take that mine away from me, you dirty hat.
Now, wait a minute, Bill. You said yourself this wasn't none of your business, but you were sorry you mixed into it.
Sure, well, but it just looks like I got mixed up in it. Good night, Jack. I'll see you later.
I want to get this clear. You admit firing a shotgun at various people who were supposed to place the residence at various times.
I've shot at people trying to get into the Huxley mine, if that's what you mean.
That's right. Now, how often has this occurred?
As often as they tried it.
Order. It's a very serious matter. Let's see. Yes. Surely you must admit this behavior of yours isn't exactly normal.
It's normal for me.
Order? What I mean is the average person doesn't use firearms on harmless visitors.
The average person don't own the Huxley mine. I do.
This is the crux of my poor cousin's delusion. This feeling of hers as a Huxley mine is of some great value that it still contains silver, when we all know that it's worthless.
And just how do you know that?
You proved it to us. For 10 years you've lived there and searched for shafts every day. And you find silver? You've replaced it?
No,
You see, your Honor.
if that makes you crazy, then Skin must have really been out of his head. He spent 12 years prospecting that mine before he made his first strike. I still got 2 years to go before I'll be even with him.
Yes, you never see it there.
There is no
Well, one there.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Huxley, but after what Doc Cross said and then what you thought so, well, I'm afraid that the law allows me no alternative but to,
Excuse me, Your Honor.
now, see here, we're not going to have any more interruptions. What is that, man, Doc?
Good point.
6 feet?
Yes, and now don't you know
Well,
what
if something you want to say, Mr. Ponford, is report over here. Happy to hear you.
Well, thanks, Judge. I've been listening to this hearing, and like Mr. Huxley says, it all seems to hinge on whether or not there's any silver in the Huxley mine. I mean, what I mean is, if there was silver, then Annie's actions wouldn't seem so strange, would it?
No, I suppose not. She'd be protecting a valuable piece of land. But,
I think maybe you ought to see this report here. You see, I took some ore samples from the Huxley mine over to this assay office this morning, and, here's one of them.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you, Mr.
Well, if you'll just read that report, Your Honor.
Method for value of approximately $125 a pound.
125, yeah, I figured they'd run a little higher, but I just here.
I can't believe it.
Yes, that's what it says, all right. 120. This all came from the Huxley.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
Listen, everybody. Everybody understands silver again. So all you know the whole time, they're sitting on it, just like in the old days. Silver!
We've got a contract with my company.
We don't need your railroad blessing, you've got silver!
Now, I wouldn't be too hasty, Doc. Of course, there's no possibility of bringing the land through the Huxley now, I suppose. But there is that other route. It cost Mr. Nelson's company a little more money.
That's like your ends. Of course, I'll have to check with the main office.
You would, huh? Oh, that seems strange. Too bad you can't sort of make a decision right now on the spot, before another railroad hears about the silver and tries to beat you in here.
I'm thinking that there really isn't any reason to delay the matter. If you'll just drop by my office, Dr. Cross, I'll extend the contract and give the orders to begin construction on the other route.
Well, I guess that takes care of everything, except the honor on the sanity here. You were just about to hand down a ruling, Judge, weren't you?
You come on. There's no question about a sanity. I'm surprised that Mr. Hudson. Hooray, if you're standing, customers can think like this. Silverman and Huxley is one of Ocean City's outstanding citizens. He always has been. All integrity is perfect general.
Inside of 5 minutes, the only people left in that courtroom were me and Anna. It's funny thing, you know. She was the only person who hadn't been excited about the struggle. She just kind of stared at me without budging. And then the corners of her lips sort of wrinkled up into a smile.
Great conflict.
Yes, ma'am.
You better get out of town before they find out. They'd try and cover you for sure.
Well, what are you talking about, Anna?
Yeah. You think I recognize that piece of oil? I have to. I've been looking at it for 30 years. Them samples have been sitting on my dresser ever since Jim found them in his first flat. You saw them last night. You knew they were souvenirs from the old days.
Well, they could have been something that you dug up recently, couldn't they?
I'm not saying you lied, Dick. All you told him was that the oil was from the Huxley. That's true enough. It's just a good thing they didn't ask you your friend.
Yeah, to get killed. Well, anybody can make a mistake.
You knew that you were doing. And you knew the railroad would be coming through the other lights before they got wise.
No, I wouldn't exactly say that, but under the circumstances I think maybe I better leave town. But you think that would be...
Wait a minute, Dick. I've done the stop.
Oh, well, nothing to thank me for, Anna. It just looks like I can't tell old oil samples from fresh ones. Okay. It was a month or two later before I heard about Virtue City again. Bumped into a fellow in Idaho Springs who was heading up that way. And said there'd been a big service strike near the town. I tried to talk him out of going over there. I told him it was probably just a false alarm. He wouldn't listen. He said there'd been a false strike 3 or 4 weeks ago, and everybody went out prospecting. And the first thing you knew, somebody found Jerry. The real thing. Well, I had a newspaper from Virtue City to prove it. Editorial on the front page was by Doc Cross. About moving the county seat back to Old Berlin. It's a funny way of working on it.
Here's a tip for more great dramatic entertainment each week on the NBC Radio Network. Direct from his great hit in From Here to Eternity comes a new dramatic Frank Sinatra to play the hard-hitting adventure role of Rocky Fortune every Tuesday evening. And if comedy is your weakness, you want to know that Sidney McGee and Molly are now heard every day, Monday through Friday on the NBC Radio Network. Remember, you'll hear more of America's greatest radio program if you keep your dial set to this same station of the NBC Radio Network. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company have presented James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bird. Others in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Dan O'Herlihy, Herb Feigman, Robert Griffin, and Farley Burr. The Six-Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions and is based on a character who was created by Frank Drake, and the transcribed story was written by him. Special music was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jeff Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gibbons speaking. Listen to Last Man Out, next on the NBC. In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the Six Shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you on Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage, Sir Laurence Olivier on Theatre Royal, and Lawrence Tippett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Frederick March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the Six Shooter. The man in the shadow is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, his handle unmarked. People called him both the Six Shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Consul, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the western territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act 1 of the Six Shooter. A lot of vacations start as a daydream and end as a daydream for lack of money. That need not happen to you. You can have extra money when you need it. Simply join the payroll savings plan for buying United States savings bonds. When your bonds mature, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you invest. And there's your extra money, your vacation, both guaranteed. Ask your employer about buying United States savings bonds through the payroll savings plan, and then join. Now, Act 1 of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart.
The wind had died down, and it was quiet now. The only thing I could hear was the stick on the wall, about 20 feet down from where I'd made camp. I shifted my blanket, went over one side. The moon came out, and I could see the water skimming along, washing the pebble stream. And the sound of the river, sound of the creek always makes you dry. I had to close my eyes, and then I got that same feeling, Janet, that feeling I've had all day. Sky fell still. Ever since we turned off the maiden road into the trail to Petersburg, I had a hunch that there was another horse and I was right behind. Whoever was riding and managed to keep out of sight, but it was the same kind of a hunch you get when you feel a pair of eyes drilling into the back of your neck and turn around and start somebody staring at you. Sky hadn't been traveling very fast. Anybody could have caught us. It was real easy. What about they hadn't wanted to catch us? That is, if my hunch is right. Maybe the first time I played the wrong hunch. It's going to lose in sleep over there. It was Sky that woke me up. At the first shot I ever done my power job and let my 6 feet away. I whipped my hand from under the blanket and I was gripping the gun. Hey, you looking for something, mister? Oh, no. Hold on. Hey, just a minute. Hold on now. Oh, that's better. I'd kind of like to find out why hey, you're pretty young to be roaming around this country, aren't you, son?
I'm 11.
Oh. You the fellow's been following me all day?
It's a sweet trail, ain't it?
Yeah, for sure.
And you ain't got me right here in the forest no riding over.
Oh, that's still right. But, you haven't got much right stealing my job, do you?
I didn't steal any.
Well, that's what you're fixing to do, isn't it?
Maybe.
Oh. Now, if you're hungry, you're welcome to it. I got plenty of job for it. You just didn't have to come sneaking around, so
I didn't know who you were. I was afraid you might try to send me back home.
Just stay at home.
Precious.
Oh. Well, if you'll stay at the fire, I'll see what I can do about heating up some beans. How's that sound?
I'd appreciate it.
Good. None of that time, eh? Oh, well.
You won't tell nobody around to me, will you, mister? You won't tell me to see me.
Well,
You're not taking me back to Chester. No matter what happens, I'm not going back there. You understand?
take it easy. You're not the first boy run away from home, so I'll tell you. Most of them hike off when they're about your age. But they don't usually miss more than one meal before they turn back. At least I didn't. What happened? Your dad give you a whipping?
No, sir. Pop wouldn't hit me either. He's a fine man. The finest man that ever lived.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing.
I haven't proceeded for the time. He told me when I was big enough I could burn up it. Big enough now, ain't I?
Yeah. You're a good sized boy for 11. Say that much. How come you haven't been staying with your dad?
He moves around a lot.
Oh, I see.
So I've been living with Aunt Aggie ever since my dad. Not the same as when I was a long time.
No, I guess so.
I made up my mind. As soon as I found out where it was, I was going to.
And you see your dad's in Petersville?
Aunt Aggie got a letter from her last Monday. I heard her talking to Uncle Ray about it and heard him mention 5 men. I was kind of worried. Like something had happened to him. And when I saw me, I shut up. You looking past this? You looking that's what they were talking about?
I don't know, son. It could be right.
I asked them what was in the letter, but they wouldn't tell me. Now I'm going to find out for myself.
Well, seeing how I'm heading to Petersville, too, I guess there's no reason why we shouldn't ride along together. And if we're going to be traveling companions, we ought to introduce ourselves, huh?
My name's Jackie. Rita.
Oh, please meet you, right? I'm Dick Consul.
Good counsel.
That's right.
Couldn't they call a 6-shooter? Where's Mr. Counsel? I didn't mean to talk back to you the way I did. If I'd known who you was. Thanks. But would you mind telling me your gun? We'd first talk about that gun. It was ever since I was a kid.
Yeah, check.
You're heavy, so yeah.
You know about guns, huh?
Okay. You can do it a square?
Sure, let's see that. Oh, that's fine. Whoop.
Personally, the way you do it, though. Peanut potential. Thanks for showing it to me.
Yeah. Well, I guess we still got a couple hours for sun-up. I'd like to bring the horse over here to the sky. Maybe we can get some stuff.
Good idea. Oh, look at this. I'm not pleased I bumped into you.
Oh, my, right? Oh, my. We got an early start the next morning. That is considering that it took me almost half an hour to get Yank away from the street. About 4 o'clock when we got into Petersville. I've been through that way for a couple of years, but I haven't changed much. But the only thing different I saw is a new livery stable and a face coat of green paint on the Jackson Hotel. Men playing checkers in the front porch, they were sitting over there, the beard's a little girl. My hair wasn't exactly the same shade it used to be, but that's at least been doing that in the sun for me. At least that's how I think. Well, we pulled up beside a yellow adobe building right next door to the hotel and climbed off our horses. Oh, come on, Yank, let's go inside and see what we can find out about your father.
That's a sheriff's office.
Sure, yes. Still know where he is. What's the matter, Yank?
I don't like sheriffs, that's all.
Haven't been giving you trouble, have you?
I don't like him neither. Heard him say so. He was talking to a friend of his and didn't see how he heard him from sheriff.
Oh, well, I don't imagine he was talking about Sheriff Joe. There's good sheriffs and bad sheriffs, and like everything else. Most of them are good. Come on. Hello, John. Hi. Jenkins is gone east for her daughter's wedding. She asked me to look after her place while she's away.
Well, it's very good to see you. Say, who's the thing?
Oh, this is Link, Sheriff. He was coming to Petersville, too, so we decided to ride along together.
Pleased to meet you, Frank.
Howdy.
Matter of fact, that's why we stopped in to talk to you. Link wants to find out about his spot.
I'd be glad to help out if I can. What's his name, Frank?
Larkin. All Larkin.
Just a couple of hours too late.
Too late?
I read your pal sister in Turkey. Her answer came in on the morning stage. She said she couldn't rent the house Friday. Got the bill here. Dinner with his name.
That's good.
You knew about him being killed. Yeah, I told you.
I guess she didn't, Sheriff.
Oh, I didn't mean to blurt it out, but I forgive you.
How did it happen?
We don't have to talk about that now, son.
I want to know. What happened?
Look, suppose you come up to my house for supper, huh? After you've had a nice home-cooked meal.
It won't do you no good to splash yet. I don't know who killed him.
I'll find out anyway, Sheriff.
Marshal over database says word that Larkin and his pal Chris Fraser were heading this way. I'd heard about him before. I knew what to expect. They rode into town about noontime. I was waiting inside the bank. I'd deputized some of the boys on the river. Yet, Al Fraser didn't have a chance, son. They shouted out anyway. Didn't drop the gun, even though they had been dead. Fraser got away into the hills. But Larkin, I knew. Sorry I had to be the one to do it. Even sorry,
You're a liar. A dirty, thieving liar. My son never tried to rob no bank. You did it. What you said about it. I'll make you take it back every year. Dirty liar.
Get a hold of yourself, you know.
Why should you? You said, ain't you? You killed my son. You said.
What a reaction, Jeff. That is fair.
No, I expect it's best to leave him by himself, you know.
But this wasn't the first hole that Larkin and Fraser tried to pull up our long shot. Couldn't have me. Someday the girl and his friend. Someday the usual.
The trouble is, things don't wait for a person to reach the understanding age. They happen anyway, whether a person's ready for them or not. It doesn't look like they ain't ready. Not for this, anyway.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Monday night brings magnificent musical programs to the NBC radio network. It's an evening designed for restful relaxation. It's time to sit back in your favorite chair and listen to melodies old and new on such famous programs as The Voice of Firestone, The Railroad Hour, and The Telephone Hour. The Voice of Firestone continues to enchant radio audiences from coast to coast, and the program is now in its 25th year. Also on Monday evenings, enjoy the operettas presented on the Railroad Hour. Gordon McRae is your Railroad Hour host, and each week he is joined by a charming guest artist in the stellar productions of this fine show. You'll also want to hear the Telephone Hour every week, as it presents the music of Donald Voorhees and the Bell Symphonic Orchestra in chorus, as well as superb guest soloists. Listen Monday evenings on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Act 2 of The Six Shooters, starring James Stewart as Britt Concert.
After I made sure of a room for the night, I started out looking for rooms. I had a hunch I wouldn't have a hard time finding them. There was only one cemetery in Petersville, and Slocum Hill, west of town. Pines all around it, and soft green ferns mixed in between the trees. This was there, sitting on his haunches and what you call a mound of fresh earth. He wasn't crying, but his speech was streaked with wet dust where the tears came. All right. Well, these things were your cause. I thought maybe you might like to have them. Want some supper?
I'm not hungry.
Yeah, well...
You believe what the sheriff said, don't you? You believe he was right before he came.
Well, I wasn't there. I didn't see how it happened.
But you're on his side anyway.
Well, people don't have sides, you know, it's not on a thing like this.
I do. I'm on Paul's side. He was a good man. Never did anybody harm, never. No matter what that lying sheriff said.
Well, maybe you saw your dad different from other folks. And that doesn't mean you're wrong. Maybe with you, he was different.
I'll make it up for him, Mr. Peter. I'm going to get even with that sheriff. A year so help me.
Now, you listen to me.
Let me alone, Mr. Castle. Just that down, let me alone.
All right. All right. Now, if you change your mind, you know where the hotel is, huh? Come on. I thought he would change his mind. I thought he'd get cold out there in a couple hours and he'd come sneaking into the hotel room, but he didn't. He didn't change his mind. You know myself. I didn't sleep very much, You know how it is when you're expecting something to happen, or you sort of keep thinking about it in spite of yourself, and you just don't sleep very much. Anyway, well, who are you?
Hey, Bud. That's good.
Oh, come on in, Chad. Oh, morning.
Hope I didn't wake you.
No, I wasn't asleep. I was sleeping up a long time ago, but hand me my boots, Dad, will you?
All right, good.
Thanks.
Boy's not with you.
No, I haven't seen him since last night. Where are you?
No?
Something else?
Frankie's hardware store was robbed about 3 a.m. No money missing. Just revolving, some bullets as far as Frankie can tell.
Oh, I see.
Got into the back window. Found some footprints outside. Small boots. Guys aboard the road.
Okay. Is there anything else?
Yeah. It's a pretty clear trail leading away from behind the store. Real easy to follow. Almost as if the fellow who robbed the hardware store left the tracks and footprints so somebody'd come after him.
I have enough power. Oh, here it is.
It was the license kid, wasn't it?
No, it could have been.
Can't tell me he's got some fool notion of revenge in his thought.
Well, you did say something about getting even, John.
So he figures when I go riding after him, you'll get a chance to kill him. Is that how you see it?
Pretty hard to be sure what's going on in a youngster's head sometimes.
Yeah, Chris, sometimes I wonder why I keep on wearing this stuff. No matter what you do, it's wrong. Old Lockham is the first man I killed, not by a long shot. And he deserved it, man most. Killing him didn't end nothing. Just turned his kid back. I guess I could have...
Let Larkin kill you?
Oh, no.
You going after him?
Maybe the kid will come to his senses.
When you're 11 years old and you get set on accomplishing something, you don't change your mind very easily.
What do you expect me to do, Bert? Weaponize racing shoot out with an 11-year-old boy? I got a son of my own. Ned's just about the same age as him.
Well,
He thinks he's cutting me right now, there in that door. If I saw his finger starting to squeeze the trigger, I wouldn't be able to sleep. No matter what, I wouldn't be able to sleep.
where's his trail lead?
East over towards Skull Mountain.
Oh, well, Widow Jenkins went right over that way. I'm riding up there this morning.
Well, it just doesn't matter whether I go after him. He comes after me. Might as well get it over with. That's what you think I ought to do when you get this.
No, not necessarily. All I was thinking was that if it did happen to decide to fall a rank, well, we could ride out together. Quite well, at least. We're getting pretty close to Black Canyon, I guess.
Yeah, it's only about half an hour.
Well, if somebody wanted to set up an ambush, that canyon would be a good place, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, here's the turn off to the breaking point.
Huh? Oh, yes, yeah. That's right. Well, Ma Jenkins wasn't expecting me before sundown, so I didn't need to turn off this yet. I could ride along the trail to go a little bit further. We're moving through Black Canyon now, walking both sides, and it's heading for a person who wanted it. This trail went right straight ahead. And that's why we didn't pay much attention to what was happening behind. Not attention anyway. I did hear something, a little scratching around. By the time I turned my head, that barrel of the revolver was poked out through a crevice between two boulders. And it wasn't Link who was holding the gun.
I'm down way quicker. Told you not to reach. Next time won't be your hand.
Who are you? My name's Plunkett. Dick Plunkett.
Sure took your time coming after me, sir. You're waiting for somebody like the six-shooter to give you a hand. I never thought you'd be fool enough to hang around. Give you credit for every good thing. I'd have been glad to move on, but my horse wouldn't land on me. Besides, you put a bullet through my shoulder, remember? Just hold straight, sir. The wound is healed now. Okay, I'm out of the saddle. But don't hurry things. Come down slow, one at a time. You first, thank you. Your turn, sir. Now, walk forward a couple steps. Away from your horse. Hold it. Oh, sorry, forget it. What happened to last? I said you died. But it always up to you. Hold up the gun. That's where it goes. All right, now you haven't seen his kid, have you? Huh? Laughing? Yeah, a boy about 11 years old. What would I do? You mean he's in his spot? Yeah, he's gunning for the sheriff here. Sure takes after his own man, doesn't he? What do you mean, President? Huh? Oh, just laughing trouble. Likes the gun too much. Oh? Sure. Wasn't so bad when we first came up, but after a while he wasn't happy unless he could start a gunfight. That's for sure. You know how he was there at the bank. If it had been up to me, we'd have given up, and we say he had us counted, but anyhow. You might have been better off if you'd given up. No, not me. Earl maybe, but not me. Anyway, he'd have been killed sooner or later. Thought his always blazing away, someone's always going to blaze back, right? On me, I don't enjoy killing the way Earl did. It does good sounds when a man don't have no set. Like today, mate. I gotta have a horse, and I gotta make a bush out of his head. Now look, Figger. Well, as I see it, there's only one way of getting a horse, and making sure you boys get inside him. Figger. At least that's how I see it. Well, guess it don't leave me much choice. Figger.
He tapped his gun. And the way it's funny, I pulled it off the bag and he put it up with the fuck of it. And then his biggest finger started curling back real slow, like he was playing with it. Making it one of the six one of them. I wasn't sure which one of us was going to get it first. If it was me, so then I'd have a chance to draw before Tiger fired on it. If it was the sheriff or not. The game was just a pain with it. It was powder looking in the mirror. And the slightest move of either one of us.
That's right. Keep on running. Keep checking. Million. Which one do you think? And be careful. Because you're nice place. And boy, it's going to be now.
For a split second, Peggy just stood there, not moving. Then it fell down his face. I saw you went right up from behind the rock about 8 feet away.
Yes, sir. Mr. Patrick.
Yeah. Hello, Ron.
Holy mackerel, Denise. He's turned up at the right time. You've been hiding behind that rock all the time?
You seen me, didn't you, Mr. Patrick? When I snuck up behind that rock? But you kept talking about Paul.
Well, I thought I saw somebody. Figured it might be you. He hit this thing.
I thought I heard what he said, Mr. Patrick. Otherwise, I'd never have believed about... I'm sorry I told you a lie, sir. I'm sorry I tried to get you out of this so I could...
Don't worry about that. We're mighty grateful for what you did, but... We know how to handle it then.
Try, partner. I still need to be hard at a time of time and money. It was all so good to me.
Sure, I know.
Well, sounds like Fergus still got some life in him.
Oh, yeah, well, we better be getting them back to town. Come on, Ron, give us a hand. Well, I think I was going to be alone on the Jenkins stage while Ma Jenkins went east. There didn't seem to be any good reason why Rink couldn't stay along there for a while, too. At least until the time for school to take up again. So I wrote a letter back to his aunt explaining things. She wrote back. She didn't seem to have any objections. But somehow, reading between the lines, I got the feeling she kind of missed that boy, Rink. And, well... one day long before he began to miss her, too.
One of the finest things you can do is support your local community trust or United Fund. Through them, you can make just one yearly contribution that takes care of many needs. Since only one campaign is staged, much time and effort are saved. Your money is collected and administered honestly and efficiently. So give generously to your community trust or your local United Fund. The Six Shooter is an NBC radio network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Birch, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bird. Others in the cast were Sammy Ogg, Russell Thornton, and Tony Bates. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Harry Goodman speaking. Here's Stroke of Fate next on the NBC Radio. In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the Six Shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in the narration. So Laurence Olivier on Theodore Royal, Lawrence Tibbett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Frederick March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the Six Shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl with handle and mark. People call them both the Six Shooter. The NBC radio network presents James Stewart as The Six Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Concert, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six Shooter. Meet the Safe Driver. If you know what makes him stay alive on the highways, you may be able to follow his good example. He always keeps his car in A1 mechanical condition. He shows courtesy for other drivers. He knows that speed is his greatest enemy. And most important, he knows and obeys the law. Remember, few accidents happen with safe drivers. Are you one of them? Now, Act One of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart.
I hadn't seen Mary and Dan for sitting 3 years, not since I left the town, however. So I figured as long as I was riding up through the top river country, I might as well hang out of my way a piece and look in on them. Well, we've been real good friends for a long time. It's kind of like going home. And the closer I got, the more I kept thinking back. Remember. Daydream. You're riding across prairie flats where the desert to you. Your horse, he kind of finds his own trail mostly, and you just flout easy like in the saddle and listen to the hoofbeat. Steady, regular. Things you hadn't thought about for years sneak into your head. Anyhow, I still had a day to go, and I was watching out for a good spot to bed down, and I saw this campfire up ahead. Well, the way I figure is human beings are always better company than pirates, and this stick with her and headed up toward it. Whoa, easy now, then. Yeah. Easy. Oh, howdy. You rather camp private?
I'm down. Very fresh and jolly.
Oh, fine. Easy. Here. Hey, that sounds good. You any notes about how far this Walnut Creek?
20 miles further. Up where you're going?
Yeah, I stopped over there. A couple of friends there I hadn't seen quite a while.
I saw that I ain't seen for a while neither.
That's right. Hey, back there, there's good coffee.
I've been hunting for over 2 years. Finally located him. I'm gonna kill him.
How come?
He murdered my kid brother 4 years ago in Laredo. Shot him down in his feet.
Yeah. Well, another killing won't bring him back.
Well, nothing will bring him back. After I killed Dan Miller, nothing will bring him back neither.
Dan Miller?
That's right. Thompson.
Huh?
Yeah, I know who you was. As soon as you rode up to that fire, and I got a look at that gun of yours. This Thompson. Fellow they call the Six Shooter.
Well, you must have known I was a friend of Dan's. How come you told me all this?
Yeah, I figure you were warning. And that's fine with me. I want him to know. That's time to get scared, maybe stab her in the way. I like it for him to have to. I protected him. You tell him that, Thompson. You tell him Red Lawson's coming to kill him. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. Thanks for the coffee. Awesome. I reckon Dan will be on. I'll be seeing you. Come on, Buck. That's the trouble with the past. Doesn't only good things in it, but some bad ones too. And one of the bad ones is reaching out to Dan Miller. I didn't know this fellow last night. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I did know Dan. And I knew if he'd killed somebody back there in Texas, it hadn't been murder. He was along about the middle of Foremead, and rode up the dirt road between the rows of cottonwoods, turned into the yard. Old hound dog came charging around the side of the house, sounding a lot meaner when he looked. Oh, boy. Whoa, stop. There now, there now. Not kill it. Don't want to fight anybody. All right, go on, tell me about Tommy. Go on, go on. Go on. Place had a good feel to it. Quiet, peaceful. And then I remembered laughing. Oh, I just can't believe how it was. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Dad, come on up and see who's here. Hurry. He's been working in the barn, sitting up under the farm.
You haven't changed your bed now, unless you're a little prettier. Hi, Dan.
Oh, you feel way too bad.
Well, things are not done. You know how it is. You're sure looking good, both of us.
Feeling good, too.
Settling down is what does it for.
Yeah, it's such a good saddle, man, and turned him into a poor plowman. What do you think about
I tried to down. I got the best down the town yesterday on my house. That's really great, those daughters. No more gunfight, no range wars. Not the man with a gun but some home sitting up in his saddle with pride on him. That's all in the past now. My Dan doesn't even wear a gun anymore. And that's the way I want it. It's the kind of life I want for me. Oh, but we got a surprise for you.
Oh, well, you know, it's kind of hard to surprise, you know. You want it?
Here, Juicy. Come on inside. Now, there's your picture. Oh, you feel good.
Yeah, it's one of those newfangled glass ones, right?
No, yeah. That's the most ridiculous stuff I ever heard of.
Well, it still couldn't be anything that
Well,
Well, I'll be gone. Well, don't. Well, I'll be gone. I'll be dead gone. It's a baby. It's a baby. Well, which kind is it now? Oh.
young thing. It'll be a year and a half old next month.
that man is Mary's idea, bitch? I sure wouldn't wish it on it.
Well, I'll be gone.
Oh, he's all upset. I've had his mouth off. You'll still have to look him over later. You and Dan go on outside now and let me quiet him down.
Oh, sure, man. I can't have my namesake all upset. Oh, yes, I'm always hungry. You know that, man.
You know, this Mary's right. This is a good life. I never thought I'd settle down and like it, but I sure have done it.
Yeah, Don, I guess Mary can't hear us out here, can't you?
Oh, she can't hear. Well, it's not a bit.
I met a fellow on the trail last night, you know, his name is Red Lawson.
Lawson.
Says you got his brother in Laredo about 4 years ago.
Lawson. Kurt Lawson. Yes. Yeah, I did, Dick. He was one of the Blacking gang, a bunch of rustlers that stayed in ambush on him when I was working for the Circle J ranch. Guess I better dig out the shoot now and go after him.
No, wait a minute.
Wait, nothing. He's probably holed up in town. The odds would be better if I go after him instead of waiting for him to come to me.
Yeah, but what about Mary?
Well, it's just it. If I catch him in town, it'll keep him from coming out here. What about her, Dick? What do you mean?
Well, she's happy now, Dan. She figures this kind of thing is all over in Denver.
Well, it's just he'll find out different if he comes out here gunning for me.
Well, maybe he will, Bill. Maybe, Dan, maybe I can do something.
Dick, I've always fought my own battle.
But you've got Mary now. You've got the baby.
Well, that's faster with a gun in my arm. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. There's this other answer you call killing, that's all. And maybe we can find one way we can try, can't we? I saddled up Sky a bit early the next morning and rode into town alone. Figured I'd have a talk with the sheriff. After all, this was his job when he came out down there. No, he wasn't in his office at the county jail. He was out of town for the next 2 days.
walk down the main street trying to figure out what to do. Living up to the town where all that bricks, there's a couple of blocks of slab-oak buildings, boardwalk around the front of them, a few iron awnings up there again. I can not stand at the dog. Sleepy, quiet, real nice and peaceful. Everybody except me. Huh? Oh, no. Well, nowadays, Dan, know you came into town by yourself?
Something wrong with it?
No, I just wondered, that's all.
Actually, I think he was too busy to notice I'd left. You know what he was doing? Cleaning his guns. You're a bad influence, dear.
Yeah,
I think you started in thinking about things.
Well, Concert, how about it? You give him my message?
no, I'll see you later, huh?
No, there ain't no need of a lady.
No, goodbye, Mary. I'll see you later, huh?
Mary, huh? Dan's wife, maybe. I hear he's got a kid, too.
Well, maybe you hear too much, like it. You talk too much, too. Maybe you don't ride enough.
I ride. And she will. Can I get even?
Dan told me about that. Your brother tried to ambush him. He was in with that Bracken gang.
That don't make no difference to me. He's my brother. Dan Mailer was in my place. He might feel the same way. Maybe I'll give him a chance to feel the same way. Now that I know he's got a wife. Yes,
Well, I think you touch me a lot.
yeah, I know. I know all that. But once I've done what I come here to do, I don't care what happens afterwards. You, Dan Mailer, and make no move until I do. You see how it's stacked up, don't you? I got all the power.
He turned his back and he walked off down the street, and I stood there watching him go. Knowing he was right. He did have all the power. There was only one thing in the world he wanted. Revenge. And he didn't care what it cost to get it, even his life. Dan and I couldn't move first, and afterwards it would be too late.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. From its entertainment hereafter, you'll find the very best on this station of the NBC radio network. Thursday night, for example, you'll hear Robert Young, Roy Rogers, Ralph Edwards, and Eddie Cantor, each with a great program for your listening pleasure. Robert Young on Father Knows Best, a program based on the assumption that the man of the family can put one over on the wife and youngsters. And Truth or Consequences with Ralph Edwards. When Ralph sends a contestant off on a consequence, it usually ends up as one of radio's funniest stunts. And if you like western songs and adventures, you'll find none better than the ones you hear on the Roy Rogers Show. Then, to top it all off, hear the little-known stories of show business that Eddie Cantor tells on Show Business Shows each Thursday on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Act 2 of The Six Shooters, starring James Stewart as Vic Concert.
I found Mary finally at the general store, and I stayed with her while I was busting things. And we headed back to the farm. Just like a woman, she was curious about the fellow I got talked with. Wondered why I hadn't introduced her. I had a real hard time starting her off, but I managed to. With Dan, it was different. Are you in there, Dan?
Yeah, come on in, dude.
I'm in the ground. I forget it, Dan. Better ready.
Yeah? You got round figures?
No. No, not yet. I saw Lawson in town a while ago, Dan.
Talk to him a minute?
Yes, I talked to him. I
I reckon you better stay close to Mary and the boy.
Why? What do you mean? What do you mean? Did he say anything?
No, not exactly. He saw Mary in town.
Was it big?
No, I didn't let him talk to her again. She wondered about it, though. She'll probably ask you later.
That's better than I hadn't even thought of that side of it. Yep, I'm going out.
You wouldn't have a chance, John.
Gotta make kind of sure, don't you?
No, I don't mean it that way. But Larson wouldn't draw even if you called it. That's not orders after, don't you see? You'd have to kill him in cold blood, and I don't think you could do that, John.
No, I couldn't. Not even Larson. What are we gonna do, Biff?
We waited. We watched. The day passed, no sign of Larson, nothing happened. But instead of feeling easier, we just got more keyed up. Mary didn't seem to catch on anything was wrong. When supper was over and the night started to come on, we just sat around talking while Mary got the baby off to sleep, singing to him and rocking him. The Katy did start tripping, the boat. Way up over here, the tires took up and answered him. Inside, sort of quiet and gentle. It's falling asleep. Completely helpless. And so lovable you could defeat him.
Well, I suppose he'll get himself in here and see someday, maybe look a little more human, huh?
That's when I heard it. Sound outside. I heard that just one or two times. Like somebody was holding too tight a rein on him. Down, down, stop, clear, over next to the barn. This is right up close to the house. I didn't let on to Mary again.
You get hurt?
No, I evolved. Too many years on the trail, I guess. I think maybe I'll amble outside, like a little fresh air.
So watch out for the tires, Biff. They're growing big around here. Dangerous, too.
Yeah, keep an eye on. Coming out of the light that way, I was blind as a bat. I stopped on the porch and waited a minute so I could get used to the dark and stood there listening to the sounds coming out of the night. The pretty bird, the tires, and I heard it go. I moved around the corner of the house. I drew fast and fired up the house. And I could hear a horse getting away. If you're all right, grab on. I lost. I got away.
What are you trying to do?
You all right, Mary?
Oh, thank you, I am. Stop and making of the baby my mother's 6 inches.
I'm sorry, Mary. There was a coyote out there, and I didn't realize.
You might have killed his bones and you didn't move.
No, she's right, John. It was my fault. I just didn't think, that's all.
I think you've worn a gun so long it's beginning to affect your mind.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Look, I think maybe I'll ride into town for a while. Nobody minds. I'm awful sorry, Mary. I'll see you later.
Ought to go with him now.
Why? After a sunset like that, he ought to be alone. Nobody should be around him. It isn't supposed to be.
Oh, you don't understand, Mary. You just don't. There, let's go back in the house. What? Let's all go back in. Hello?
What you leave him there?
We see how it is. Someone pointed to you. He says you're moving your watch better. All right. Let's all go inside. We're all on move. Yeah. Nice place. Okay. Still nice place. The story more? No.
Yes.
All right. Get inside, Biffy. I said get inside.
Come on, man.
I like to hold you. Yeah.
Too much of a start on him. Catch up to him. After a while, I stop. Full stop. Go, boy. You can hear him up there. You can hear him. I heard a lot of horses on the trail. Enough of them to know that this one had an empty saddle on it. I read Lawson hadn't left that farm at all. Coming over the shore and there, telling us what he was going to do. But he's going to house our clothes. He couldn't get away. He was here just a minute ago. Yes, but baby. Wait a minute. He's got to come over here to the barn to get the horse. Grab your gun. Come on, Don. Stay here, Mary. Just come out of the house. He's got the baby. It's going to be easy. I figure why he waited. He's got all of it. I can't figure it. He's waited 2 years. He just wanted to enjoy it. That's it. All right, come on. We've got to separate. Maybe he's making it easy for us. That's it. All right. Okay, the moon came out from behind the clouds. I could see him now standing out in the barn door, right in the open, like he wasn't afraid of anything. And then I saw why he wasn't afraid. He was holding a gun in his hand, not pointing it at us, though. He was aimed at a little bundle squirming in the hay behind him.
I reckon you can see how things stand. One moving fellow, it's good. All right, Mara, stop your gun. I'm the one you're after, Lawson. How about you got me? How about leaving Mary and the baby out of it? I'll kill you, brother. They didn't. Well, you'd listen, though, wouldn't you? I guess you'd listen real bad. What, you did? Hey. Definitely.
And just stood there, helpless. Hands up in the air. Moon was out clear now. And now I could get a clear sight on Lawson, but I didn't dare to draw on fire. Still had time to jerk that trigger. The gun muzzle was about 3 inches from the baby's head.
All right, Francis. We're going over next to Mary. I want you both so I can see you. Go on, move.
I walked over and stood beside Brian.
4 years, Mary. 4 years I've been dreaming about this. Now it's even better than I thought. I didn't know you'd have a family. I didn't know I'd get to 60 along with you. You saw like Lawson, one can do the rest of them out of it. I had a brother one. Fourth one was pretty fair play.
I kept watching his gun. It was the only chance. It was swear for 1 second I'd make a play, but it didn't swear. And then I touched something from the corner of my eye. Just there, flickered. It was over me. Right at the side of the house. It was Mary. I made my draw. Lawson! Help! Good luck, good grip. I'll make sure, Don. I'll just have to make sure. Is that good enough for you? Yeah. He's all right, Mary. No, if anybody had told me that you could do what you just did, I don't know.
You mean after the way I've always cared about guns, and after you tried to keep all the things? Dan told me all about it when we were watching the story, and oh, yeah, now, Dan, it's all right now. Good, I saw what was happening out here, and I remembered the rifle, and so after all, I mean, there was nothing else to do. All right, now, Dan.
About 3 days later, I said goodbye. But I knew I'd be coming back that way someday. Down in there ain't just the kind of thing a man forgets. Down there, tough, tired folks in the orange country all settle down and like it. And that mare, she's gentle and sweet, firing at a pillow to save a baby's life. And that baby, naming him Jeff the way they done that gives you kind of a funny feeling having a baby named after you. Kind of a good feeling. I figured I'd probably be telling the boys all about that when I got to where I am.
The truth in Korea doesn't mean we should stop writing letters to our men and women in service. Mail from home is just as important now as it ever was. In some respects, it's even more important. The action, the strain, the anxieties of war can keep a soldier's mind occupied. But when the letdown comes, the time to relax, that's when morale needs to shot in the iron. Your soldier knows the shooting is over. He's done his big job, and now he wants to get home. But unfortunately, there's still a lot to keep him for a while. So don't let him down. Help keep up his morale. Write that letter today. The Six Shooter is an NBC radio network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Grace. And today's transcribed story was written by Les Shepfield. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Shirley Mitchell, Leon Ledoux, Paul Richards, and Barney Phillips. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jeff Johnston. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Carl Gibbons speaking. Enjoy thrilling historical adventure in Stroke of Fate tonight on the NBC. In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the Six Shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in the marriage. Sir Laurence Olivier on Theodore Roy, Lawrence Tibbett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Douglas Marks, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the Six Shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, with handle and muff. People call them both the Six Shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Concert, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act 1 of the Six Shooter. A lot of vacations start as a daydream and end as a daydream for lack of money. That need not happen to you. You can have extra money when you need it. Simply join the payroll savings plan for buying United States savings bonds. When your bonds mature, you get back $4 for every $3 you invest. And there's your extra money, your vacation, both guaranteed. Ask your employer about buying United States savings bonds through the payroll savings plan. Then join. Now, Act 1 of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart. saw the yellow light from the back of the office, he pulled up, get out of the shadow. Then tied a wet bandana under his eyes and walked slowly and quietly to the door.
Come up over your head.
What's that?
Wing up, both of you. Stay with my shotgun. You look here, young fella. You get over to the safe. Hold up, mister. Open it. I said open it. That's better. Now close with that shotgun. Good. Don't start a fire. That's the lot. Oh, serious. Figured on going through Clay City. It was all out of my way, and I was already a day late for the Jetston Ranch where I'd signed up for the roundout, but the sky started limping from a loose shoe, and I didn't have much choice. We had to head to the nearest blacksmith shop, so we turned north. Well, the horse is losing his shoe. I'll go have a look. Hey, you look back. Come on, over. Well, split, my friend. Needs a new one. Okay, then. Can you take care of it, you think? Sure. Bring it over here. Sorry, what happened to Red? Fellow you down this shop. He went to the guy to drink the sugar. I brought him on a few minutes ago. Is that so? Oh. You know, you don't look very much like a blacksmith. I'm strong when I look. Heavier, too. Yes, sir. Oh, what do you think I weigh, mister? Oh, I don't know. Hey, why don't you take a guess? Say, 120? 30? Oh, well, not more than that, I wouldn't say. You a betting man, mister? Sometimes, yeah. All right. I say I weigh over 130. And if I don't, you get the new shoe for nothing. But if I do, you pay me double. What do you say? Well, now, you got a set of scales? There's no scales. What do you say, mister? Is it a bet? There don't seem to be no way of proving it, though. All you got to do is lift me up. You look like a man who can judge weight. What do you say? Okay, yeah. All right, it's a bet. All right, mister, just nice me. If you don't think I weigh more than 130, the shoe is free. Come on, ice me up. Oh, I never tried to judge man's weight before, but... Here we go. Yeah. Well, I have to do it again. Yes, sir. I'm packed solid. That's a real solid. Oh, you're packed tight on a scale. You must weigh 150. You see what I tell you? 158. Of course, you're going to cost you money, mister, but you ain't the only one. Ever since I bought the shop, there ain't been a stranger come through Clay City that wasn't paid double for his first horseshoe. You ain't sure, mister? No, I'm not. I just said that. Yes. Like I told you I was heavy when I look. That's what folks call me, Heavy Norton. My real name's George, but everybody calls me Heavy. What's your name, mister? Thompson, Dick Thompson. Oh, they're trying to 6 feet? God, John, I've heard about you, mister. I sure heard about you. Yeah, man. I recognize you, too, but I noticed you're gone. I see, ain't it? Hey, do you mind, got it, please? No. Yeah, got it. Really? That's good. And you know something? He says he can see me by 6 shots with it while Whitey Jackson was getting off with his first bullet. That time down at Eagle. Now, what they say, kind of like to tell like a story. Well, he says it's the truth. Ain't you done it? I just, thanks, he was mighty quick in getting into Clay City. How'd you hear about it, sir? Heard about what? I heard of it at the power station last night. Is that why you came? No. Well, I was heading past town. Turned out the place started got a loose screw.
Yeah, now, ain't that a coincidence? Fellow holds up the Fargo office, there's one man, maybe two, gets away with $5,000, and 12 hours later you ride into town.
You got any idea who did it?
Nothing, not a single solitary one from what I hear. Like I say, the deputy agent was dead when they found him. Other fellow said him or a friend of his got shot pretty bad. He's done no talking yet. Doctors maybe never will.
Sure. Oh. Was Jeff still to take out a parcel?
No, there's nobody to go. Most of the men signed up for the Jefferson Roundup. That's planned day before yesterday. Here's the Jefferson Ranch paying good money this year.
Mm-hmm. You seen the sheriff this morning?
No, not lately. You might be over to his office. You could try there.
Yeah, I think I walked down there while you were fixing up the sky.
Sure, Mr. Francis. Damn good idea. Well, folks, we'll be real glad to see you.
A couple of doors this side of the sheriff's office, I saw the Wells Fargo sign there next to the window. The place wasn't locked, so I went inside. One of the chairs was upset, and there was some damp stains on the floor. The cast iron safe against the wall was standing wide open, so I took it shut. And then I went out in the back street. There was some more blood on the steps, and then just red mud. Right at the edge, I saw the hoof print. It trailed off the side of the cliff, and whoever made them had headed west. I let one knee down into the mud and looked at the print real close. The horse had been wearing one shoe different from the other shoe. I thought the rock must have cut into it somewhere or another. Not enough to split it, but just enough so that the print left a sort of a jagged line, like fancy handwriting.
Found something good?
Huh? Oh. Oh, hello, Charles. Oh, I was just heading out your way.
Yeah, just so heavy. You said it was found. You find something?
I don't know. You see these hoof prints?
Yeah.
Well,
Don't mean nothing. It was out of mind. It's still better quick at the sport.
Has Clay City had any other trouble lately there?
No, I did. I guess any time's got a sucker hold up once in a while.
Well, I heard it was more than that.
Yeah, that's right.
Said you were able to talk yet?
I'm afraid not. Doc said he'd let me know if it's time to come around. Taking out to his ranch on the other side of town.
You been out to see him since last night?
There wasn't no reason.
Said it might be a good idea to be there just in case.
I thought maybe I ought to stick in town.
Well, it don't look like anything more is going to happen here. But I'll get Star and meet you out of Fred's place. Huh?
I've been handling this alone. Yes.
But sure, I just often to keep the company, right?
I'll meet you there. Tied him up around the side so he'd be insured.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Mighty fine horse you got there, too. You find Sheriff Schofield? I told him you was in town.
Yeah, fine.
Figure out anyone?
No, not so far.
You will. Sheriff's a good man. You and him together, you'll get whoever done it.
Maybe. Like, you're the only blacksmith around here, aren't you, Eddie?
Yeah, only one for 40 miles, that's it.
Did you ever see a horse with a shoe that's got one jagged edge, left hind leg?
That shoe's got jagged edges, Mr. Francis.
Yeah, I know, but let's see. I'll try to show you what I mean. I'm not much of an artist, but it looks something like this. It's kind of like that.
Seems to me I did see a shoe like that just the other day. Sure. I remember. Told me I'll get a new one for it. Barney Schofield, that's who it was just the other day.
Dan?
That's right, Sheriff's here. You know him, don't you, Francis?
Sure. I haven't seen Ben for a couple of years, though.
Well, see, you wouldn't recognize him if you saw him now. That boy just sort of rode up overnight.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he has.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Here's a reminder about some of the wonderful entertainment that yours for the listening each Wednesday evening on the NBC radio network. There's comedy for everyone when you set your dial to NBC for such programs as You Bet Your Life with Groucho Marx and The Great Gildersleeve starring Willard Waterman. The Great Gildersleeve provides 30 minutes of top-flight entertainment that your whole family will enjoy. Then, when it's time for Groucho Marx, watch out. Groucho throws a mean ad-lib, and there's a barb at the end of every one of them. Listen and laugh as this Marxman trades tricks with his contestants from the studio audience. It's a riot of fun from top to bottom when Groucho Marx plays You Bet Your Life. Also on Wednesdays, listen to more cruise fun on Walk a Mile with your genial cruise master, Bill Cullen. That's Wednesday night on the NBC radio network. Be sure to listen. Now, Act 2 of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Thompson.
It wasn't much of a ride, and Sheriff Schofield was sitting on Fred Wilmer's porch swing when I got there. He told me Doc was inside with Fred, so I started down on the street and waited. About half an hour later, Doc came out, told us to be inside and see Fred. Fred was lying on a cot, breathing hard. The white cloth across his chest was stained pink, and his voice sounded like he was full of air.
He just let me talk. And he was back there and just let the wind out. And we were in the middle way, holding his gun.
Did you get a look at it, Fred?
Yeah, but it didn't do much good. Both of his face. Couldn't see nothing. He was down. So through open his face. Wasn't nothing like John could do.
Sure.
Took the meeting. Walked over to the door.
Yes?
Looked at it for a minute and then fired. Didn't have no reason. Hit me in his face. Hit me in the face. Didn't have no reason.
Now, take it easy, Fred.
Just like me dead. I thought he was half dead.
But he was good.
He was dead. He was not like this. Now he killed us both. Down his head.
Yes, Eddie?
I don't know, baby. You really well know now?
Is he right back out there?
I couldn't go near to it.
What kind of a fellow was he? Was he young, old?
I couldn't see his face. Young guy, brother.
How young?
17, 18 years. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Sounded young. Moved, yes.
Tall, short?
Medium. About as 4 years ago. About that size.
That enough for you, Ed?
Yeah.
Did you get him there?
Sure, sir. Sure. Sure, we'll get him. Come on, Ed.
You have no reason.
Let's go, Ed.
Well, what's in our time, Fred? He's got a day's head start. He's 40 miles from here.
Not if he's shot up.
Well, you go on if you want to.
But you're the sheriff. You've got to make the arrest.
You've never been so particular before.
Maybe not. Maybe not. This time I am particular. You coming?
I don't even know where to start.
I thought along the cliff. Good place as any other.
It's a waste of time, Fred.
We picked up the trail along the cliff and headed west. Wasn't hard to follow. Every once in a while we'd see a few drops of blood spattered against the bushes. About 10 minutes later, we came to the fork where Ed said the trail gave out. Guy stuck his nose down into the water, and I looked around. The trail didn't give out. It turned south. I nodded in that direction. Ed didn't say anything. He just followed. Then about 5 o'clock, we stopped to eat. Ed built a fire, and I opened up a couple of cans of beans I had in the roll. You're not hungry, Ed?
Fairly, it's like too early.
Yeah. Ed, I talked to Hetty before I went out to Fred's place. I asked him who had a horse that would leave a mark like the one we've been following.
Well?
He said that Ben did. Your son, Ben. I thought you ought to know that.
A lot of horses leave the same kind of mark.
Fred said it was a young
It
fellow.
wasn't Ben.
Where is he, Ed?
He's Jefferson Ranch. He's working on a roundup. We left Clay City day before yesterday. We couldn't have been Ben. There's a lot of wild youngsters in these parts, but Ben's a good boy. He could see him.
Yeah?
That mark on me. Nothing. Plenty of horses leave the same kind of mark. You know that, kid.
You having enough to eat?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. The moon came out, thin, yellow. Not real bright, but enough so we could follow the trail. For about 3 miles, there wasn't any blood sign. We must have wrapped something around the wound, wrapped it real tight, and then when we found the bandage, we could fix the shot through. For the next mile, we've been bleeding a lot, much worse than before. He was hurt pretty bad, Ed.
Yeah, looks like it.
He couldn't have gone much further, could he? Hold up, Doc. Ed,
Yeah?
pull up. Pull over here. Let's pull around the cellar, that cabin.
Yeah.
Who's in it?
I used to belong to Circle of Family. Died a couple of years ago. There's nobody living there now.
There's somebody living there.
Well,
How bad? There's a pony. We'd better go in and quick.
Bill,
Yeah?
we're gonna take him alive, and
If we can.
we've got to take him alive first.
It's done, isn't it?
I don't know what this is.
It could be done.
That's the truth.
Where's he been the last couple of
I
days?
don't know about either. Had an argument with him 2 nights ago. He needed some money from playing poker. Lost a lot.
Now the $5,000 that was taken out of that safe is a lot.
I wouldn't give him money. He got mad. He said he'd get it. Said he'd get it at his company. I hit him. Hit him hard across the face. Hit him twice. He started to hit me back, and then he walked out of the house and I ain't seen him yet. I wish you had hit me back.
Well, we better get across this corn, Ed. Over to that clump of trees.
They may see.
We'll have to take that chance. You ready?
Yeah.
You all right?
Yeah, good.
We'll stay in peace a couple minutes.
Okay.
And then you'll like it. Something to you if you take him up. Now that he's tired.
Good. You ain't gonna kill him.
I'm not gonna let him fool me.
It ain't his fault, but it's mine.
You know that's what's wrong.
That's the truth. It's my fault. I broke him like you broke a wild horse. I just took all the fight out of him fast. You know what happens when you do that to a horse? He gets turned, but the fight's still on, and somebody turns wild again. He ain't really broke it off.
I'm gonna let him alone, Ed.
No, stay here.
Sam Morton's dead. Maybe Fred, you own the too by now.
Tell him Ben won't bring him back. He's my son.
I'm sorry, Ed.
We're going back to town.
Not without him.
We're going back. So you can have Jeremy, but I'll still have time to get a saddle.
I'll try to get him alive, Ed. I'll try.
Don't turn your back on me, kid. Don't be fooled. Don't make me do it, boy.
I knew he wouldn't shoot. I wasn't being brave, but I knew he wouldn't shoot. A man like Ed Schofield just can't change every night. You can figure a man like Ed. But I hadn't figured on what happened next.
Sam! It's me, Sam! You're dead! And you hear me, Sam? Your punch is coming at you! Where is the damn thing? Your punch is coming! No! Look at the return!
I saw him go down and he was slow, like his legs had buckled under him. I pushed myself past a couple of rocks and edged over toward the back door. The kid was in the kitchen. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him moving around and going from window to window, looking out, waiting for me. He slid past another rock. I could run for the door now or wait. The kid made up my mind for me. He knew right where I was. I took out my gun and waited. I knew he'd get me out of sight. One point out of his door. I wasn't so young. I could wait. It was more than 5 minutes before the door fell open. He pointed me, coming to. He started to enforce. I aimed at his leg. For a second he just stopped moving, just hanging there in midair like a hawk. When he sprawled forward out of sight behind a log. Everything is quiet now. Even his tongue. When the moon went behind a thick cloud, and I came around the corner of the cabin. And then suddenly the moon came out again, and just in time for me to see his 45 coming up over the top of the log. His revolver slipped out of his fingers, and I saw him try to reach for it. He couldn't make it. I stood up and I walked over to the log. I turned him over with my foot and I looked at his face. Ed? Ed? Here. Where'd he get you?
You scared it. But I'll be all right. Did you have to... Yes?
No, he's not dead.
Oh, thanks. I guess you didn't hear me calling, so I didn't know who I was.
It isn't done.
What?
It isn't done.
You sure, Bruce?
Yeah. This kid's got red hair.
There ain't no reason to lie to me, Brett. I ain't shot up bad.
I'm not lying. Ed. I knew it wasn't done. While I was going up there after him, I knew.
What are you talking about?
Well, it just came to me. I don't know. A man does things every night. Maybe it is a boy.
If it ain't done,
Well, there's a lot of tough kids in these parts. You say so yourself.
what do you suppose Dan is?
Where you study? Jefferson Rounds, working on the roundup. The pay's good. Boy, those things will be married, Ed.
Yeah.
You able to ride back to town?
Yes. Hey, I may have to take it a little slow.
Sure, come on, we'll take it slow.
Yeah.
Well, I'll get the kid.
Good?
Yeah?
You know something, Brett? I couldn't believe it was Ben Wheeler. That's when he shot me. I just couldn't believe it. You know that, Ed?
I know. Sure, I know, Ed.
Picture the most extravagant vacation imaginable. Then picture yourself going on that vacation. Sounds like a daydream? Well, it isn't. It's completely possible. But it does take a bit of planning. such as the regular purchase of United States savings bonds. Now, the best way to do that is through the payroll savings plan. That's the best way because it's the sure way to buy your savings bonds regularly. The payroll savings plan works like a charm because it's completely automatic. Your employer does everything for you. It's especially easy on you because money is saved from your paycheck before you have a chance to miss it. And when those bonds mature, you can pack your bags for that extravagant vacation. Because United States savings bonds pay back $4 for every $3 you put in. Join the payroll savings plan where you wish. That's the way to save money regularly. Earn extra money regularly through United States savings bonds. The Six Shooter is an NBC radio network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Bruce, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Harley Bear, Jimmy McCallion, Herb Vigran, and Bill Farmer. Special music for this program was by Vital Adler, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gibney speaking. Hear exciting Stroke of Fate tonight on the NBC. James Stewart as the Six Shooter. The man in the shadow is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl with handle on moss. People call them both the Six Shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponset, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you will hear Act 1 of The Six Shooter. Meet the safe driver. If you know what makes him stay alive on the highways, you may be able to follow his good example. He always keeps his car in A1 mechanical condition. He shows courtesy for other drivers. He knows that speed is his greatest enemy. And most important, he knows and obeys the law. Remember, few accidents happen with safe drivers. Are you one of them? Now, Act 1 of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart.
I sure couldn't figure. I'd ridden down the whole main street all the way from South Steely's Bank to Ma Benson's rooming house, and I hadn't seen a single solitary person. The stores were closed, shut, tight. There wasn't even a wagon or a horse out in front of it. It looked like the town of Elk Point had just up and gone to sleep, but that didn't make sense either. Not at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Whoa, sir, whoa. Ma Benson didn't know what the trouble was. She always had a pretty good notion about everything that went on in Jackson County. Well, folks always used to say that's why the Elk Point Gazette kept going broke. Old Sadie Benson was too much competition. A good concept. Yeah. Well, opening the door might be one way of finding out. Oh, come on now, come on now. Open up the door.
Oh, goodness, thank goodness. Goodness. But there's a stand there. Get inside. Yes, there's up and walk up again.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a matter that I tried to do when I heard it nothing out there. Oh, but I must say that ain't anybody that's rather free today.
Yeah, now that's a very flattering greeting now, but what's behind that?
Oh, you stop gasping me this. At a time like this, we all might be murdered every minute.
Murder?
Say 3 scores was headed this way. But don't tell me you didn't know.
God.
That's what I said. Say 2 scores.
32 dollars. I hadn't heard he was in these cars.
You hadn't heard it. Then what on earth brought you to X-Ray?
Oh, I was just passing through on the way to White River. I thought I might stop off long enough to have one of those fine home-cooked meals here. Isn't that reason enough?
Well, you're heaven sent that comes to touch with our heaven sent. Now, not the kitchen with me while I begin to move.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the corn bread. I better do something to keep myself from thinking about what might happen. Oh, you can drop that tea there, right?
Oh, thanks.
Before you sit down, tell me then, eggs, will you?
Oh, really?
Well, now, the first time of trouble was when Bell held up the cargo station over Fort Transfer. That was 10 days, or maybe 2 weeks ago.
Well, exactly 200 miles from Elk County.
Hey, that's why folks couldn't get to his privilege. Not then, anyhow. You never figured he'd come this far yet. You never had before.
Yeah, I guess that's so.
But last Monday, he was in White River.
Oh?
Robbed the White River First National. Got away with over $50,000. Dr. Andrews, who's the business master over the White River, he tailed all 5 or 6 miles out of town and then he left him. So there wasn't no doubt which way that was supposed to go. Oh, my word, it's a fact. Well, anyhow, just this morning, Earth got him down into town. He's got the old McBride round out east of Canyon, you know.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, Ed seen him last night, riding through the canyon.
Golf, huh?
And looking nobody else, Ed recognized him right after this.
I thought you said God's never been around that point before.
Oh, there's pictures of him ain't there? And then wanted posters?
Yeah.
I know I've left something out of this stuff. I could only think that, oh, my stars, baking powder. You know, when you use sweet milk, you gotta put in baking powder, or the bread that raise out the door. That's covered up behind the book, too. Yeah, right there. I found a second set. And they can. Well, now, like I say, then you need to find time.
And that's when everybody took cover.
What else was you to do? Without a single able-bodied man to defend us. Ready, stop, rounded them all up, burned the country, and went out hunting grass.
And now what about Sheriff Henry? It sounds like that'd be his job, eh?
Sheriff Henry A.C.
Oh.
Just when we need him most, he's delivering a prisoner over to county jail as well.
I see.
And of course, that gave Ed Scott his chance to try. He's always been a Christian guy, wanting to run everything. I guess he figures if he can catch the ball, it'll be a real cover in his house. Not to mention the $10,000 reward the White River First National is offering.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Sure is. 10,000. Okay, now listen, nothing for me.
Oh, very good.
No, because I can't have to explain this stuff, but you have to. I don't know why I left out his making cornbread. Won't be anybody here to eat it. But maybe you will. You'll stay for supper anyway, won't you? In spite of this dog business?
Well, it would take more than space of y'all to do me out of some of your cornbread. Ride 20 miles to get a fish out of it.
Oh,
It would, yes, it would.
well, they couldn't get a ride to witness it.
No.
Oh, you always was on the handout. What's the line? Don't stop it. You're having to let go of the woman with her
I guess I was get on the ground.
so you're welcome to eat and you tell them, hey.
No.
Yeah.
You weren't serious about there only being 2 of us for supper or anything.
Well, I sure was.
Yeah, but they used to have plenty of boarders more than you could take care of.
I've still got my boarders. But they're all out with their truck country.
Yeah, I see.
I told you. There is a male between the ages of 10 and 60 left in town. Because his course. But even old man Fletcher went along with that party.
No.
I had to help him out to his horse, but he went. You better hurry about this. I want supper on the table. I can get back to the
too. Baked ham with brown sugar dripping down the side, mashed potatoes, swimming in gravy, enough green lima beans to feed the whole population of Elk Point, and ham, just light yellow and fluffy with homemade maple syrup to pour over. When I started eating it, I figured I'd have a hard time making a dent in the plate and all put before me, but the next thing I knew, I was out to fix something. No, just a thin slice, no, that's too much. That's too much. No, you just go easy on it. No, I don't know it. No, I don't want any more potatoes. No, I don't want any more beans. No, I don't want any. Well, how about you now? You already cut down with your thing.
Oh, I could put this up and take pictures.
You're not still worrying about Stacy's dog.
Certainly I'm not. Next week you say that. If you come into town now, you take care of him.
No, I don't imagine he'll get past that self-parking.
And you don't know it's quite very good. Why he'll have that foxy running around in circles. I bet you could drive a herd of cattle right through the middle of them men, and they wouldn't even know that.
Want me to answer?
No, I'll see who it is. When I speak to you right now, here you go. Stacy's boat is in Elkhorn. Yes, it is. I found him not 5 minutes ago, riding over the South Creek Road. He's still out my bank. I know he does. That's the only thing he's got to come for.
Why you've got more than enough money to take care of him, Mr. Brown.
The park is still out combing the hills, way out in the hills. Far back from that, it's something careful. I'd drop out and come back alone. That room up there in the yard is so convenient sometimes. Well, you can be mighty thankful for it tonight. Otherwise, Dalton would have got by unnoticed. He got me past it, so he used to bank. I got him 44. I figured the two of us together.
Just hold on, Seth. What makes you so good and mine you say is God?
It's got to be him. His description to a T, T-A-T.
Did he die back there?
He's on the field from Hot River. There's nowhere else to come from. But we all know Dalt was headed this way. Son of a fella. He's got the red stuff. He's got such a heavy red. You know that it's all up there. There was a couple times when you said a last time there about it. Said, come on, Bill. You ain't going to need to take care of Dalt all alone now. Not that I be afraid to try it, boys.
All right, Seth. I'm coming on. Wasn't quite finished the supper, but I...
Nice one, eh? Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Don't answer me. Well, I'll cover you here. Now, you can go in.
Otto. And I spent the room looking for a place to stay.
Yes, sir.
Come on in. Here's my bench. Just pull in now.
I'm sorry.
Oh? That's too bad. We're only going to be here one night. Did you say Bill come on stop here?
No, Debbie said nothing to me for the know of.
Well,
before you go, mister,
yeah.
we don't mean to be nosy or anything like that, but would you mind telling us what you're doing here in that town?
I got some business at the bank tomorrow.
The bank? Oh,
That's right. What are you doing with that gun, mister?
what?
Here, let me beat up here.
No. Never mind. Just leave it there. Just leave it.
Laying on the floor?
It ain't loaded anyway.
Man's a fool to carry an unloaded
Well, it's kind of a special holiday just here in our town. You came from White River, didn't you, mister?
That's right. How you... Oh, you heard about me. I was on my way, huh? News ship traveled fast, huh?
Yes, yes, it's so bad.
Yeah, whoever's got a vacant room on
You sure you can't squeeze them in somewhere? You know, since some of your regulars won't be back tonight anyway, you could... How about it now?
Well, I guess I could find a place for him. If you really
I
could.
appreciate it, man.
Just follow me upstairs. I'll see what I can do.
No trouble. Oh, if he's golf, that is where we'll be able to keep an eye on him.
If he...
Yeah?
The big machine, that's where he got the silver money. You can bet your bottom dollar.
Yeah.
You heard what he said about in the bank. He was selling us same as days that he used to have it. After they got it, everybody says so. Stop that. He comes right out and announces what he aims to do. Don't make no bones about it. That's the problem.
Oh, I didn't hear him make anything about the avenue, sir.
How much cleaner could he make it?
Yeah.
And you get emphasized. He was standing there wide open. How you could have outbobbed him without even half time.
Well, I guess either of us could have done that, sir, as soon as how he was holding around the gun. Pass me that cornbread, will you?
We'll return to James Stewart as the sixth shooter in just a moment. When it's entertainment you're after, you'll find the very best on this station of the NBC radio network. Thursday night, for example, Robert Young portrays Jim Anderson on Father Knows Best, a program which is based on the assumption that the man of the family can put one over on the wife and youngsters. The same night, you can enjoy the zany stunts on Truth or Consequences with Ralph Edwards. When Ralph sends a contestant off on a consequence, it usually ends up as one of radio's funniest. And if you like Western songs and adventures, hear the Roy Rogers Show. Then, to top it all off, hear the little-known stories of show business that Eddie Cantor tells on his show business show. Yes, Thursday is packed with stellar entertainment on the NBC radio network. Now, Act 2 of The Six Shooters, starring James Stewart as Rip Thompson.
That's truly just stood there watching me finish up supper, and the expression on his face didn't have my digestion. He sure did look disgusting. But I just wasn't convinced that this new fella and Stacy Golf were the same man. I'd never seen Golf before, of course, and the fella Mark took upstairs did look something like the wanted posters, and he had something like that. Well, that's all true, but the poster pictures and the shots showing where a man comes from just don't choose his mouth out. At least not for certain.
You gonna sit there eating all night?
No.
I'm
done. Well, he's not robbing your bank, right?
Well, what do you want me to do? Really prize it?
Now look. We're not sheriffs, we're deputies. We can't arrest somebody without suspicion. And besides, I don't think he's dead.
Oh, you don't?
Now, they just don't stand to reason. Now, why would Dale come riding in his town? He knows everybody's on the lookout for him.
Yeah, with that posse out in the hills, he's off safe here in town and he would be in his own. And don't think you don't know that, too.
Yeah. Well, it's about time to turn around. Well, it's like, when Sheriff Henry comes back, he can arrest his fella if he wants to, and I think he's making a mistake. I think he'd be arrested right now. Well,
You can be at the mercy of a killer. Oh, you'd have been better off if you never showed up in that trunk at all. This was terrible.
Just take it easy.
Please. Don't you dare say it right under my own roof.
Now, you could be jumping to conclusions on his back here.
Oh, am I? Do you know what's in that bottle?
Nope.
Money. That's fantastic.
Now,
I watched him through the keyhole. He took it out and started taking it. And there's strips of paper fastened around the doors. And the printing on that paper says White River First National Bank.
you sure this one?
Don't go on eyes, ain't I? All right. And that ain't all, son. You remember what it said on the wanted poster about how dogs always wears yellow leather gloves?
Yes, I remember.
Well, these got that glove, too. Right there in the satchel with the money. Now this. You got to find something and bring him back here as soon as you can.
All right, now. You see that you don't get away with it.
No, that's our people.
For heaven's sake, that hurry.
Gee, I'm sorry if I got you into something now, but I just can't believe,
You can't believe what, Chris?
nothing now. Well, Ma cleared off the table and took the dishes out the kitchen. I offered to dry, but she said she'd rather do them herself, so I went into the parlor to wait. The fellow upstairs was moving around, getting ready for bed, or at least that's what I hoped he was doing. His room was right over my head, and when the bed springs gave out a little squeak, I felt a little better back then. About 20 minutes later, Ma came out and sat down in the rocker beside the fireplace. She was first sharing one of those doodads you put in the arm of a chair. We didn't do much talking. Not for the next couple hours, we didn't. Then about 11 o'clock, the coffee came out, and must be done, Ma. Maybe you'd better wait in the kitchen in case there's any trouble.
There won't be no trouble now, thanks to Fresh Coolers.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
Oh, all right, dear. All right.
You know this one. Yeah, sure. Now, here's the plan. The rest of the boys have got the house surrounded. Oh, Gold couldn't get out no matter what. All right, now. The three of us will go upstairs. Come on. As soon as we get to his room, I'll kick the door open, and we all blaze away at the bed.
Now, just hold on, man. Just hold on.
Yeah? So what's the matter?
What you're talking about is cold-blooded murder.
Here. Just giving him a dose of his own medicine, that's all.
Now, Ed,
Maybe
maybe he is. It doesn't matter. He's entitled to a trial just like anybody else.
Use your head, boy. If we try to get him alive, he's bound to get punished. He'll have to.
Well, that's the way we're going to take it.
Now, do it.
Now, you wait here, both of you. I'll bring him down to you. And I want your word that he goes to jail in one piece, huh?
I can't promise nothing like that. The boys outside are pretty mad about it.
Maybe the boys would like to shoot it out with both Dog and me.
Yeah. You don't.
What do you say, Scott?
Well, all right, there. He goes to jail. Let's go help you.
Scott, how about
Sure, Bliss. Sure. But if anything happens to you, you got nobody but yourself to blame.
upstairs hall was pitched dark. Way down a couple of years since I started dancing. Just stairs up there now. I got my ear against the door and listened. Everybody breathing and I heard it come upstairs. Behind you. I would be awake now if I had to face that. I swung the door open and brought up my gun. Now stay where you are and I don't reach for anything.
What?
The lamp, like the cutter still gives off much light towards the screen. The wind doesn't cut it up. He hadn't moved. He just sat there, eyes wide open, still looking.
What's going on here, mister?
I think you better put your clothes on.
Sure. Whatever you say. But why? What's all this about?
Well, there's some boys downstairs want to talk to you.
Me?
That's Johnny.
Hold on. What do you mean?
Well, they know you. At least they think of you.
Huh?
Yeah, they claim you're Stacy's dog.
Dog?
That's right.
Why, it's crazy. Plumb crazy. How could I be dog?
What do you mean?
Boston jail, White River. He was captured locked up day before yesterday.
You sure then?
I ought to be. I captured him.
You,
The police right there in the satchel. Reward money. White River First National. Paid to me yesterday. Marshal Andrews gave me golf yellow flowers. He put him a medal to the station. Long letter of congratulations. Yeah. You think?
you captured Stacy's dog?
Well, it's kind of accidental. You see, I'm a drummer. Travel around and selling gadgets and things. I didn't know the cabin was dark hideout, just like any other cabin to me. But there might be some kids living there. So I was getting up the samples when the door opened. Guess he thought the picture I was holding was a real thing. Well, it did look mighty genuine for an imitation. You can make realistic looking toys these days.
He didn't try to shoot it out with you?
No. All he said was, okay, you got the drop on me. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I was too shy to say so. Next thing he handed me his gun. Well, it was back then Marshal Andrews come loud enough. Marshal was real nice about giving me all credit. Want you to let her read it?
No, but you bring that down along with you, will you? What I want to see is Ed Scott's face when you get him. So when he got finished putting his clothes on, I took Amos Foster, that was his name. I took him downstairs. Ed and Scott, they were standing at the bottom, covering us with their guns. A letter from Marshal Andrews finally convinced them. They put their guns away and marched outside. And that was just about the unhappiest party I ever saw, considering that they'd caught the man. Small Benson, she came out of the kitchen in time to hear the tail end of Amos's explanation. She didn't say anything, just shook her head and then offered to make some coffee and heat up what was left of cornbread. That sounded real good to Amos. Sounded good to me, too, except for one thing. I knew there wasn't any cornbread left to heat up, so I should have finished off the supper.
You know, defense is one job we can't put off. Because if we want security for our home and country tomorrow, we've got to do something about it today. How? By investing in the United States Savings Fund. You'll get a return of $4 for every $3 you put in, and in less than 10 years. In addition, you can hold your bonds beyond maturity and earn further interest. 3% interest compounded semi-annually for as long as 10 additional years. Sign up today for freedom. Join the payroll savings plan or the bond a month plan. You'll feel more secure tomorrow if you buy United States Savings Bonds today. The Six Shooter is an NBC radio network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Bush, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Eleanor Audley, Barney Phillips, Forrest Lewis, and Fred Cooley was played by Parley Bay. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jeff Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Al Gifford speaks. Hear Exciting Stroke of Fate tonight on the NBC Radio Network. In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the Six Shooter, only one of the many fine programs brought to you Sundays on NBC. Each Sunday, listen to the music of the NBC Symphony Orchestra broadcasting from Carnegie Hall. Hear the amusing adventures of Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy and the Merrys, and tune to the NBC Star Playhouse for the nation's greatest stars. It's a lineup of wonderful programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the Six Shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sundyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, with handle and knob. People call them both the Six Shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Concert, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of the Six Shooter. A Christmas gift with a future. That's how everyone feels about a gift of United States savings bonds. Because when those bonds mature, they pay back $4 for every $3 invested. What's more, they can be held as long as 10 years beyond maturity and earn even further interest. Give a gift of United States savings bonds. Now, Act One of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart.
Stay over in Smoke Falls, but when I stopped off to see old Dad Somerset and found him all crippled up in lumbago, of course, he didn't ask me to look after his stock, or he sure wanted me to. So. Well, a couple of weeks later, he began feeling better, so I started thinking about moving on. It was nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon that day. The sun just spilled over the top of Eagle Mountain. When the buckboard pulled into the yard.
Mr. Thompson?
Oh, evening, ma'am.
Mr. Thompson, I'm Grace Gardner.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Miss Gardner.
I've been meaning to come out and see how Mr. Somerset can get along, but I just never had a minute's free time. It's planning season, you know.
Yes, ma'am. Well, Dad's feeling much better. If you'd like to talk to him,
No, just say that I asked for him. As a matter of fact, it's you I want to talk to, Mr. Thompson.
Oh?
You see, I'm president of the Ladies' Aid Society in Smoke Falls. We're affiliated with the place and do lots of charity work, Christmas baskets and things like that, you know. All the best ladies in town are members, and we don't just take in everybody either.
Well,
Now, this is what I'm getting at, Mr. Thompson. Tonight's our box supper in Florida. It's an annual event. Mr. Simpson always loans us his barn for the occasion, and spent the whole afternoon helping with the decorations. Now, Polly Sullivan, that's Wade Sullivan's wife, she's chairman of the decorating committee, but she's fine personally, I thought it was my duty to give her a hand. That's what made me so late coming out here to ask you
ask me.
about attending the supper.
Oh,
Now,
well,
I'm not going to take no for an answer.
oh, but Miss
To
Gardner.
tell you the truth, I've already told folks who were planning to come.
Oh, but you shouldn't have done that.
Now, after all, you're practically the first celebrity we've ever had in Smoke Falls. The auction starts at 7:30. You won't be late, will you, Mr. Thompson?
Oh, but
And
Miss...
one more thing, would you mind wearing your gun? And men folks are especially interested in that. Yes, you know.
Oh, but, wait a minute, Miss Carter. Hey there, Miss Carter. Well, after I gave Dad his supper, I washed my face, wet down my hair, and started off for old man Simpson's barn. When I got there, Miss Hadley met me at the door and introduced me around. The only name that stands in was her daughter, Ellen. Pretty girl. I figured that when the box supper sheet packs were put up for sale, the bidding would be mighty serious.
Now just gather around the table here so you can get a good look at what you're buying. But remember, you can't judge a book by its cover. Now, which one should we start with? Oh, my, look at this one. Pretty pink ribbon and white tissue paper. Why, I'll just bet you there's a whole fried chicken inside this paper. Now, who's going to make the first bet? $1.50. Don't forget, gentlemen, that pretty lady's company holds the book up there.
I'll give a nickel.
Now, Spud Hooker, you stop jacking. You know we don't take any bid unless McCoy. Now, hurry up, I'll try to just get things underway. Look at this lovely box. Just think some nice young lady spent the whole day fixing it up.
And she'll be too tired to stand.
The auction was kind of slow in picking up momentum, but when Mrs. Crowley started in to make the third sale, well, there wasn't much doubt whose bucket she was selling. Ellen Crowley sort of reddened in the cheeks and tried to look unconcerned. I saw her give somebody a glance on the other side of the room, almost like a signal. Couldn't tell who it was intended for, but there were two fellows standing over there. Spud Hooker is one, tall, husky, about 25. He'd been cracking jokes, knocking it like he owned the place. The other boy is kind of a different sort. He's thinner, shorter. He hadn't even opened his mouth since I got there.
Here's the next supper. Now, it looks familiar. Oh, I guess I shouldn't have said anything, should I? I don't know just about murdered you when I get home. Well, as long as you can't find the bag, I might as well go ahead with the sale.
50 cents.
Spud Hooker, bid 50 cents. A supper like this ought to be worth more than $50. A little boy told me there's a chocolate cake inside.
75 cents, man.
I've got 25. Now, what about a stud? You're not going to let Tom the bid out with you? $1. I'm bid. One. $1. Who'll give $1 in the corner? Don't forget, gentlemen, it's all for charity.
$1.50.
Now we're getting somewhere. I'm going to $1.50. Spud Hooker offers $1.60. Are there any more bids? You're bidding $2, Tom?
$3.
Oh,
That's what I said.
well, now, we all appreciate your enthusiasm, boys. But remember, this isn't the only supper you can buy. So
Tell
you
me what I'm buying, and I'll take it right.
$4. All right. And it's $4. Now, Spud.
$6, you fatty. You're making a fool of yourself, Levitt. That ain't nothing with me. I did $6. Travel.
Oh, boys. Oh, now, you don't mean that, Tom. You can't afford $10.
I mean it.
Well, all right. I'll get $10 over any more bids. Going once, going twice.
Goddamn, it ain't gonna do him no good.
Now, we get out in the trouble, Spud.
It's my girl, and she's eating at me. I'll take that box, Miss Connie. Get money. Didn't you hear what I said? She's eating at me. Get out of the way, Spud. You're not man enough to make me move. Give me that box, or I'll take it away from you. Okay, Tom, you heard me.
Hold on there, pal. Just a minute here. Hold on.
Don't concern you, Francis.
Oh, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't concern me. It just seems to me that there ought to be a better place for settling things, that's all.
Mr. Francis, right, sir. Let's go out.
Hey, Mr. Francis. John Thomas said he's over here. Yeah, I'm Francis.
Oh, Miss Francis, it's your teacher that told me to find you.
What's the matter, Jake?
He's called. She's still trying to get you. Yes. He got the sheriff in the back while he was getting away. We took him over to Doc Hospital. He's bleeding pretty bad. He wants to talk to Mr. Francis before, well, before he...
I'll get my horse.
That's exactly what you're looking for.
What are you talking about? Yeah, you're going to be all right. The doc says you'll be back in your tree again in part of a week or so.
What I was thinking of, I can just get hold of my gun and light it for the supper. Must be getting cold, Oldies.
Well, you're not the first man to have trouble with coffee. Had a pretty fancy reputation for what I heard.
I had to see it different. I thought he got loose now. Don't want other folks to hear from my mistake.
And what do you mean?
I know this man, Blecko. We'll get a posse together and start out the fault.
Yeah, okay.
And Putman, too. Going out in a crowd like that, they'll hear him coming. That's a wildcat killer, Brett. And he's cornered, he won't give up. Took off 3 or 4 of the posse before they can close in.
Well, not if they're careful.
That's the trouble. Fellas here ain't cautious, they're bullheaded. But you know how to take them, Brett. No, I ain't saying that you do it. You don't even live in Smoke Falls, but you could catch your fault without even having a chance to.
No, I'm afraid you're giving me too much credit, Larry.
If you want somebody to go along, I'm the boy.
Sure, I know that.
I'd be mighty grateful, Blecko. First day, been good to me. And like the reason thinking it's because of me. Because what I did, I'm in the gullet.
No, you better take it easy.
Just
take it
know
easy.
it's a lot. Folks, get out. And I'll cut those. We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Recently, the American Red Cross was called on for immediate and dramatic expansion of its part in the National Blood Program. Was asked to make available all the gamma globulin possible for the prevention of paralysis from polio. Experiments conducted over the past 2 years have demonstrated the effectiveness of this treatment. It takes approximately 1 pint of blood to make an average dose of gamma globulin as used for polio. And 1 injection protects a child for a period of 1 to 5 weeks. Therefore, there is a tremendous need for blood donations now, so that we may be able to do our utmost to safeguard our children during the epidemic period next summer. At the same time, there has been no let-up in the need for blood for use overseas and for the thousands of wounded men in our military hospitals who are still fighting for a chance to live. If you are in the throes, call your local Red Cross chapter right away. Get an appointment to make a donation of your blood for the National Blood Program, which aims to supply the total blood needs of the country. Join the thousands of Americans who are rolling up their sleeves. Take pride in having helped save a life. Now, Act 2 of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart as Dick Thompson.
Yeah, Prince must have been right about the time forming the posse. Not any time. Fred Hooker was taking charge. I was kind of surprised to see that Tom Levitt was along. But I figured he and Hooker sort of joined forces for the time being.
How is he, Congress?
Well, he passed out a few minutes ago. Maybe it's just as well. At least he's getting some rest.
Yeah, we're working on the frog. The other boys are waiting behind the milking field.
Yeah. Looks like he's got caught again.
I ain't got no objection to having you go along, too. Not that we need you, understand.
Yeah.
Well, you coming?
Well, I had a little talk with the sheriff just before he lost consciousness, and he seemed to think that taking out a posse after a talk wasn't such a good idea.
What we want us to do, let him go scot-free?
No. Now, Sheriff Tim Smith sort of suggested maybe 1 or 2 men would have a better chance of catching him. They could make faster time, maybe sneak up on Falk unaware.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, go stay with me. You gonna be one of the boys who goes after him, concert?
Well, I haven't exactly made up my mind.
You better make it up fast or I'll take somebody else.
Oh, sure. Well, in that case, we'll say, your name's Leverett, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Concert. Tom Levitt.
You want to ride along with me?
Yeah, sure. Now, wait a minute here. I thought you said one or two men.
I did.
Well, we don't need Leverett then.
Well, I tell you, I sort of figured maybe you ought to stay in town, okay? So if Tom and I get in trouble, well, you could sing the party out later.
You trying to make a fool out of me, Concert?
No.
Everybody knows I'm twice the man Leverett is. I can ride better and shoot faster and I'll fight him 2 to 1. You have the credit for taking part yourself, don't you? Well, it ain't gonna work out that way. Oh, boy. I'll find part myself and I'll bring him in alive.
Well, Tom, let's go, huh? Fox Trail headed west, toward Eagle Mountain. When the moon was out, sort of a half moon, but it gave us enough light so we could follow the distance Fox course at last. Around about midnight, we started another trail, closer. It couldn't have been more than a couple minutes old. We cut in from one side and then went on ahead in the same direction Fox was riding. Oh. You see that, Tom?
Yeah. Looks like Fort Hurst is a shortcut. You wouldn't beat us soon?
Oh, you never know. Never know. He does, he might save us some grief, isn't he?
You're not anxious to tangle this stuff, are you?
No, I'm not anxious to tangle with anybody, Tom.
But I thought, well, you've been in other outlaws before.
Oh, some. Not as many as things. I've never enjoyed tangling with them.
Glad you took me. That's right. See this fascinating.
That's shooting, maybe. But there's more to telling a killer than being able to shoot. Well, lots of times it's more important for a man to know when not to shoot. Somebody wishing to pull a trigger like that, pull it too soon. The moon's going down. You might as well get some shut-eye. We'll go. You couldn't see it there anyway.
Fred won't be stopping to sleep.
No, don't suppose he will. That's another reason I picked you. I figured he'd want to keep pushing on all night. Well, about this time I'll just get tired. As soon as the morning sun began graying the sky, we started off again. Fox Trail was winding up the side of Eagle Mountain now. Pretty hard riding. Tom didn't complain, even though I could see he wasn't used to it. After a while, he almost slid out of his saddle, but somehow he managed to hang on. Around noon, we reached Little Creek and Fox Trail up there about. The other trail, the one we figured was hippies, it sort of milled around in all directions and went off on a tangent. We climbed down from our horses, got a drink of water. Wow, it tastes good, doesn't it? You had been out this way before, Tom?
Oh, yeah. Not for the last couple of years, huh?
Any cabins around, placing on to hide out?
Not that I remember. You think we're getting close to him?
Well, he could have gone on using a trick to cover his trail, but he had to stop pretty soon.
No?
Oh, I'm not going to keep riding forever. He's been bent soft. So far, we haven't seen any signs that he made camp, you see.
Sure.
Hmm?
He might be there a bit. It's not more than a mile away due south.
Giant Tail.
Well, you've heard of him.
No, I don't think I have.
It'd be perfect shot for a man to hold that. Nobody knows for certain just how far back in the mountain the two really goes. some scientific fellow tried to explore it last summer, but all their lanterns gave out before they come to end.
Well, it sounds like something you ought to see even if Falk isn't there. Come on, let's go another day.
I jumped in bed, Dick. You got that slab of yellow rock? Trying to cross the trail. I guess you should have come up from the other side, though.
Yeah, that's what I must have done. That pony over there on that clump of bushes is over.
I think.
Easy, Tom. Easy over.
Well, Dick Watson said that stole a star when he made his getaway.
Now we better close in on foot. We tethered our horses on a couple of spruce stoppers and moved into the cave entrance. There was a very big hole. We had to kind of bend over and crawl through it. But the room on the other side, it must have been 100 feet long, 50 feet wide. The walls were sheer rock, so the rainbow colored, so smooth you'd have thought somebody had been polishing them. And then the light behind us went down to a pinpoint.
He wouldn't be hiding here in the dark, would he, Dick?
I did. You heard it coming.
Somebody up in there.
I thought we wouldn't make it pretty good, but that's getting me to fuck it down.
Falk? Where you in here, Falk? You go any further, you'll get lost. You'll never find your way out. Hey, you hear me, Falk? You're wasting lead. You know that. You can't see me here. We don't have to. Talk about sooner or later, we'll be waiting. All right, we're going to leave you now, Falk. We're going outside and wait. Hey, where you at? You giving up? No, I ain't aware. What? Got somebody with me. Friend of yours, I reckon. We're coming out together. You try to stop me, I'll kill him. He ain't wrong, Dick. It's me, Spud Hooker. I caught up with him last night, but he got the jaw on me. Hold your fire, Jimmy. Use what he says. He'll kill you if you don't hold your fire. You gotta do what he told you, but you gotta. All right, Falk, come on. Start backing up toward the entrance. I don't hear you moving. Good, please.
All right, let's go now. We backed out into the daylight colony and waited for him. About a minute later, Spud Hooker marched through the mouth of the cave. I was scared to death. Big Falk was right behind him, holding a .45 aimed at small Spud's back. I was pretty sure he wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger either. Their Kingsmith was right. He was just a wild-cut killer. He had that stampede look in his eyes as he stood there blinking against the sun. Same kind of a look you see in a steer when the herd's shoving him along. You can't stop but be trampled a bit.
Hey, off your gun. Both of you. Take them off or I'll fix your friend here.
Falk gave Spud a shove with his gun and he jumped forward. There was an opening now between him and Falk. Next thing I knew, Tom dived forward. Get out! Tom tackled Spud and he rolled over. The bullet missed him, but Tom was in range and he took it. Falk aimed and fired again, and I managed to get my gun out. Bullet hit his spine, spun him around, and his legs buckled and fell face down. I let go of the pistol again. He tried to bring it up. Drop it, Falk! For a second, his finger went right on squeezing the trigger, but, no, he just didn't have the strength. Tom? Tom, you all right?
Yeah, it's hardly bleeding. No, I could let Falk alone. I gotta let you handle him, Dick.
Oh, I don't know. Looks to me like Tom did most of the handling around here. I knew it had been for him.
Yeah. I guess I had you figured wrong, Tom. I just thought you'd be the one to save me, but I wasn't saving you. Huh? Oh, I never did. And nothing's gonna change that thing. Well, I like Ellen. I like her a lot. But she's in love with you. She got yourself killed as just hurt her and wouldn't do me no good. Ellen, tell you she's in love with me? She didn't have to. If she finds out what happened today, she ain't gonna find out. I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna tell her myself. I don't want her to know. It's for me to decide. Now let's make a spot. You should have listened to it. No, you should have listened last night.
Hold on. Now, I think you ought to get Tom to adapt, okay? And if we don't, Ellen won't have no way of choosing him even if she wanted to. Come on, Star. Your hand. He tied Falk on the back of his pony and started off the time. I sure didn't know what Alan was going to do about Spud and Tom. Oh, you never know what he was going to do in country. You know, falling in love and smiling and all that sort of thing. But I did know one thing. That's taking Tom to go along with me. I've got a pretty good side. And probably could do a whole lot worse, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, the tradition of religious freedom and of religious worship in America goes back to the very founding of our country. So, in these days of world crisis, when our nation and all its citizens need spiritual strength and guidance, all of us should think again of what religion means to us and to our country. For it's religious faith that makes our way of life possible. During November, people of many faiths are joining in a great Religion in American Life campaign. So whatever your faith may be, you are asked to join in this campaign. Be sure to attend and support the church or synagogue of your choice. And if you have children, by all means, light their life with faith. Bring them to worship this week. The Six Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Birch, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Day. Others in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Frank Driscoll, Robert Griffin, Forrest Lewis, and Sam Edwards. Special music for this program was by Basil Evans, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. And incidentally, a great many of our friends have written in to thank us for putting the Six-Shooter on the air. And a surprising number of letters have requested the name of the scene you are listening to right now, and where it might be obtained. Well, we're sorry, but it is music that has been recorded exclusively for broadcast, and is therefore not available for home use. But we are grateful nonetheless to all of you who have written. Your kind letters are always welcome. This is Hal Gifford speaking. Tonight is Celeste Holm in the NBC Star Playhouse on the NBC Radio. In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the Six Shooter, just one of the many fine programs brought to you Sundays on NBC. Later this evening, listen to the NBC Star Playhouse with two of your favorite stars. Here's Stroke of Fate and the story of what might have happened if fate had reversed historical facts. And be sure to keep tuned for the dramatic story of The Last Man Out. It's a wonderful lineup of great programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the Six Shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, with sandals and marks. People call them bullets. They're six-feeters. The NBC radio network presents Strange Tales by The Six Feeters, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Dick Conklin, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the western territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends.
Me, I just cut it all. It's still there, ain't it? Hanging down the back of my neck.
It's going to be style. Follow you just the other day, since you came to the city. So that's where all Easterners are having haircuts.
I ain't no Easterner. I don't aim to be spending a quarter every week for a shave and a haircut. It's start slicing it off.
Okay. I need to get the bed off. Sorry, baby. I reckon I ain't feeling much this night today. Some strange and blame. You heard about John Newton and his meat? Told him yet?
I don't see why everybody's in such a rush all of a sudden. They waited 40 years, a couple more hours ain't gonna make a difference.
Do it today then, huh? Yeah. Good. I know how you're baby. You sure got anything? That's breaking news.
Stop talking about it, baby, and finish my hair.
Gabe, you're a sensible man. That's how old Virginia, huh? Old times of greed.
Old time don't know him like I do. I was here when his first tender relative. I know if it wasn't for Dave Starbuck, they wouldn't be
All
here.
right, listen. Well, you're next. Just a couple of minutes. Dodge to the papers there if you'd like to read it while you're waiting.
I get Rick, who's your secretary? Rick Townsend. Oh. Who's it? Al Sanders?
Sure, I remember. Oh, what happened to your beard?
Daisy here shaved it off 3 years ago. Couple of the boys told him to do it while I was asleep in the chair. I ain't never forgiven you for that, Daisy. You could have got it back. 25 years. Besides, once Maddie seen me without him. Those these there look younger.
Well, you look so young, I hardly recognize you.
That's you, Bill. How's the winter been treating you?
Oh, it's okay, it's okay.
It's good time.
Yeah, I've been out on the Square Moon Ranch last month or so. I ran into a flock of sheep yesterday, and they gave me such a brotherly look, I decided it's high time I get a haircut.
You're out, please take care of you, Mr. Ponce. Yeah. You ought to be short enough, Al.
Feels like you got some of it off anyhow.
Sit right down, Mr. Ponce. Well, what'll it be? You have a haircut?
Haircut is it.
Well, you might as well have a shave, too, as long as you're here. I got the kettle on, the towels will be real hot. You won't even feel the way.
No, I don't think
No matter how good a man is at shaving himself, not the same as having a barber do it. Oh, you take one in a horse shop. You don't do that yourself, emergency. You go to an expert. Well, it seems to me a man's face ought to be as important as his horse. Well, it seems to me when a fellow wants to get a...
all right, very good, right? You can give me a shave.
Yes, Mr. Ponce, yes, sir. I'm just getting some of this hair off my water now.
You're going to be on time for Spellbrick?
Just overnight, I'll kind of be back to Square Moon tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd like to stay and see the shop, but school is a big site.
Oh, so how is it? Good. Yeah, I haven't seen Hiram Taylor here in the other 4 years.
Me and him used to be real good friends.
Oh, he sure did. It was Gabe Starbuck gave me my first phone.
Well,
I'm sorry to hear that. He's not down sick.
Dave didn't let himself go down in that house.
What you up to nowadays? So you mean he's still sure?
Sure.
Well, see, this is what I'm missing. That's what I see. Side of the town stops to have an east west. And that's what I'm going over to pass. To go back now. You don't want it too short being responsive. Fellows in from Kansas City the other day says back there folks ain't cutting hair for short anymore.
Well, you better try to put it close, Breezy. I may not be in a barbershop again for quite some time.
Whatever you say, if there's mischief around here. Nobody wants to get rid of old Gabe, but the town's changed. Well, we got some 700 people listening now.
That many?
Yeah, there's a new band, too. Maybe yourself.
Yeah, it's a good, yeah.
Not doing very good, though. First, they say the money will be saved. Well, they're having robberies, not quite fair. As long as Gabe's there, well, you just make the ticket. It's like an outlaw at one did happen on their way. You know, old Gabe being so old. God damn it. You only realize that we owe him an awful lot. Cleaned up relative. Made it possible for decent people to live here. This was 40 years ago. Things are a lot different now. We gotta have 350 bucks.
Does Gabe know you're planning on replacing him?
No, I haven't told him yet, but that's the rough mechanic.
It's going to hurt him pretty bad, isn't it?
How would you feel if it was your place? You give your life to a town, your whole life. You say, sorry, but you gotta put you out the pasture. You're too old.
Well, maybe if he was to have a deputy.
Now we talked about that. Kind of wishing us for Fred too,
Well, Gabe's got a good sensible head on his shoulders.
That's what I said, Mr. Pocket. That's what I said.
He probably won't like the idea of losing his job now at first, but he'll see that you don't have much choice in the thing.
Thanks, Barry. You don't want the towel too hot. Little warm?
This is silly.
Real glad you don't think we're being too hard on Dave, Bert. Well, seeing as how you understand what the difference is, about Dave, I mean, would you wouldn't mind for the same him?
No, wait, just a minute, Al.
One of the little things you said for yourself, it could be different having the new thing from you.
It's not my concern.
There's no promise, Francis. If you're going to be seeing him in the affair, leave the conversation around, give him his time, lay the foundation, and later on,
Well, we'll do it, Al. We'll do it. You just wait for your breath. You just...
I'm only asking you to talk to Gabe because for the wrong thing. You know me, Brett, always putting my foot in my mouth.
I'll tell you, you're not going to...
You're on what, Mr. Thompson? I told you to keep quiet. He's right. Well, I said a thing that I had in mind is then if you're still willing.
Between the shaving and the hot towels and all parking and everything, not that I agreed to charge Gabe the time to get a new flat. I didn't agree to that, but all I said was that I'd better feel him out and see how the land is. Anyway, about 20 minutes later, I was coming along the boardwalk heading to Gabe's office. It sounded like shooting to me. When I looked around, nobody seemed to turn any attention. The fellows arguing politics over the post office steps, they didn't even stop to take a breath. And the ladies in Grance's looking to it, it was right on Mosey and Yardage, and they hadn't even heard it. Well, I was pretty sure where they came from now. I was right behind the sheriff's office. And I opened the front door, no sign of Lloyd. No sign of anybody, then I saw it. I went to the back window. And I saw why folks hadn't been very upset about the gunfire. Gabe was having himself a little target practice out there, aiming at a tin can sitting on a pile of lumber. It had just been 4 years since I'd seen him last, but he looked good 10 years old. Small, too, kind of bent and bent over. His skin yellow gray hair and his long, bony arms that didn't seem to have much meat on them. I sure wouldn't have much left hitting my pin's horn, either. Oh, Dad. What's that? Quit talking.
Howdy, Dad. Well, it's good to see you. Yeah, for a second, I didn't recognize it. It's him that my advantages from it.
Yeah, howdy, Dad.
That's the door. Never felt better than I.
Glad to have.
Yeah. I was just doing a little quick.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, not that I need any practice to understand it. I was worried about one of the guns. I think it goes a little to the left.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I missed it my last shot. Yeah, let's do inside where we can cut down and take the truck. Yeah. Let's get it.
A little older, maybe. I guess I haven't got it.
I don't know. You're as only as old as it is. Yeah. Let me just take that there. Dip over there. You got into here. Yeah, I can keep an eye out on the street.
I can't quite hear this yourself, Dad.
Don't see why it's going to surprise me.
No, you must be getting around.
Fix the toilet. Fix the toilet thing. Might be 65. The family never kept me with it. But I ain't got no older than that. It's been good notice, huh?
You still living alone?
Of course I'm still living alone. You think I need to keep you something?
I don't know. I was just wondering if you ever got the whole out of the line you used to talk about. That's all. Remember? Yeah, don't you remember when I was a kid, you always said someday you're going to do it. After you get tired of being sick.
I still aim to do it. When the time comes, of course, I ain't going to come from thinking about it now. You're just wrong with it. After the time he's blowing out of the moon, and it's especially sticky. Seeing as how I'm the only experienced lawman in these parts, well, it's my duty to stay in job. I know it's supposed to. If I was even to think about the time, they just wouldn't know what to do. They'd be kind of helpless. Well, I ain't got no choice, but you know how it is.
Good. I know.
We'll return to James Stewart as the sixth shooter in just a moment. The winter brings extra hazards to the motorist and the pedestrian. Longer hours of darkness, poor visibility caused by snow, rain, and fog, and slippery streets call for extra caution. The National Safety Council urges that for safety, every motorist should always adjust speed to road and weather conditions. Keep the windshield clear. Never slam on your brakes if the road is wet or slippery. Pump them slowly to slow down or stop. Use tire chains on snow and ice, and keep a safe distance between your car and the one ahead. Guard against that one accident that might take your life or ruin it. Now, Act 2 of The Six Shooters, starring James Stewart as Britt Thompson.
We had a long talk, Dave and Ray, sitting around the office looking the wagon people all outside the window. I guess we covered everything. Old old times. The only thing we didn't discuss was Gabe's return from shell. Anyhow, after I left him, I got in a couple of stroll. Well, it must have been like 9 o'clock when I got settled down for the night in my room in a Parker hotel. Bed is real comfortable. I slept in those bunk out of scare me around. Maybe that's why I had so much trouble dropping off to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, ready. Oh, no. Come on in, Al. Yeah, come on in. I'll just get this orange thing right from here. All right.
Wait, yeah. That pocket thing you only turned into me.
Yeah, that's good.
I was looking for you this evening after supper.
Well, I went to walk.
Okay.
You're right, Al. That's okay. That's a funny trick going up there to the kids.
Yeah. What I want to find out that was
Watch new buildings oversized, too. Man, these fancy houses over there. Some of them look like they're going to be 2 stories high over there. Yeah? How did he take that with it? Oh, you mean Gabe?
That's what I mean.
Well, I didn't tell him that. I told you I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it.
You couldn't have asked in the first place. It was my job.
I did kind of head around once or twice, but I could see what it did for me. Just the idea of not being careful anymore. It's all he's got, Al. He doesn't have a son and kids to worry about. Gabe's the sheriff of Yellow Cross, and if he ever stops being the sheriff, he won't do anything.
I know, but what?
What's wrong?
Go on there. Must be a fire, reckon. There's my fault that's running down the street. There, he'll know. Johnny Finger. That's right in. Come on. That's here now. What are they ringing the bell for? It's a bank.
It's bound to happen sooner or later.
Yeah. Tell me the time, will you? Bell was still ringing when Alf and I rode up to Gabe's office. Everybody in town has heard of it by now. There were 10 or 12 men standing along the street, others coming up from all directions. Gabe was standing right there for us, right in the middle of things, taking charge. And no doubt about it, he was still sheriff of Yellow Cross.
Here. You boys know good confidence, don't you?
What happened, Gabe?
Well, it was just an accident I seen him. That's it. Real simple. He was riding out of the alley from behind the bank, giving the horses a square. Couldn't get a look at the features, but the way they was riding, that man was suspicious. So I thought maybe I ought to see if everything was all right at the bank. And I had to check. That's the road. Look over. Wide open. People scattered around on the inside. Say, Jim Riley's over there now trying to find out how much they took. We had to follow him to the outlaw. They was gone before I knew there was outlaw. Or before I knew the suspicion of it. But I seen which way they're headed. That's the way they work. Right toward the flat. Seems man to be a fool to start out that way. 200 miles got a water hole. And nothing in here. Well, I'm the one who's shooting them, right? Only $500, dude. That's what they stole. Oh, that's frozen. Sack of gold and a sack of currency. 2,500 as close as I can figure it. Yeah, boys. Let's see if we can pick up the paper. Who the hell are they chasing out on them tracks? Yeah, we want to catch them, don't we?
If we do, we've got to use our heads, Gabe. Men flying up to rob that bank, you ain't going to take a chance on dying out there in that stall. They go for the hills.
That is right, dude. Yeah. You tell me I can't believe my own eyes.
We're only wasting time arguing with him. Let's go.
I'm the sheriff of Yellow Cross. I'm running this coffee and life.
Gabe, we're riding up the road.
All right. Come on, Rusty.
Get this man up to nobody.
Guess it's the fool's really got about Gabe. You ain't up to the job of being sheriff no more.
Okay, boys, I'll lead the way. I watched them wind along toward the ride, pick up there one time. A couple of minutes, two streets, took a left in the car. Horseback. East. It doesn't like Gabe to be stubborn about something as important as a bank. Oh, I'll guarantee it. didn't seem very sensible for a couple of bandits to take off the salt flask. And Gabe's eyesight wasn't what it had been once, of course. And I just couldn't believe he'd be dead wrong. Fast he up his head when the smell of salt hit his nose. He sure didn't like the idea of walking out into it. Easy, Dave, easy. We're not going to go far. Come on. Nothing but sight as far as you could see. Just that salt like a powder gun. Like picking up the moonlight and bouncing around ahead of him. The funny thing, though, there's only one set of hoof prints out there in the flat. Yeah, about 10 minutes later, I started going, over. He wasn't riding real fast and slowed up. I figured it was just as well they didn't see me. I didn't want him to think that I'd tagged on because I was worried about him now. And then the damnedest thing happened. He flung his horse on and started backtracking. He started behind a couple of gray boulders so they'd be out of sight. And they came right close. At first I thought he knew where we were. And he turned his horse again and walked him out on the side. And for a couple of minutes I couldn't figure out what he was up to. It seemed like he was just wandering around, no purpose at all. And then the next thing that happened, it was even stranger yet. Gabe jerked his gun out of his horse and he began firing. Well, he wasn't aiming at anything. As far as I could see, he was shooting up into the sky. I got 2 or 3 more shots and wheeled around and galloped past me on his way back to town. And I saw him reaching his saddlebags and bring out a couple of cloth sacks and put them over his saddle horn. They were the kind of sacks banks used for carrying money. Well, there just wasn't any doubt about it, you know. The story of that bank robbery was something Gabe had made up out of whole cloth. Well, somebody had broken into the bank, all right. It wasn't an outlaw, though. It was Gabe. Well, I waited on maybe 15 minutes. Then I heard the alarm bell start off again. The passer was pulled up in front of Gabe's office. Bell must have shot him out of a hill. Gabe was handing the car fast to Jim Waterbury. I pulled up just in time to hear the tail end of what he was saying.
Well, sure, I really understand. You know, and soon as it's the other places, but when I started shooting, he dropped these here bags and went grabbing off. By the time I stopped to pick up the money, and nothing much was in them, well, them outlaws was just screaming out. I figured there wasn't much need of chasing them no further. I just went there and never make it cross the fall anyway. You did right, Gabe. Yeah. And it looks like it's all here. Everything.
Hey, Dick. Gabe caught up with the bandits, started off with them, and brought back what they stole.
Really?
That don't seem possible. I'm having a head start now. You know the rest, too, when I give them his head.
Maybe the bandits were gone. Maybe they didn't know about them tracks.
Yeah, I reckon they didn't. I reckon it. If they knew where the bank was, they know about that salt. What are you getting at, Mark? There's something funny about this. There's 2 of them, sir. Okay. 2 of them against you? Yeah, what's so funny about that? Many's the time I was out of ignoring you, man. Let's ride out there, boys. Have a look around.
Well, what do you say now? Hold on a minute. I think maybe I can show you a trick. The fact is, I was following Gabe. Yeah, I followed him right out on his flat. Oh, I know you didn't see me, Gabe. I was behind you, but I see you just plain as day.
Now, Dick, you got to let me.
You mean you seen the gunfight, too?
Listen to me, Dick. Listen to me. Hey, was he selling a spoof, Dick?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I never saw a fight like that before, not in the whole lot.
Really?
What about the bandits, Dick? You get a chance to recognize them?
No, I'm sure he didn't.
Stick around. You stayed fighting people?
Well, as a matter of fact, when Gabe was through shooting, well, it was like they hadn't even been.
I'll be gone.
It was all right, just like they hadn't been there at all. I don't know how Gabe found out that the town was talking about having a new sheriff. I just sort of sensed it. It's been asking. Of course, after this, it's cold out. Well, they figured out maybe they could afford giving him a deputy. Jim Waterby, that's the bouncer. He put up part of the money, and then they didn't have much trouble raising the rent.